shit, for real.
Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up. Esau, the end of my kingdom's up. On the eagle's neck, I'll press. I woke up from my rest. My rulership is up next. No vex. Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave.
Shalom Yasharallah. Shalom. Welcome to another Shabbat class with ISBHBK. We are located here in Houston. The school address is 8524 South Brazen Boulevard, Houston, Texas, zip code 77071. And we ask that you like, share, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. And also we got a school in Virginia. For those that are in Virginia, the school address out there is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia, zip code 23517. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to the Virginia channel. And I forgot the class times and days. And out there in Virginia, the class times and days out there in Virginia is Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern time, and Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. And in Houston, the class times and days out here in Houston is Mondays and Wednesdays from 7 to 9 p.m. And from Fridays is 6 to 8 p.m. And Saturday Shabbat morning classes from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. And we also have a school in San Antonio. And listen, if you're watching our channel, you might as well watch San Antonio too. Great brothers out there as well, man. And their address out there is 4444 Walton Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, zip code 78218. And their class times and days is Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays from 7:30 to 10 p.m. And Saturday is also the same time from about 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. Right? We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to the San Antonio YouTube channel as well. And also, we have the brother Mashaba, who hosts the Blog Talk Radio. He does it Tuesday through Sunday. And we ask that you like, share, and subscribe to that. We should have the Blog Talk information on the screen. And it's not just Mashaba. You'll have Mashaba on there. You'll have Priest Banabad up there. You'll have Priest Tazapah. Wow. Kept wanting to say Tazadak. But yeah, Priest Tazapah out there as well. They do the Blog Talk Radio. And also they do a Little Israel show on Sundays for the kids. So if you have kids, definitely let them listen in on Sunday for the on the Blog Talk Radio. And we also have a couple other channels that we do different things on here, where we do the Hidden Truth Bible Show. We do the Israelite Media Corp, and we do the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, right? So we ask that you like, share, and subscribe to those. You know, especially all of them. But there's some good Bible shows that we've done in the past. You know, that's very, very good stuff. You know, I found ISBHBK through the Hidden Truth Bible Show. So definitely like, share, and subscribe, and check some of those classes out if you haven't. The dope thing about YouTube, man, all these classes that we've done, there's so many different classes between the three schools and the different avenues that we release different classes and different topics. You know, with the Israelite Media Corp, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, the Blog Talk Radio. There's so many different archives that you can go to and feed your spirit. Especially in these times, man, it's very important that we keep our spirit intact. You know, cut the music off. Cut off the BS music, you know what I'm saying? Whenever you're cooking, taking a shower, cleaning up your house, driving the word, listen, man, feed your spirit with the word. Feed your spirit with these classes, man. And also, we got the Feast of Hanukkah coming up, which will be on the 8th of December. We told y'all it'll get here quick, and it sure did. The Feast of Hanukkah will be starting on Tuesday, right? So we'll be hosting the Feast of Hanukkah here in Houston. They'll be hosting it in San Antonio. They'll be hosting it in Virginia as well. And the Feast of Hanukkah starts on Tuesday. So if you're in any of those surrounding areas, we ask that you please come through. You know what I'm saying? Celebrate the feast. It is a holy convocation, right? And it'll be going till December the 15th. So it'll be from this Tuesday coming up all the way till the next Tuesday. We'll be feasting. So we will not be there won't be any classes during the feast for those days. So once again, there won't be any classes, but there's plenty of different archive videos on YouTube, man. Plenty of different shows that you can have playing, you know, and definitely get some studying in to keep your spirit intact, right? So that's it for the feast. So also we would like to remind brothers and sisters that we have Israel wear, and Israel wear, it's a dope thing that we're doing, where, you know, you can hit us up, make you a custom garments, and the sisters will get on it. So if you would like to make a custom garment, make a custom garment. I think every brother, if you know, the brothers here in Houston, we all have garments, we all have fringes, but for the brothers online, you know, y'all should definitely check out Israel wear, you know, and do the fringed up subscription, man, so you can get your fringed up, your fringed shirts and all that. You can get your apparel up. Because when somebody see the fringes, they know who you are. Not just Israelites, but nations. As soon as they see those fringes on your dress, on your shirt, on your pants, they're like, "Oh, an Israelite." You see what I'm saying? So definitely subscribe to that Israel wear, man, to that fringed up. Get your fringed up game up, right? And also we do the Hebrew Academy. We do it in Houston and Virginia. The days in Houston is Tuesdays and Thursdays, and we'll be doing it through Google Meet. And Virginia will be doing it on Wednesdays, right? So if you'd like to take part in the Hebrew Academy, definitely just reach out to the priest. And if you want to reach out to the priest, we got Quatazop to my left. His number is 303-557-8979. He'll give you the info. And we got Priest Kazaka. His number is 757-300-4047. And don't hit him up just for the Hebrew Academy. You can hit them up if you have any questions or anything like that. Also, we got Sweet Ambiance, the business. Definitely check the business out, man. Support the business. If you support the business, you're supporting the school. The business is set up to fund the school. The business was set up to take care of the school. So, you know, definitely go check the website out. You know what I'm saying? Get you some nice fragrance, get you some nice oils, some soaps, some lotion, soaps, you know, different body products, you know. Definitely get on there. We all use body products. So definitely hop on there, man. It's sweetambiance.com, and, you know, whatever you buy, remember, it goes right back to the school. All right? And also, if you'd like to send in any donations, you'd like to help out in any way, the Google Wallet, the Wells Fargo account number is on the screen. The Zelle information is on the screen, right? And if you would like to send in any supplies, anything to help the people out, your brothers and sisters, books, Bibles, Apocryphas, you know what I'm saying? Ram's horns, whatever it may be. If you would like to send in anything, make a donation in that form. Just hit us up and we'll give you a proper address to where, you know, you can send those items, right? So that's it for the announcements, man. That's
real quick, just a reminder.
Mm-hmm.
The weather is changing, the seasons are changing. Make sure y'all stay on top of y'all's health. Y'all know it. What month are we in? December?
We're in December.
This time last year is when you start hearing about the Rona out in China. All right, so we're coming into flu season and all those different seasons that everyone is susceptible to. I don't care who you are. You can catch the flu you can catch a cold if you don't do the proper things for your diet. So just a reminder, make sure you drink your teas, take your herbs, build up your immune system, because it's going to be a double whammy.
You know what's also cold about that? Remember this time last year, and even in January, when it broke out in China. China was headlining everywhere. You would have sworn that China would have had the most deaths, right? Y'all don't even hear about China with the coronavirus no more.
It's America.
It's all America, and it's all the European nations. And the way the Chinese people were able to overcome the coronavirus, they used their natural medicine. They used their natural herbs.
Yeah, bitter herbs.
That's what they used.
Yeah.
They didn't use no flu. They didn't use no vaccine. They didn't use no injections. They didn't use none of that. They used their natural herbs. And look, you don't see China. China is not even being mentioned about lockdowns and everything that America and the European nations is dealing with. China ain't dealing with that. So
as bad as their cat and dog diet is that they feed us, they eat herbs. They drink teas, and they go back to their ancient medicines. That it's the same thing that we have here. It's ginger, it's turmeric, it's horseradish, it's all that stuff. So all I'm saying, not to make this a health class or anything like that, but we got kids in the camp getting a little sick, catching colds, people in the camp catching colds. So before it escalates to something crazy, real quick, go to Ecclesiasticus. Read. Where's it at? It's 38.
15.
No. It's
The wisdom. 24. 24.
hold on.
It's like it.
No, it's not that. I'm looking for the one that says
humble thyself.
yeah. Where is that one at?
Hold on. Where's that again? Because I'm messing that up.
What'd you say?
Hold on, let me.
I was thinking maybe you want number 4. The Lord had created medicine.
No.
Oh no, it's not that. It's a specific one.
Huh? I know, bro. Give me Ecclesiastes 18 and 21.
18.
It's a lot.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 18, verse 21.
Go ahead.
Humble thyself before thou be sick.
Right. So all we're saying is just take heed, listen. You got a lot of people that's prideful as hell. Oh, I'll never get sick. I ain't catch the flu in 1,000 years. Okay. So what? Take heed. Do the right thing so that you don't be one of the people that you never caught it and then it hits you so hard that you're incapacitated.
Right.
Humble thyself before thou be sick. Go ahead.
And in the time of sins, show repentance.
Right. So just a reminder, man. Just a reminder. Stay on top of your health. Stay on top of your spirit, to help prevent a lot of these sicknesses. All right. So with that, I mayim wapanya adam. Let's rise and face the east. That's why you need to come up here, bro. Don't worry about that for now.
Hey, I'm on. Can you do it? Please. Just fix that. All right, ready? Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hold on real quick. Hey, you sisters need to come in here too.
Slacking.
Let's wait for the sisters. How is that?
I'm sorry.
How is that?
Oh, how is it?
Right?
Nah, it's tasty. It's good.
Nah, it ain't that good. Ali,
Got one out.
go ahead.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Hawa'ah.
Adalanawa. Award. Zayawam. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us a light this day. Thank you, so be it. The light represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures.
And the light is the lighting of the candles. Suckers don't want to be lit.
It's lit.
All right. That one's good. All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah. Adalanawa. Rayach. Nayachacha. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the sweet Savior. Thank you, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet Savior. The scriptures say, let my prayer be set before thee as incense.
Take that tonight.
Yeah. Wow. Struggle is real.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Adalanawa.
Hashabbat. Bashalom. The water. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
And this is Psalms chapter 121, the book of Psalms chapter 121 in Hebrew. Anashai, Ayun Yam Ya, Al Hohorim, Na'aya, Yabawa'ah, Aizorya, Yabawa'ah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shamayim, Wa'aratazah, La'ah, Yanathan, Lamawat, Ragalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shasha Wamor, Yashar Allah, Yahweh, Shamaria, Yahweh, Hazalia, Al, Yam Yai, Hashamash, Yala'ah, Hakaya, Bayawam, Wala'ah, Halabana, Balayala, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Makol, Rai, Yashamor, Napashya, Yahweh, Yashamaria, Hawalakia, Wabawa'aya, Ma'aitan, Wa'aid, I will love. Aman.
That's Psalms chapter 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from the Lord, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Israel shall neither slumber nor sleep. The Lord is thy keeper. The Lord is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. The Lord shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water. Tamyad. Aman.
Aman.
Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Shemaya.
Yehovah Hayanoah. Yehovah Echad. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Shemaya.
Yehovah Hayanoah. Yehovah Echad. Shemaya Sha'ala.
Shemaya Shemaya.
Yehovah Hayanoah. Yehovah Echad.
Yahweh Echad. That is here, O Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
This is the Lord's Prayer. Abanoah, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Malak Wadka, Daba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'aratazah, Kawa, Hayah, Bashamayim, Batalanoah, Lachum, Kol, Yawam, Wasalach Noah, Chababwat Noah, Kasalach Noah, Chabawat Yenoah, Wala'ah, Dabayanoah, Bonasaya 1, Abo, Hawashaya Noah, Mayan, Rai, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwat, Wa'a'ala, Wa'ata Parat, La'ai Walanyam, Aman.
You know what I mean?
That's Matthew chapter 6, verse 9. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give to us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. From thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen.
This is the Ten Commandments. La'ab, Yahaya, Lakah, Alahayim, Acharyim, Al-Panyah.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ab, La'isha, Lakah, Pasol, Wala'ad, Da'ibadam.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image nor serve them.
La'ab, Malakwak'at, Shum, Yahweh,
Bashawah. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord in vain.
Zakor, Hayawam, Hashabat, Laquadashwa.
Remember the seventh day to keep it holy.
Kabad, Abaka,
Wa'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ab, Taratazak,
Thou shalt not kill.
La'ab,
Dana'ah. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
La'ab,
Daganab. Thou shalt not steal.
La'ab,
Ta'inah. Shakor. Thou shalt not bear false witness.
La'ab,
Tachamad.
Kol,
Asherah.
Lara'ayka.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
And La'ah Daratazak is thou shalt not murder. The word Daratazak is murder. Bahashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
The water.
Tamyad.
Aman. Yishabyam, which means to be seated. Yeah, that word is murder. Harag is killed. Harag is killed. Haratazak is murder. So.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get the first reader up. Man, we're almost. I felt like we just started Genesis,
Yeah.
and
Reason on through.
we're almost there.
Reason on.
Hey, for everyone that's consistent, you know, with the Sabbath classes and watching online and taking part in class. Listen, man, y'all are gonna be very, very dope, man. You know what? I'm not gonna use the word dope. Y'all are gonna be very sharp, like he said, man, when it comes to just the scriptures in general, because you can't really understand the New Testament unless you understand the Old Testament. You're not gonna be able to understand Hebrews, Peter's, Romans, You're not going to be able to understand those books unless you have a very good understanding of the Old Testament. So, hey, keep it going, right?
Yeah.
Keep it going. All right?
Keep showing up, keep doing it.
Let's get the first reader up.
You got it?
One of the best pump fakes ever.
Struggling, man.
Really? Okay.
You said what?
It was from the smoke.
Little lip moisture. Got it going.
Nicodemus, Shabbat Yahweh, Ban Yashala.
Nicodemus, Shabbat Tashah, Yahweh, Ban Yasha'Allah, Man of Israel, Amadim, Barak,
Yahweh Bashem Yahweh Rakatham.
Yahweh Hashem Yahshua Rakatah.
Little lip moisture. Got that ram torn the flow.
So we'll be starting at Genesis chapter 32, verse 3. Last week we read about, Laban. We read about how Jacob was leaving Laban, Jacob's ladder. Jacob looking up into heaven and seeing the angels of God descending upon the heaven. Going up and down upon the ladder. And Jacob looked up into heaven, right? And said, surely this is the Lord's house. How dreadful it is. It's crazy. All the Sabbath classes that, we've taken part in, think about it, man. We read the Torah twice a year. And that part just stuck out.
Yeah, I don't know
Like
why.
dreadful.
For some reason, that part, that scripture been sticking with me for the last week.
And you know what's cool about it? Like whenever you look at, they put it in movies, they put it in TV shows all the time. Somebody dying, and they think they see the gates of heaven, and it's just bright and white, and the white Jesus with his hands out, coming to you, and you're like, yay, I'm gonna make it, yay, and you feel like that's what it is. Ain't nothing dreadful about that. Well, it'll be dreadful for me to look up and see, Caesar Borgia. I'm like, oh crap. But Jacob said it was dreadful, man. So what did Jacob see? Hey.
The gates of heaven or the gates of hell. Nobody looks at it like that. They're in the same place. That spiritual realm, it's one entrance. So, yeah, we kind of touched on that a little bit last night in the Josephus about Hades. It says it's one entrance into both of these places. But then you go to the left or you go to the right. If you go to the left, you deal with, it says, fierce angels that drag you by force. You go to the right, they invite you in with hymns and white linen and songs. Right? So, Jacob was getting, when he was looking at them angels, man, he was seeing, that's what he was seeing. He was seeing the entrance to heaven. And those angels that guard it. Very, very scary. Very, very scary. So, yeah, let's dive into it.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 3. And Jacob sent messengers before him to Esau his brother unto the land of Zaire, the country of Edom. Verse 4. And he commanded them, saying, thus shall ye speak unto my lord Esau, thy servant Jacob said, thus I have sojourned with Laban and stayed there until now. Verse 5. And I have oxen and ass, flocks, and men servants, and women servants, and I have sent to tell my Lord that I may find grace in thy sight.
Right. So what was going on here from the previous chapters? Who knows? Who can? Just off what we read, what's Jacob doing here?
He's trying to appease Esau before he meets him.
Yeah, he's trying to see where that anger is. Remember, it said, man, here goes another cold scripture I was reading last night that we brush over. Check this out. where is it where Rebecca or Rachel told Esau to leave? Check this out. Damn. Let me get this real quick because this is a good one. But it basically said that it pleased Esau to kill Jacob.
Oh.
Yeah, it said that it pleased him, man. Like that was gonna. It said it comforted him. Watch. Ugh.
It was after.
It was after
Jacob got the blessing.
It was after he got the blessing. Yeah. It was after he got the blessing. Watch. She said it comforted Esau.
It's Genesis 27:42.
Is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
There it is. There it is. Somebody read that.
Genesis chapter 27, verse 42.
Go ahead.
And these words of Esau, her elder son, were told to Rebekah.
Right.
And she sent and called Jacob, her younger son,
Right.
and said unto him, Behold, thy brother Esau, as touching thee, doth comfort himself.
He doeth what?
Comfort himself.
Yeah, Esau comforts himself in being a murderous dog. He comforts himself every time they put a bullet in us. That's a comfort to them. They feel good.
You know, it's crazy when Trayvon Martin was killed, right?
Ooh.
If y'all remember that night when they did not give George Zimmerman the guilty plea. When they didn't sentence him and they made him get off, bro, I remember my friend, I wasn't in the truth at the time, and I remember I was at my friend's house. He lived in a white neighborhood in Sugar Land. And I remember they popped fireworks. They celebrated. They celebrated when George Zimmerman got off. Like, I remember we were playing the game, and then we got the notification on our phones that, George Zimmerman got off. So we went on the TV and we looked at it real quick and was like, oh yeah, you saw him smiling and getting off and happy and everything.
Oh yeah.
And literally like 5 minutes later, you just heard fireworks just going off like all over the neighborhood, like it was
something to celebrate. He
like,
celebrates
wow.
to this day. He be doing book tours and T-shirt signings, all because he killed the black man.
So auctioning off the pistol.
Auctioning off the murder weapon. Like Esau's a beast, but this is what comforts them. So Jacob, knowing again the first Edomite, how potent he was like, man, I gotta send this dude some sheep, some ox, some asses, some servants. I'm a one, and then Nicodemus.
Oh, I was going to say from last night's class, and sister said, surely there's some good ones, and I was saying, I don't know. You really don't know what's going on inside them people, so.
The scripture says, as iron rusted, so is his wickedness.
When people say surely there's good Esau, and not to make this an Esau class, but when people say,
go into it though.
it is going to be an Esau class. Awesome. When people say that there is surely not all of them are bad, well, to the worldly mind, yeah, you'll be like, not all of them are bad, but to the Most High's mind and to the Most High standard, all of them are bad. And it's not just Esau, it's all the nations. To the Most High standard, all of y'all are bad as hell. Y'all are all off.
Because he judges as a nation. The same way he judged us as a nation was every single person that was put into slavery wicked and breaking the commandments. Nah. Every time we went into captivity, there was some righteous in the land, but even the righteous went into captivity. Right. Because he judges as a nation. So it's going to be the same thing with all nations when they're judged. They're going to be judged as a nation. Right.
I was just going to say, just like the O.J. Simpson trial, it was the same
Right.
thing. Blacks celebrated when he got off.
Yeah.
So it's always been Esau and Jacob.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that you brought that up because I was thinking about that too. Like I remember hearing the OJ verdict. Bro, I must have been in like the 8th or 9th grade.
And
I remember somebody had a radio, like a little portable radio, and we listened to the verdict out in the playground. Like we stopped playing ball, We stopped doing everything, and then when they were like not guilty, this is the middle of the day, like a bunch of kids in the school, they said not guilty, and we jumped around like,
Won the Super Bowl.
yeah, like we won something, like we won the championship. Bruh, it was I remember that. I'll never forget that day. I'll never forget the day of the Bronco chase, and I'll never forget when they did the not guilty verdict. We were right in the playground on somebody's Walkman. You just, back in the day, them Walkmans, you flip it to the FM. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And we listened to that. What you got?
Amos chapter 1, verse 11.
Go ahead, read it.
Amos chapter 1, verse 11. Thus saith the Lord, for 3 transgressions of Edom, and for 4, I will not turn away the punishment thereof, because he did pursue his brother with the sword, and did cast out all pity, and his anger did tear perpetually, and he kept his wrath forever.
Right. And this is what Jacob was testing. He was like, man, let me see where this guy is at with it. So there was something, as we read this chapter, Jacob had to set up battalions and split the people, and I'm going to send y'all this way, I'm going to send y'all that way. We're going to send droves of camels, and then we're going to do the sheep, then we're going to do this, then we're going to do the women, the children. That way Esau can see that I'm coming peaceably, and we're going to be able to test his anger. Esau likes gifts. When you look at the white man, they're all about like let's say I'm some type of lawyer, and I want to go and see the judge, right? I might and they do it all in their movies, man. When the judge is in like the little country club sitting back, hitting his cigar, and that one prosecutor wants to come and see him, what does he send him? He sends him a gift, right? Compliments of such and such.
Right.
But he'll send it by the waiter. He'll send him a nice, rare cigar, or a bottle of wine, or something real, something that they take pride in. Their cigars, their liquor. You know what I'm saying? He might send him a gold-plated 9, something to appease him, because that's what Esau wants. Let me test his anger. Let me appease his anger. And let me give him a gift. Remember, the scriptures say a gift does what?
Destroy the heart.
A gift destroyeth the heart, right? Now, the heart is the mind. Right. Meaning, destroying the heart, destroying the mind, it can happen in 2 ways. You'll pervert judgment. You'll pervert your judgment in either way it goes. If you're overly angry and somebody gives you a gift, what's that going to do? It's going to subside some of that anger. Oh, man, they gave me a gift. I can't murder him yet. Let me wait for that gift to wear off, that gift feeling. Then I'm going to get at him. That's how Esau be, man. Yeah. Some of them are real wicked. They'll just take the gift and kill you right then and there. Smoke the cigar right in front of your face, blow the smoke in your face on your dead body.
Right.
They don't care. Some of them are savage. But this is what Jacob was dealing with. He understood the psychology of Big Bro. Remember, he was a man of the world. So Esau was into all types of different dealings. But Jacob wasn't no slouch either. I mean, let's be real. Jacob was a smart man. He was Jacob. He was the supplanter. He knew how to undercut a lot of the foolishness that Esau was going to come with. So go ahead. Let's read on.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 6. And the messenger returned to Jacob, saying, We came to thy brother Esau, and also he cometh to meet thee, and 400 men with him. Verse 7. Then Jacob was greatly afraid and distressed, and he divided the people that was with him, and the flock, and herd, and the camel into 2 bands. Verse 8.
Now, isn't that what Esau does? Let me show you my power. I'm a band up, strength in numbers.
Yeah.
Right? Why would he have to meet his brother with 400 men? Esau was flexing muscle.
Yeah.
Same thing they do when it's riot police, when it's military. They always boast their numbers.
One-on-one ain't gonna.
One-on-one ain't nothing happening.
No, they ain't gonna do that.
And remember, this was Jacob. He had sons. I mean, all we do is read the next chapter and read about Reuben and Simeon, what they did. They were fighters. So Esau had to flex that muscle because he didn't know what Jacob was working with either. You see that? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 8. and said, if Esau come to the one company and smitten it, then the other company which is left shall escape. Verse 9.
34.
And Jacob said, O God of my father Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, the Lord which said unto me, return unto thy country and to thy kindred, and I will deal well with thee. Verse 8. I am not worthy of the least of all the mercy and of all the truth which thou hast shewed unto thy servants. For with my staff I passed it over this Jordan, and now I am become too bad. Verse 11. Deliver me, I pray thee, from the hands of my brother, from the hands of my Esau, from the hands of Esau, for I fear him, that he will come and smite me. Let's spin the smite.
Smite.
Smite me, and the mother with the children. Verse 12.
Right, so go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, look at what Jacob prayed. Jacob prayed, like, deliver me from the hand of Esau, for I fear him, lest he will come and smite me, and the mother with the children. And we still pray this prayer to this day.
That is so true.
To this day, they don't care. They'll shoot you in the car in front of you and the kids.
Come.
They'll shoot you with the kids. They'll take your house from you knowing that you got kids. You know what I'm saying? So
The best thing they did, bro, think about how they do it now. They just take the daddy out the house and let the family just suffer.
slow death, yeah.
Right? Now, all you got to do, I'll read it real quick, Deuteronomy 28:50. A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, no show favor to the young. Now when you read up, it says, the Lord shall bring a nation against thee from far, from one end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth, a nation whose tongue thou shalt not understand. Because this was obviously future prophecy, but it was going to be so far in the future that we weren't speaking the same language as Esau.
Yep.
We were scattered around speaking all different languages, but Esau was mainly what? English, Anglish, right? British English, Spanish, French, Latin,
Right.
right? I think that they were a lot of them were speaking Latin because you had them those French Caucasians, Spanish Caucasians, Spanish Edomites, French Edomites. Remember, Esau, just like Israel, Esau managed to become a part of every nation under the sun.
Right.
Esau is in damn near every nation. Y'all, we ever think about that?
I hit himself. Right.
Yeah, just like us, just like we're in every nation under the sun, Esau is in damn near every nation. Meaning they've managed to blend themselves, jump in, sleep with the women, have babies, and blend themselves amongst whatever inhabitants. And some of them they've taken over completely. Some nations they've literally wiped them out through reproduction, through murder, through slaughter. If it wasn't for the Most High, man, preserving a remnant, bro, them Native Americans, they'd be gone. There wouldn't be no Native Americans. There wouldn't be like 3 tribes would be just totally gone. Because Esau did what? Raped, robbed, murdered, and killed.
A lot of the Israelites would have been gone.
Come.
Yeah.
Think about when they came to Cuba, when they settled on Cuba,
Hispaniola.
when they settled in the Dominican Republic,
Yeah. Yep.
Puerto Rico. A lot of us would have been gone. Sir?
Of course, all of us been to churches. We don't understand. The churches always bring it out. What does the devil come to do? He comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Everybody always says that, but they don't ever look at their lineage of what they did to this land.
And how they do it.
And how they do it.
It's how they do it. They kill the men, sleep with the women, have babies, and that's it. That's how you wipe out a people. Again, if it wasn't for the Most High saving a remnant,
Have a precept. Oh,
what would happen is there wouldn't be no tribes. Everybody would be an Edomite.
Right.
What's up? Go ahead,
I think I have a precept. All right, I have a precept. Psalm chapter 124, verse 1. If it had not been the Most High who was on our side and made Israel safe. That's the one. No,
That's
verse 2, verse 2.
Okay.
Psalm chapter 124, verse 2. If it had not been the Most High who was on our side when man rose up against us, verse 3, then they had swallowed us up quick when their wrath was kindled against us. If it wouldn't have been from the Most High, we'd probably been wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, it goes right with Isaiah 1:9. Except the Lord of hosts had left unto us a very small remnant, we would have been as of Sodom, and we should have been like unto Gomorrah.
Could that go with Psalms 83, sir?
What does it say?
Oh, Psalms 83.
Oh, the nations? Yeah, yep. Because they were all confederate to do what? The main verse in there, it says to make us cease as a nation. So yeah, those all go together. So y'all see what's going on, right? Yeah, they have taken verse 4, Psalms 83 and verse 4, they have said, "Come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance." So, I mean, we just got to look at history. Again, it always just goes back to put every nation under the earth in these prophecies and in these situations and just see who fits the bill. It don't really take too much looking and too much research. All you got to do is just look and say, well, who's been the same way from the beginning? You could put the Arabs, you could put this man, you could put the Africans, you could put all manner of men inside the scripture and say, well, who fits the bill to the T? Right? So let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 12. And thou said, I will surely do thee good, and make thy seed as the sand of the sea, which cannot be numbered for multitude. Verse 13. And he logged it there that same night, and took of that which came to his hand, and presents for Esau, his brother. Verse 14, 200 she-goats, and 20 he-goats, 200 ewe, that's it, right?
Ewe lambs. Ewe lambs.
Ewe,
Yeah.
200 ewe.
EU. Just say it's like ewe.
EU,
Yeah, ewe.
ewe. 200 ewe, and 20 rams. Verse 15, 30 milkers camels with their coats, 40 kine and 10 bulls, 20 she-asses, and 10
Foils.
spoils. Verse 16, and he delivered them into the hands of his servants, every drove by themselves.
Right, a drove is just a herd.
And said unto his servant, pass over before me, and put a space between droves and droves. Verse 17. And he commanded foremost, said, when Esau my brother meeteth thee, and asked thee, saying, who art thou, and whither goest thou, and who are these before thee? Verse 18. Then thou shalt say, they be thy servant Jacob. It is a present sent unto my lord Esau. And behold, also he is behind us. Verse 19. And so commanded he the second and the third, and all that followed betrothed, saying, on this manner shall ye speak unto Esau when ye find him. Verse 20. And say, ye moreover, behold, thy servant Jacob is behind us. For he said, and I will appease him.
I will what?
Appease him.
Yeah, he was trying to appease that anger. Go ahead.
I will appease him with the presence that goes before me, and afterwards I will see his face. Peradventure, he will accept of me.
And you know what's cool about Jacob, man, when you look at what he's doing, when you look at what Jacob is doing right here, he's using wisdom. And that's what we're supposed to be doing, you know, when we get put in certain predicaments, especially when you're in a predicament where you're in the hand of Esau, where he has power over you, you got to use wisdom. Imagine if Jacob was like, I'm gonna go up against this man with force. Well, the 12 tribes wouldn't have been here. The wise, and then you would have went up. You would have went up against him with force, but you got your kids, and you got your wives right there with you. So you might be able to defend yourself, but you wouldn't even be able to fight the way you would want to fight because you're gonna be worried about defending your kids and defending your wife, who's right there in the midst of the battle. So Jacob had to use wisdom. He had to use wisdom with Esau. You see what I'm saying? Even if he thought he could go up against him by himself or with the sons only against 400 men, you still had your wives right there. What if you lost? You see what I'm saying? So, just something to think about. Jacob used wisdom in this little adverse situation. It's the same way we're supposed to be using wisdom when we get put in adverse situations. Just think, Esau is strong. He came with his 400 men. But what is his weakness? Oh, he's what's the word I'm looking for?
He's covetous.
He's covetous. That's the word I'm looking for. He's covetous.
He's covetous.
He's carnal as hell. He can never have enough. Jacob knew that from they were children. So Jacob was like, yeah, I'm gonna just give you some camels. I'll give you some.
I'm gonna feed into your lust.
Yeah.
I'm gonna feed your lust, and it's going to subside that anger.
And they say lust is blind?
Do they?
Oh, they say love is blind, right?
Love is blind.
But yeah, but shoot,
Lust is blind also.
but lust is definitely blind.
Can I get this one just on the point that you're making? Watch.
God.
Deuteronomy 16:19. Just on the point.
So Esau like, I'm ready to kill him. I'm ready. I'm gonna get him. Ooh, stuff.
Yeah, he was goods.
Possessions.
Yeah, camels, horses. Read that, and then somebody else get me 1 Samuel 8 and verse 3. Read.
Deuteronomy chapter 16, verse 19.
Right?
Thou shalt not wrest judgment.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not respect persons.
Go ahead.
Neither take a gift.
Neither what?
Take a
Now,
gift.
this is talking about the righteous.
Yeah.
Right? In the context, this is talking about a righteous man. He shouldn't be bribed or take gifts. Go ahead.
For a gift doth blind the eyes of the
It
wise.
does what?
Blind the eyes of the
So
wise.
think about this. If a gift blinds the eyes of the wise, what is a gift going to do to the wicked? It's going to set them all the way off course. It's going to take them all the way away from what they intended to do anyway.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And pervert the words of the righteous.
Right, so that's if that's going to pervert the words of the righteous, the wicked is definitely going to be perverted. But after a while, the gift ain't going to do nothing. As we know through history, you gave him a blind. All you did was buy some time. Yeah. That's all Jacob was doing, was buying time. Because when you go to the prophecies, it tells you that it's 28 Deuteronomy 28:65 that amongst the nations we would have no ease.
Yeah.
The soles of our foot would have no rest. We'd always be looking over our shoulders.
Okay.
Right? So go to 1 Samuel's. I want you to go to 1 Samuel's 8 and verse 3. And obviously, right, go ahead, read that.
1 Samuel chapter 8, verse 3.
Go ahead.
And his sons walked not in his ways.
Right, so this is talking about Samuel. Right? This is talking about Samuel, but then just like Samuel's sons were wicked, you got Eli. Eli's sons were wicked, and they took bribes and gifts and perverted judgment.
Yeah.
Right? And did a lot of harm. The gifts kept them being wicked. That's the one thing about giving gifts. It's going to pervert the mind of the righteous into wickedness, but it's going to keep the wicked doing wicked. Again, you're only buying time. Jacob only bought time. He didn't set Esau off his complete course. He just bought time for himself to be able to get his family right. You know what I'm saying? Live in the land, move around Esau to get away from Esau. So, again, that's why Jacob was called a supplanter. Because he knew how to subvert your thought process, your mind, and get his way. Read on.
But turned aside after lucre.
He did what?
Turned aside after lucre.
Go ahead.
And took bribes.
Read.
And perverted judgment.
See, they took bribes and they perverted judgment. This was Samuel's son. Remember, Samuel was a righteous man. But just like Eli's sons, they went out the way behind gifts and bribes, and it tells you filthy lucre. So we got to see, man, a gift. Yeah, Jacob was giving him these gifts. Baby, it's a gift. But what was he doing? Like we said earlier, he was playing to Esau's lust and his covetousness. Because Esau, think about it, he got 400 men. He got camels. He got asses. He got ox.
Yep.
Right? Esau was a man of the field. So he can go out and get whatever he wanted at any time. He knew how to get the venison. He knew how to get what he needed. Remember, he married daughters of Ham. So Ham, the Canaanites at this time, they were in power. They were powerful people. But when you marry in, what do you get? You get the inheritance. So Esau had stuff. He wasn't broke. Esau had, remember, fatness of the land, the sword. So he was toting around with his sword, just taking whatever he wanted. Look, give me that. Give me this. And then when we read through the chapters, listen, he had dukes and leadership set up. He had sons out the wuha. Yep. So Esau was a powerful man. But Esau let the gift subside his anger, which it was good for Jacob. But it just shows you how a gift can change a person's mind towards a situation, whether it be good or bad. And if you're wicked, guess what's going to happen? The gift only going to subside that anger for a little bit. And if you're righteous, it's going to turn you into the wicked if that keeps happening. Right? So let's jump back. Let's jump back to Genesis
32:21. Genesis chapter 32, verse 21. So went the presence over before him, and himself lodged that night in the company. Verse 22. And he rose up that night and took his 2 wives and his 2 women servants and his 11 sons and passed it over the forward Jabbok. Verse 23. And he took them and sent them over the brook.
So, real quick, are gifts bribes?
Come.
Well, yeah. Well, the brother's asking, are gifts bribes? Well, it depends on the context the gift is given. Remember, Esau is the best at giving a gift, but it is a bribe. And, in the arena that Esau plays in, again, if I'm dealing with a judge and a prosecutor, or a judge and a defense attorney, they know how to present a gift, and they know, like, hey, I'm trying to get on your good side. Right. They know how to do that. Now, if I give this brother a gift, if I'm like, hey, here, you could got my, you got my tablet or something. Am I trying to bribe him into something? See, it depends on the context the gift is given. Right. If I know I'm trying to get him on my good side for some reason to pervert judgment, right? Then yeah, I'm a play to his lusts. You see that? Mm-hmm. But that's so don't think that taking a gift from a person is a bribe. What's the context in which the gift is being given and received? A person in power taking gifts from people under them, what is that? What's going on? Well, the person might be trying to pervert judgment. Right. So you may have to stay away from the gift giving and gift taking. Right? We can go into the law about it. Psalm.
It's like the wicked's gift comes with ulterior motive.
Right.
It comes with stuff attached to it.
Right.
A righteous gift is just for the love. There's no advantage gained by giving it.
Right. What? Nicodemus and them are there.
Just like the Senate proposed, like if you want a $1,500 stimulus check, you have to take the vaccine.
That's what they're trying to. Yeah, they're trying to. Yeah, that's
something like a bribe.
Yeah. Well, that's the wicked. See, the wicked does that. Again, if I give this man a gift, it ain't to try to get something in my favor. I'm doing the brotherly thing. If he needs something, or if I feel like, man, let me just give him something. Am I trying to pervert judgment? Well, no, because that's not in my mind to do. But we know how the wicked roll. But then go to Exodus 23 and verse 8.
Exodus.
Yeah, hold on real quick. He said Esau has a law against bribery to prevent a person that would try to persuade judgment of the officials. But they know how to subvert that. Because what they'll do is this. It's funny. Who was at my house? It was Tahawam. We were at the house. And what was I watching? We were watching. There's this show, For Life. It's about the man Isaiah something. He was wrongly accused, went to jail, became a lawyer, got himself out of jail, and then started getting other people out of jail. But the prosecutor, the judge on the case, he was in his little, you know how they go to their little country club, sit in their old little leather chair, kick his leg up. He was just hitting a cigar, just sipping some old ass cognac, right? He was just chilling. And the prosecutor stood in the doorway. And the waitress walks up like compliments of the man standing off to the left. And he looked over and he was like, come on over. Did he give him the gift? Not to the naked eye. Not to the naked eye, because it was presented as if he ordered it, because the waitress brought it. Right? Compliment, but she said compliments real low. Compliments of the gentleman. Compliments of the gentleman over there to the left.
Right.
And she brought him like a case of these expensive cigars. And he looked, he was like, took the case, tucked it, come on over, what you got for me? Kicked his leg up. And he was like, yeah, you know, we want to bring these charges and da-da-da. He was like, it's a go. But before, the judge was like, nah, I ain't messing with y'all. But he found some way to get into him. Yeah. He gave him that gift. You see that? He gave him that gift because the wicked knows how to persuade other wicked. You play to a man's lust. Right? But this is why in the law, remember, the scriptures say abstain from all appearances of evil. So am I just going to be sitting around just taking gifts? No. You know why? Because it's going to look like I'm trying to judge on behalf of this person because they gave me a gift. Or that person because they gave me this. Or that person because he gave me that. So the law tells us what to do, and then we got to use proper judgment.
Okay.
Now, again, brothers, listen, we all brothers in here. We all brothers and sisters in here. No one should be trying to pervert the next man with a gift, right? But no matter what, we got to abstain from all appearances of evil. So you got to have in your mind, well, what is this going to do to the outlook? But there ain't nothing wrong with giving gifts. Ain't nothing wrong with, listen, we give gifts on Purim, right? Bro, we give each other random stuff. We don't even look at it like that. See, the wicked looks at it like, I'm going to get on his good side.
Yep.
How many things he's given me, I've given him. Brothers, like, not even thinking about it. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and take it. Just, yeah, you got that? Clothes, shoes, like, whatever. Random. Man, let me get that charger. Like, yeah, take the charger. Let me take that pen. Like, anything can be looked at as a bribe.
Yeah.
But it's, again, in the context and the individuals that are dealing.
Okay.
So read
23
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 6.
It's Exodus chapter 23, verse 6.
Right?
Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor
Right?
in his cause.
Go ahead.
Keep thee far from false matter.
Right, because what is he warning of? Well, you got people that are in power, and they'll go to the poor and say, well, I know you broke as hell. I know you poor, but if you want this matter to be on your side, what you gonna give me? Come on, we watch it in TV shows all day. You watch it in movies and TV shows all day. The dude in power goes to the poor cat, like, yeah, you want that? What you got for me? And the dude that's poor got to break his back to come up with something to appease this rich man or this person in power. Right? Go ahead.
And the innocent and righteous slay thou not.
Go ahead.
For I will not justify the wicked.
Right? He will not justify the who?
The wicked.
See, this is the wicked man trying to do wickedness. Go ahead.
And thou shalt take no gift.
Go ahead.
For the gift blinded the wise.
The gift does what?
Blinded the wise.
Yeah, you get enough gifts, you're gonna stop remembering the wisdom, man. and you're going to start looking at the gift giver, and you're going to start having partiality towards that person. So what is he warning? Is it wicked for somebody to give you something? No, it's not. But you do have to be careful and have balance, because again, you'll start to sway judgment towards that person, and sometimes you'll do it unknowingly.
Yeah.
You'll do it unknowingly. You be like, man, the brother took care of me, and da 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 da. Let me take care of him. Let me pass over a transgression. Let me act like that didn't happen. Because what happens is some people love them gifts. And it's like, well, I got to be lenient, or I got to be a certain way to keep getting gifts, to keep getting and getting. So we got to be real careful with that. What's that? There was another one.
So you know how it says that the brother was asking a question about the gifts in the chat?
Right?
Wouldn't whoever's giving the gifts, wouldn't that person would like to receive some back or no?
Well, yeah, they're trying to receive. See, he was reminding us, where you at in Exodus, right? 28.
23 and 8.
23, watch. Let's go to 23. Give me the one about when he said 70 elders that were not covetous. I think it's in Numbers. Right. See, this was going into this various laws, this Exodus, right? Law, various laws, morality, civil, how to deal civilly. Yeah, this was just various laws. We're going to get the one where it talks about the 70 elders. Watch. There was a certain type of men that the Most High told Moses to ordain. Numbers?
Exodus 24.
Exodus 24? Okay, go there real quick.
Oh, no, Numbers 11 and 16.
Yeah. Right, that's the one I want. Yep. Hold on. We just got to read down though. Numbers 11, right?
Yeah.
We got to read down a little bit. See, there was a certain type of men, and then somebody give me 1 Timothy 3. Watch. See, this is all about proper judgment and discernment. Now think about this. Think about it like this. If I have a vehicle, right? I got a nice running car. And he comes to me and is like, hey, I got a car for you. That's going to raise some flags. Like, well, why are you trying to give me another car? I already got one. Right? Then in me, I should be like, well, I already got one. I'm good. Right? But if I take it, what is the outward appearance of that looking like?
Greed.
It looks like greed. It looks like covetousness. It looks like a lack of judgment. I don't have to take the car. Then I got to say, well, why is he giving me something that he knows I already have? What is he trying to get? You see that? So there has to be a discernment, but that's why this is so important. Numbers 11, right? Numbers 11.
16.
No, I don't want 16. Man, where is it at? It tells you the characteristics of them. Hold on. Not Numbers 16. You can read number 16 for now.
Numbers chapter 11, verse 16. And the Lord said unto Moses, gather unto me 70 men of the elders of Israel,
Right.
whom thou knowest to be the elders of the people,
Go ahead.
and officers over them,
Right.
and bring them unto the tabernacle of the congregation, that
Right.
they may stand there with thee.
Right. Ah, man, what did I want? Hold on. So he told him to get 70 elders. Man, why can't my brain find it? Yeah, it tells you that they were not covetous. It gave a specific characteristic of these men. Then it goes right with 1 Timothy 3. Let's see here. Maybe I have it precept. Nope. I don't. I'm gonna find this. Hold on. Covetous. I'm gonna find this. Covetous. Right. Go to Exodus 18 and 21.
Exodus chapter 18, verse 21.
Right, this is when Jethro came to Moses and told him that what he was doing was going to kill him. Basically trying to take on all the matters of the people. Trying to judge all the people. So what did he tell him to do? Go ahead.
Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men,
Right.
such as fear the Most High.
Go ahead.
Man of truth,
Read.
hating covetousness.
Hating what?
Hating covetousness.
Right. Covetousness is what? I see something that you have and I want it. But if I'm a man that's in power, if I'm a man that's going to judge a matter that might concern you, I might come to you and say, hey man, I like them sheep over there. Remember, I got your case coming up. Remember, you might need me in the future. I like them sheep though.
It might swing you away.
Right? You know, if them sheep end up in my stable, hey, you might get off on them charges. So he said hating covetousness. Why? Because the bribery was going to sway judgment. Again, we give each other things out of brotherhood and out of love, right? Not to sway judgment against or for somebody to turn a blind eye, right? Remember, it's the context in which things are being done, and it's the spirit in which things are being done. But at the same time, just because I know I'm not doing something perverse, does that mean that like I just want to accept everything that's given to me? I might be like, nah, bro, I'm good on that. I'm good. Appreciate it, right? You got to do it because you don't want to. The scriptures say abstain from all appearances of evil. Start looking some type of way when all of a sudden I just got gifts lined up on the top of the podium, right? People bringing me gifts like I'm Neo from the Matrix, and then all of a sudden situations start popping up, and those same people start getting the judgment swayed towards them. It don't look right. So we got to be real careful with that. So yeah, gifts aren't always bribes. Remember, the wicked, they turn anything that's good into wickedness. All right, but the Most High showed us how to stay clear from these appearances of evil. You see that? Right, he threw it in there for me, 18 and 20. Read on.
And place such over them,
Right.
to be rulers
Right.
of thousands,
Right.
and rulers of hundreds.
Right, so this is where you get your ranking system. Officers of hundreds, thousands. So it's all biblical. This is where we get it from. Go ahead.
Rulers of 50s,
Right.
and rulers of 10s. And let them judge the people at all seasons.
Right, because that's what Israel needed at the time. But the Most High was trying to prevent perverse judgment or judgment being swayed in the wrong favor and not being just. He knew the gifts, the covetousness. That's why I jump over to 1 Timothy 3 real quick. Our favorite chapter. Our favorite chapter. Now this goes more into detail. Right? Jump just to the point.
Verse 3.
Verse 3. 1 Timothy 3 and verse 3.
1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 3.
Right?
Not given to wine,
Go ahead.
no striker,
Right?
not greedy of filthy lucre,
Yeah, see, not greedy of filthy lucre. Go ahead.
but patient,
Right?
not a brawler,
Read.
not covetous,
Not what?
not covetous.
Yeah, not covetous, man. Not always seeing something and having the need to get it. Oh, I see that, I want it. Let me figure out a way. You see that? So these attributes are real important. Real important. Let's jump back. So you see, I mean, Jacob was the supplanter. All right, he was the supplanter. He knew what he was doing to get away from his wicked brother. I'm gonna give you some gifts because I know what that's gonna do to your mind. It's gonna distract you. It's gonna distract you off your purpose. Ain't that what a gift does though? You get the new car, you start getting lazy at work. You get the new phone. That's all you want to be on. When you give things to yourself, they distract you. You get the new tablet, you just like act like you never had a tablet before.
That's true.
And all you did was just upgrade from the old one. What's that?
It's funny when I got mine, since I was on that thing the whole day.
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah. But that's what a gift does. It said to destroy the heart. It take you off, it distracts you away from what matters. Again, I could get I could get the same exact tablet I got up here, just the upgraded version that ain't really upgraded. It's just the model has changed, but it does the same function, same exact thing, and I'll treat it like I never had one before. We do it with phones. You get that upgraded phone, you're like, oh man, I gotta sit on this thing and I gotta just have a reason to be on it. It distracts you. The gifts, they distract you from the purpose at hand. So that was the Most High warning us about that. But you see Jacob using that into his advantage. Jacob was a smart dude. He was a very smart man. Think about it. He had to know the character of his brother.
Yep.
And he wasn't even around him. How long was he gone?
20 years.
20 years, right? And he knew his character, that it didn't change from way back when he was covetous.
Got it.
I pray now, give me that red pottage, I'm about to faint. But you got venison too. Why you want mine? Covetous.
So as soon as he saw those 400 men, he was like, man, he ain't changed.
He ain't changed. He's the same
Or
dude.
heard about the 400 men. He was like, yeah, he's like this.
Yep.
But that means he's still covetous too.
He's still covetous and prideful. Well, we got to find a way to subside some of that anger. He might have even been angry still. But remember, who was it? Rebecca. She told Jacob, she said, go tarry in this land until his anger subsides. 20 years and you still holding a grudge, but see, check this out. Now we understand why Yahweh Shai came back in Matthew 5 and said, thou have heard from the old time, thou shalt not kill.
Yeah.
But if you hold a grudge with your brother, Esau grudged this whole time. And look, it turned into what? Murder. Killing. If y'all cold, pump that heat. It's at 72. I'm getting chilly. My thighs are getting shivery. Listen, man, y'all tripping. Yeah, you better hit that thing up to 2 degrees. My thighs is getting shivery up in here. I'm like, whoa, cold is piercing through my pants. I'm not looking forward to Rochester. Because I can't put the heat on. It's at 72 right now. So you can put it up to like 73 or 4. If it gets too hot, we just turn it off. It start raining out there, right? Is that what it's doing? Yeah. Yeah, bro. It's that time of the year.
Yeah, it's like 100% chance.
It's that time of the year. Get your hoodies out and bubble jackets. So, listen, you know I'm bringing all this out and we're talking about it. It's important to understand the mentality of who we're reading about, because the mentalities haven't changed really.
Right.
It's important to understand the psychology of the men and the women in the scriptures and be able to match it up. That way, there's no confusion. You could kill all the confusion through all the 50 million other books that you can go to and read who Esau is and who Esau is not. Everyone, it's wild. I was on Facebook and one of my old, it's funny, one of the people I sat there and listened to the O.J. Simpson thing with, she's like this super Christian now, and she said, she said, if the Bible is a history book, who are your ancestors? She just threw it out there, and I said, well, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Indians, their ancestors are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. So I threw that in there, right? Remember, mind you, she's not an Israelite, she's just a Christian. And people came on there, they commented, and then some woman hops on there like, well, Esau ain't the white man, and then, and I was like, damn, this random Esau ain't the white man comments. But because they haven't read, they don't be reading. They They don't read in detail like the way we read.
I got a question because we always ask if Esau ain't the white man, then who's Esau?
If not, the Bible asks.
But
Where is he?
Who and where is he?
God.
Thank you.
But I have another question to pose. Who's the white man then? If he's
Who
not
is he?
Esau,
Then who is he?
who does he match up to in the scriptures?
It's an anomaly.
Because he definitely don't match up to no Arabs.
Right.
So
Who is he?
Who is he?
Biblically.
Because he plays a very big part in the world, and he has played a very big part in the world for a very long time. So he would have definitely been mentioned in the scriptures, right?
Perfect.
So if he's not Esau, then who is he?
Perfect.
Who's the person in the scriptures that he matches up perfectly to?
Like that.
Just saying. God.
Did one of the brothers from Rochester that shields David Chin?
Yeah. Yeah, man. Listen, and think about it. Even with the gift giving, we did it like when we perfect example. When Samuel's mother went up to the priest to give Samuel to the priesthood, did she just bring Samuel? Or did she bring gifts?
She brought gifts also.
She brought gifts, man. She brought wine. She brought a ass laden with wine. I believe it was wine, bread, right? She brought a few things for the priests as an offering.
Yeah.
Or a gift, right? I mean, but was she trying to get some like, hey, I'm gonna bring these gifts real quick so that I can keep my son? No, that wasn't the thought process. Like, I'm gonna bring the gifts and they gonna let me keep my son? No, the righteous don't think like that.
I think her thought process was she was bringing the gift because she had already got one.
Yeah, and when you present yourself to the Most High, don't present yourself empty-handed. That's what that's about. When you go to the city, when you go deal with the Most High, don't present yourself empty-handed. She knew. Anyone that came and dealt with the priests, even wicked Saul, when he went to go see, it was Samuel, right? When he said, I need to go see the seer to go find my dad's asses, he said to his servant, we ain't got nothing to give him. Was he trying to pervert his judgment, or was that just a custom? It was a custom that, man, we brought things and gave it to the priest, to the high priest, just for their job, not to bribe him. Like, Samuel wasn't going to tell Saul something that wasn't there for a damn what he said, he had a fourth of a shekel. It's like bringing him 25 cents, right? Oh, you got a fourth of a shekel, I'm going to pervert judgment? Nah. So we see that gift, we do that customarily.
I was gonna say the same thing, because like when others we go to get together, what do? I always want to ask, do y'all need anything?
Yeah.
Bring something with y'all? What do y'all want? You know, nothing. So
Yeah.
it's the same thing. We're just still used to doing it.
Yeah. You know, you show up to, you got a feast going on. Hey, y'all, what y'all need? You might bring a drink, a bottle of wine. That don't mean you trying to pervert. So remember, gifts are not always, again, it's in the way and in the mind that is given. The frequency, all those different things come into play. But there has to be judgment and discretion to know, okay, let me chill. I can't take everything. Everything that's given don't have to be taken. Even when we read this case of Esau, he's going to say it. He said, I got stuff. I don't need yours. And he was like, no, go ahead and take it. And he was like, okay. Okay. Right? Because there's a covetousness. Anyway, let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 23. And he took them and sent them over the brook and sent over that he had. Verse 24. And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. Verse 25.
Who was Jacob wrestling?
The angel.
When it say he was wrestling that angel, he was really wrestling himself. It was his mind that he was wrestling with. Think about it. He was left alone, and there he was just wrestling. He was wrestling alone. He was wrestling with his thoughts. Think about it. You'll have something to do when you sit there and you wrestle with your thoughts.
Come. All the time.
You wrestling with yourself. Read on.
Verse 24, and Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day. Verse 25, and when he saw that he prevailed not against him, he tasted the hollow of his thigh, and the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. Verse 26, and he said, let me go, for the day breaketh. And he said, I will not let thee go, except thou bless me. Verse 27, and he said unto him, what is thy name? And he said, Jacob. Verse 28, and he said, thou shalt be thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with God.
Question.
No, I also got a scripture too. What's up?
If he was just wrestling with his thoughts, question is right here, it shows that he's actually wrestling with the beam.
Con.
So was he actually wrestling with the beam?
It's kind of like double fold. He was wrestling with the beam,
Yeah, it's a
but
twofold.
he's wrestling with his thoughts as well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Because his joint out of place, that was real.
Right.
yeah.
Yeah.
Also, give me Ecclesiasticus 4 and 13. 4 and 13, because this scripture right here is very important. Like this little passage that we just read, think about it. This is how Jacob got his name, right? This is how Jacob got his name, switched from Jacob to Israel, which means a prince of power, or Yasharallah, right? So think about it. All of us, we go through this battle right here within ourselves. We come to a certain point in the truth where we have to wrestle that angel, right? But for us, are we really wrestling the angel? We're wrestling our thoughts. We're wrestling that old man. That's why when Jacob prevailed against the angel, no longer Jacob, but Yasharallah shall you be. Why? Because it's like you beat that old man. So it's the same thing with us. Like we wrestle against that old man daily. But you're supposed to be able to prevail against that old man. But what are you wrestling? It's your thoughts. The old man is in your thoughts. His ways.
Thoughts, right.
His ways, his actions, the way he does things, his judgment, his discernment, the way he carries himself, the old man and his standard. That's what you're wrestling, right?
Before you read that, I'll just read this real fast. Colossians 3, verse 8. But now ye also put off all these: anger, wrath, malice, blasphemy, filthy communication out of your mouth.
Yeah.
Lie not one to another, seeing that you have put off the old man with his deeds,
Con.
and have put on the new man, which is renewed in the knowledge after the image of him that created him. Right. So go ahead.
Con. So go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 4, verse 13.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 4, verse 13.
Read verse 11.
Verse 11. Wisdom exalted her children,
Uh-huh.
and laid hold of them that seek
So
her.
the scripture says that wisdom is going to exalt you, right? And it lays hold of them that seek you. Well, how does wisdom exalt you? Well, you got to be able to use it. Once you actually put wisdom into play and use wisdom, then you'll be exalted. Then you'll see, man, this works. And then everybody else will see that wisdom works for you. So it lifts you up. Read on.
He that loveth her, loveth life.
Read on.
And they that seek to her early, shall be filled with joy.
Read verse 13.
He that hold her fast shall inherit glory.
Read that again.
He that holdeth her fast shall inherit glory.
You know how I'm going here? Because this is something that we all have to practice. We all have to practice holding on to wisdom, man. Your mind will try to get you to turn your back from the truth, to turn away. The scriptures say, he that putteth his hand to the plow and looketh back is not worthy for the kingdom. That old man, he'll try to get you to look back at your former life and look back at all the former things that you were used to doing. But the scriptures say you're supposed to hold fast to wisdom. So when you look at Jacob sat there and wrestled with the angel. He was holding fast. His mind was like, man, his mind was throwing everything negative at him. But think about what Jacob had to be thinking about. The Most High have been there for you since day one. Since the time that you left Isaac and Rebekah and journeyed to this other land. Yeah, the Most High, he put you through some stuff, but look, he's always helped you to overcome. He opened up heaven and you saw the angels descended up and down on the ladder. He saw that. So on top of everything that, the Most High put him through, he was able to think on that. But at the same time, his mind was hitting him like, man, Esau's here with 400 men. You were commanded to go back to your land, but look, Esau's there with 400 men. And Esau wants to kill you. So these 400 men, they want to kill you. And not just you, the kids and the mothers. So he's going to kill you and kill your family, kill your household, and take what you have. That's what he's thinking. That's what his old man and those thoughts is trying to hit him with.
Yep.
But he totally forgot. Well, I'm not going to say he forgot, but what was the wisdom? What was supposed to be the balance in his mind? Well, the Most High was there with you. He showed you the house of heaven. He was there with you when you was in Laban's house. When Laban came to you,
He made you rich in Laban's house.
he did all those things for you. He did everything that he said he was going to do for you. I'm going to make you a great nation. You got 12 sons now. And you can see that all your 12 sons are going to be great. He was able to see all these things. So when he sat there and he wrestled with this angel, he's sitting there wrestling with all this in his mind before he goes and he makes that move. And that's what we all deal with in the truth. We deal with these different things, man. With the Most High, he brings you to a certain place where you got to make moves, where you got to make decisions. Choices got to be made. Sacrifices got to be made. But you sit there and you wrestle with your thoughts. You wrestle with it. You wrestle with the future because you're unsure what the future holds. But the Most High, what we have to remember is that you got to hold on to wisdom and remember that the Most High has been there for you the whole time leading up until this point that you're at. Rosa had her hand up first.
You know how you're saying that the mind is putting these thoughts in you, and then like putting the old man and doing putting the stuff that you did in the past, and then you're becoming a new person.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be also Satan putting those thoughts in you to try to get you back to what you were before?
Exactly. Satan trying to deceive you. One thing that we have to remember, and the scriptures, they show it to us all the time. Before you can be, we just read it in verse 11. It says, wisdom exalteth her children, right? So before you get exalted, before Joseph got exalted, what did Joseph have to go through? The slavery. Before David was exalted, what did David go through? He was the keeper of the sheep. Even Saul, before Saul got exalted, Saul was of the least tribe to try you. Wisdom has to be able to trust you. So before you get exalted, you're definitely gonna go through some things, but Satan's gonna come and try to put them thoughts in your mind.
It's Ecclesiasticus, the 6th chapter. It says she would lie upon him. This is 6:21. She would lie upon him as a mighty stone of trial.
Come.
Wisdom is gonna put you through trials and tribulations.
Yeah.
He will cast her from him ere it be long. For wisdom is according to her name, and she is not manifest unto many.
Yep.
So there was a process that you had to go through before wisdom, because it tells you, yeah, it's a trial, it's a mighty stone. But then, let me jump back real quick. Dang, it got cold in here. Oh my God, this is crazy. Watch. It says, verse 28. For at the least thou shalt find her rest, and that shall be turned to thy joy. Then her fetters, because remember it says you put your hands and your neck into her fetters, into her chains. This is wisdom.
Yeah.
You become this prisoner. Now think about it. When you put chains on, who thinks that, like they say, chains of glory? But how does that happen? Chains of glory. At first, when you become a prisoner to anything, you're like, what the hell? I don't want to. And you fight, you kick, you scream. Oh, the cuffs are too tight. But with wisdom, as you go through the process, the putting off the old man and putting on the new, it says, for at the last thou shalt find her rest. I read that. Then her fetters shall be a strong defense for thee, and her chains a robe of glory. For there is a golden ornament upon her, and her bands are purple lace. Thou shalt put her on as a robe of honor. You see that? And thou shalt put her about thee as a crown of joy. That goes right with what we brought out in Ecclesiasticus 4. You see that? So that's what this story is symbolic of putting off that old man and putting on that new man. What's that?
This precept go with it. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17.
You gotta read it. I don't know. You gotta read it.
There, if any man be in Christ, he is a new creature.
Yeah, it goes with it. And that's what it is being renewed. It goes right with the Colossians 3, being renewed in the image of him that made him. That's what it's about. That's what this story is showing about Jacob. Yeah, he wrestled with the thought of having to go back to deal with Esau. Just look at the context of what's going on. It's twofold.
Yeah.
Because yes, he did wrestle. There was an angel.
Yeah.
His joint was thrown out. His hip was thrown out. And he still battled. Right? Because, watch. And this is verse 32 and verse 25. And the hollow of his Jacob's thigh was out of joint as he wrestled with him. So what did he hit him with? Why did he... When I say what did he hit him with, meaning... Think about when you're going through your wrestling in your head and wrestling in your battle, and then something happens that's not in your favor. What do you tend to do? What's that? You get more upset, but you use that as a confirmation not to keep fighting. Think about it. Couldn't Jacob have used, my hip is out of joint, as a confirmation? We look for signs, right? Lord, give me a sign, right? Give me a sign right now. Cold. But we look for signs, right?
God.
And we look for confirmations. This could have been Jacob's confirmation to stop fighting. But Jacob wasn't in that mind. He was like, nah, bro. You're going to give me this blessing. You're going to give me this blessing. You're going to give me what it is I need to keep pushing. Well, the Most High said he was going to give him the blessing, right? So he kept that in his mind and kept fighting. Hip out of joint. I'm pretty sure if he would have took his arms and legs, he would have still fought. That was just the mind that he was in. Right? Remember, Ecclesiasticus, the 2nd chapter, when you come to serve the Lord, prepare your soul for temptation. So sometimes, you know what this is showing? That your temptation will hit you.
Yeah.
And it will try to dismember and disfigure you. And it might even succeed. Your temptation is going to hit in some cases. In the midst of the battle, you may not come away unscathed. Hey, back up off them curtains. You may not come away unscathed, but what does that mean? Do I give up? No, I got to do like Jacob. I got to command the blessing. I got to fight. You see that? Sis, you had your hand up?
Yes, I just want to say the way the Most High, he's so miraculous that usually when we're about to go into something, it's almost like he lets us know. It's like he prepares you, for the battle.
Yeah.
It's not like you go into it, without the tools and the things you need. It's almost like he'll give you something and say, this is what's going to happen. And you always say, I knew this was going to happen.
Yeah.
You know it's coming. He lets you know. So it kind of softens it. That's just how merciful he is. I can't remember anything that I really went through that was kind of hard for me that I didn't kind of know. I wasn't blindsided by it.
Well, because with every temptation, he give you the way out.
Right.
The way out is the stuff that you already know. That's the way out. The way out is the wisdom that you've already read. Someone came to you and told you. Experience. You already have it at your disposal. What we tend to do is just not use what we have to our disposal. That's it. Or else it wouldn't be fair, right? Would it be fair? If we just going through things blindly and there's no way to get through it, the Most High would be unjust. But he makes sure, I'm going to give you the battle according to the level of your, I always say it, the battle you go through is equal and equivalent to the amount of wisdom you have. It's not the wisdom. It's not how much I have or how much I don't have. It's, am I going to use it? Am I going to apply? Think about it. There's experience, there's counsel, there's reading, there's fasting, there's praying. We have so many different tools, right? For many different battles. Some things you got to pray and fast. Some things you got to just read and get the understanding. Some things you got to counsel about. Some things you have to just, somebody else's experience in a situation is going to kind of guide you on which way to go. And every different trial and tribulation is different according to what you need. If you're putting up drywall, right? If you're putting up drywall, you don't tend to use a hammer to put up drywall. You're using the wrong tool if you're using a hammer and nails. That's why they call drywall screws. You screw in drywall into the wall. You don't hammer it in; it won't stay up as long as you want it to. If you're putting down tiles on the floor, right? Look at each battle as you're building something. You're putting down tiles on the floor. You're not gonna use a hammer to put the tiles on, right? You're gonna break the tiles. So you're gonna use a mallet, right? Soft mallet. You're gonna get your tile cutter. You're gonna get your grout. You're gonna get your cement, your mixer. You're gonna get all the tools that pertain to that job. The hammer is for something else. You don't use a flathead screwdriver for a Phillips head screw, right? It wasn't designed for that. But that's the problem. It's what am I applying? I got this whole repertoire. My toolbox is full, yo. My toolbox is thick with, I got 2 hammers, 4 screwdrivers, socket sets, torque wrench, all the different socket measurements. I got all that. But are you using the right ones? That's all it is. It's not that we lack wisdom. It's we lack the application. And the timing, the discernment, the how hard to go, how soft. When do I pull back? When do I go all the way in? We lack that. We lack that. You see that? It's not that we don't have the tools. We have all the tools. But what am I going to use in the time? Well, I might have to go counsel, but the pride in me is telling me not to go counsel with nobody. I got to deal with my thing on my own. I'm a man. I'm a rock, right? But so I'm going to just go read. I'm going to just go read stories. And then you don't get past the battle, and it's like, well, you should have counseled on that one. Got some experiences, first-hand experiences, and did it like that, and that would have helped you get through it. Y'all see that? So it's what you're using at the time. What's that, sis?
When we had our little adventure up in Portsmouth, Virginia, beforehand I'd been studying Acts, and I never carry my DD-214 with me. That's my discharge paperwork.
Okay.
And while we were up there at the Airbnb and everything, I found a copy in my purse, and I'm like, oh, I forgot I had this in here, you know. And so when we were going to go to Portsmouth, you know, I know it was the Most High. I know it was the Spirit, because it was like, take that with you. I had my veteran's ID, but I needed to take that with me too. And when we went up there, and they didn't believe I was a veteran. I don't look like a veteran. I just look like an older lady, you know. And so they didn't believe I was a veteran. They had gone all the way through my purse. They took my purse, went all through my purse, okay, and they found my veteran's ID card. And they said, well, you don't have a driver's license. And I'm like, well, you have my purse. I know what my driver's license is, you know. So they got my purse. I showed them my driver's license. But I saw in there where they had also found my DD-214. On my DD-214, the discharge place shows as Portsmouth, Virginia.
The same place that you were?
Yeah, the same place that I was. And so they finally got it that, yes, I'm a veteran, you know. And then, you know, they never told us why they stopped us. And one of the articles in UCMJ has to do with following a lawful, you know, an order, disobeying or obeying a lawful order. And I obeyed an order. Now, his order may have been unlawful,
Right.
but I obeyed the order I was given, you know, so they really had nothing to hold us on. And when they realized that and saw the video, you know, all they could do is let us go, you know.
Yeah.
Paperwork, everything was in order. That was the Most High, because I don't carry that with me, you know.
Right.
So we have to use the, you know, the tools that wisdom gives us.
Yeah. it's already there for us. You just got to be equipped with it and know what to use at the time. Let's move on real quick though. They're texting me and asking me, can you have a feast? Can you cook and have a feast on the Sabbath? They're one and the same. The Sabbath is a feast. What we're gonna do, she's gonna grab the class that we just did, going over the whole Sabbath do's and don'ts and misunderstandings and misconceptions. She'll grab that for y'all. She'll throw it inside the chat, please.
Yeah.
It was it's called the, man, I just did it.
Misconceptions.
It says it like Sabbath
Okay.
myths. Yeah.
And can I read just one scripture?
Yeah.
Just on that too. It's Leviticus chapter 23, verse 37, right? This is after it names all the feasts that you can find all the feasts that we're supposed to celebrate in Leviticus chapter 23, right? So in Leviticus 23 and verse 37, it says, "These are the feasts of the Lord, which ye shall proclaim to be holy convocations, to offer an offering made by fire unto the Lord." So in all the feasts, we were offering offerings unto the Most High. How do you offer an offering? When you offer an offering, you're sacrificing with fire. So fire was being killed on all these feast days. Then it says a burnt offering, right? And a meat offering. So remember, whenever you offer a meat offering, you ate that meat offering with the priest. So you cooked that, right? And then it said a sacrifice and drink offerings, everything upon its day. So when you offered these things on the feast days, remember some days were 7 days, some feast days were 7 days, some feast days were 8 days, I'm sorry. Some was 1 day, some was like 2 days, right? But think about it, if a feast day is 7 days, then you're gonna run into the Sabbath on one of those days. So you're still gonna feast, even though it's the Sabbath. You're still gonna cook. You're still gonna offer a fire. You're gonna do all that. So
585, is that Rochester? They're not so Rochester.
yeah.
Yeah. For the brothers and sisters in Rochester, Kazakia is in Rochester. Yeah, that's Rochester. He's in Rochester right now in class. So if y'all got all these questions that y'all are asking, y'all can show up to where Kazakia is going to be for the next month, and y'all can have class in person. Just so you know, just throwing it out there. But yeah, she put the class in the chat, and I texted. Who is it? Tessa Brooks. So hopefully, just check that class out. We just did it about a month ago.
Yeah.
Going through all the cooking. What is the Sabbath? What should you be doing? All through the scriptures. All right. So I just don't want to go over that again, since we just did a whole class on it. But when you get a chance, check out that class. Let's hop back to Genesis.
Genesis chapter 32, verse 28. And he said, "Thy name shall be called no more Jacob, but Israel. For as a prince hast thou power with the Most High and with men, and hast prevailed." Verse 29. And Jacob answered him and said, "Tell me, I pray thee, thy name." And he said, "Wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?" And he blessed him. And he blessed him there.
Right.
Verse 30.
Sounds just like Samson, right? Manoah. They asked the angel, "What's your name?" Say, "What you asking my name for?" Right. Go ahead.
Verse 30. And Jacob called it his name of the place of Peniel, for I have seen Most High face to face, and
What?
And my life is preserved.
Right. Now remember Manoah, he said, "Man, we seen God face to face, we gonna die." Right? So you can see the different thoughts when they dealt with this angel. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And he passed it over Peniel. The sun rose up upon him, and he halted.
Face. Right. Penuel. Panya, right? Panya in Hebrew is face.
Yep.
You see that? So this is Panya Allah, right? The face of God, or the face of the Most High. Panya Allah. Go ahead.
And he hawked it up on his thigh. Verse 32. Therefore the children of Israel eat not of the sinew, which strengthened, which is upon the harlot of the thigh.
Right. So there's a tendon. It's the sinew. A sinew is a tendon. Connects bone to muscle. Now, I don't think anybody would eat this part of the animal anyway. It's unedible. But it was just showing, symbolically and traditionally. So, when you go through the tradition, what we would do is we would cut that part of it's in the back hind legs of the animal, the sinew. So like even when we got the lamb the other day, you can see that tendon, man, it's long like this, and it's just flat and hard. It's almost like a bone, but it's so thick and rubbery, you wouldn't be able to eat that anyway. So you cut that out, we would cut that out, and then prepare the meat. Yeah, so that's what it was. The tendon, it's a long tendon. Go ahead.
Verse 32, second precept.
Okay, wait, can you line up? Wait, is that Yashikar? Can you line up? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 32, second precept, which is upon the hollow of the thigh unto this day, because he tasted the thigh, the hollow of Jacob's thigh, in the sinew that strengthened. Verse 33, and Jacob lifted up his eyes and looked, and behold, Esau came, and with him 400 men. And he divided the children unto Leah, and unto Rachel, and unto the two handmaids. Verse 2, and he put the handmaids and their children foremost, and Leah and her children after, and Rachel and Joseph hindermost. Verse 3, and he passed it over before them, and bowed themselves to the ground 7 times, until he came near to his brother. Verse 4, and Esau ran to meet him, and embraced him, and fell on his neck, and kissed him, and they wept. Verse 5, and he lifted up his eyes, and saw the woman, and the children, and said, who are those with thee? And he said, the children which Most High has graciously given thou servant. Verse 6, then the handmaids came near, they and their children, and they bowed themselves. Verse 7, Leah also with her children came near and bowed themselves. And after came Joseph near and Rachel, and they bowed themselves.
You know what's cool about, man, what we just read is it said that, verse 4, and Esau ran to meet him and embraced him and fell on his neck and kissed him, and they wept, right? Now think about it. Esau came with 400 men. His intentions wasn't this, but obviously Jacob using wisdom, his intentions changed. Now, this correlates to our lives so much, man. Sometimes, man, we look at the future and what the future holds, and the future looks bleak, and we'll totally forget that the Most High is with us. We'll totally forget that, and we fall. It's like when Goliath approached Israel, and all of our men, we just looked at Goliath and we were like, oh my God, he's huge. The shield, the helmet, the big sword, all his armor, his voice. We all looked at everything from the outward appearance, and we forgot that the Most High was with us. Goliath was out there for 40 days. He was out there for 40 days waiting for anybody to step up and challenge him. At any point, anybody could have stepped up and been like, you know what? I believe in the Most High. Let's go. David ended up stepping up and was like, man, okay, you're not going to do nothing. The Most High is with us. Killed Goliath with a stone, right? But when you look at it, who would have thought Goliath would have went down with a small stone? One small stone. Who would have thought that? But when you look at this story right here, you know, Jacob, he sat there, he wrestled with the angel. He said he used wisdom, right, and sent his family out with the gifts, but in droves, different droves to Esau. When he sent the first family and he seen, okay, nothing happened, let's send this other one. Sent the next family, okay, nothing happened, let's send another one. And he used wisdom dealing with Esau in the situation. And look, Esau didn't think he was going to come over, he was going to weep and embrace his brother. He wanted to kill his brother. But look how it played out. So I'm saying that just to remind us, man, a lot of times in this life, there's going to be situations where it looks bleak. It looks bleak, but are you going to lose faith in the Most High? You can't lose faith in the Most High. He got your back. So if the Most High got your back, then just relax yourself and use wisdom. Breathe and think your way through it. Use proper judgment when you apply the scriptures, man. Everything that was written aforetime was written for our learning. So let's look back in the scriptures where something like this happened, see how the brother or see how the sister dealt, and apply the same thing. You'll get the same result. So, yeah. All right, let's get the next reader up. That's it for the first reader.
William Sabbath Yahweh, Ban Yasharala.
William Shabbat Yahweh, Bun Yasharala, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak.
Yahweh Shemel Sabrak
Yahweh Shemel Sabrak. Gone. Excuse me. Yes, sir.
Genesis chapter 33, verse 8. And he said, what meanest thou by all this drove which I met? And he said, there are to find grace in the sight of my Lord. And Esau said, I have enough, my brother. Keep that thou hast unto thyself. And Jacob said, nay, I pray thee, if now I find grace in thy sight, then receive my present at my hand. For therefore I have seen thy face, as though I have seen the face of the Most High. And thou wast pleased with me. Take, I pray thee, my blessing that is brought to thee. But the Most High hath dealt graciously with me, and because I have enough. And he urged him, and he took it. And he said, let us take our journey, and let us go.
Right.
And I will go before thee. And he said unto him, my Lord knoweth that children are tender, and the flocks and the herd with young are with me. And if men should overdrive them one day, all the flock will die. Verse 14. Let my Lord, I pray thee, pass over before his servant. And And I will lead on softly, according as the cattle that goeth before me, and the children be able to endure, until I come unto my Lord unto Seir. And Esau said, Let me now leave with these some of the folk that are with me. And he said, What needed it? Let me find grace in sight of my Lord. So Esau returned that day on his way unto Seir.
Right, so Jacob kind of laid out his intentions for what he was doing. He was like, listen, I'm just trying to pass through, right? I can only move as fast as the cattle and the women can move. So, it's going to take a little while. Don't mind me, right? We just passing on through. Esau was like, well, let me leave some men. He was like, no. We good. Oh, yeah, please. He was like, nah, we good. You know, I let the Most High give me. I let the Most High carry me. He didn't trust him. He didn't trust him or his men. But he laid out his intention to show Esau he didn't mean no harm. He said it. He said, verse 13, he said unto him, My Lord, knoweth that the children are tender, and the flocks and the herds with the young are with me. They weren't all tender. They weren't all young.
God.
Remember, in the next chapter, Reuben and Simeon went. It was a Simeon and Levi went and slayed a whole damn nation of people. Mm-hmm. So they weren't that tender. Mm-hmm. But Jacob again using wisdom, because some of them were younger. Obviously, those are the two oldest, but some of them were younger. Little Benjamin wasn't born yet, right? So they were various ages, right? And then all the other people he had with them, all the flocks. So he was just using wisdom. Listen, we're gonna have to move a little bit slow through your land, because look what I got with me. Can't make the elderly walk faster than they can walk. Can't push the children too hard. Even the cattle can't work the cattle too hard, else they're gonna be useless. Mm-hmm. So Jacob again using wisdom, transparency. The scripture say, "Agree with thy adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way." That's one scripture that Israel loves to avoid. Like it's not in the Bible. We act like that Matthew 18 ain't in the Bible. Agree with thy adversary quickly, whilst thou art in the way. So you may have to divulge a little information to keep yourself on the up and up, so they can see that there's no sleight of hand. Even though there was a sleight of hand going on.
Yeah.
Jacob was pulling the wool over Esau. He was basically trying to get out of his crosshairs, get to where he had to go, trying to follow the Most High, but not tick off Esau, because he knew anything could have set this man off. Oh, you in my land too long, or you taking too long, or you moving too slow. So let me let you know right now that we moving slow. Let me let you know right now, I got old women, children, cattle. You see that? Let me appease you every step of the way. The scriptures say, you know what I like about the scripture that says condescending to men of low estate? The low estate is a low estate of thinking. Esau was in a low estate. His mind don't think on the level of wisdom. So you got to almost drop down to that level, explain everything. That way you stay out of the crosshairs. That's what Jacob was doing. He was condescending to Esau in a way of, I know you don't think like a regular human. I know you think you don't have no conscience. So let me play to your conscience. Women, children, cattle. Right? Go ahead. Where we at?
Verse 17. Yep. And Jacob journeyed to Succoth.
Right.
And built him a house and made booths for his cattle.
So remember the feast of Succoth? Or what does Succoth mean? What's that, sis?
Like boots or like.
Right. It means booths. The feast of Booth or Succoth. Right. So you see how these places are named after what they're doing. It's real simple. Because it comes back and say he made booths. Go ahead.
Therefore the name of this place is called Succoth. And Jacob came to Shalem, the city of Shechem, which is in the land of Canaan, when he came from Pandanaram, and pitched his tent before the city. And he bought a parcel of a field where he had spread his tent, at the hand of the children of Hamor, Shechem's father, for 100 pieces of money. And he erected there an altar, and he called it El Elohi, Israel. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah.
Right, so that's chapter 33. Any questions? No? All right, so go ahead.
Chapter 34. And Dinah, the daughter of Leah, which she bare unto Jacob, went out to see the daughters of the land. And when Shechem, the son of Hamor, the Hivite, prince of the country, saw her, he took her, and lay with her, and defiled her. And his soul clave unto Dinah, the daughter of Jacob. And he loved the damsel, and spake kindly unto the damsel. And Shechem spake unto his father Hamor, saying, Get me this damsel to wife. And Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah his daughter. Now his sons were with his cattle in the field, and Jacob held his peace until they were come. And Hamor, the father of Shechem, went out unto Jacob to commune with him. And the sons of Jacob came out of the field when they heard it. And the men were grieved, and they were very wroth, because he had wrought folly in Israel, and lay with Jacob's daughter.
Right, so basically, the Hivites, those were the Africans. It was commanded that we weren't supposed to deal with no outside nations. So these two brothers, right, being Simeon and Levi, they were upset on a few different levels. That he lay with her being a nation, and that he took her the wrong way. He didn't come to have no dealings with the father, like how we did our traditional marriages. You go to the fathers go deal with the fathers, set everything up, set up all the arrangements. They didn't like the fact that this man was a nation and that he didn't follow the custom. So they were angry, just like any brother would. You see it you see it in TV all the time, man. You know, they always have like your story of Romeo and Juliet, right? That was kind of based off of like some forbidden love, or the way things were dealt with, you know. But we had a custom. They were upset that wasn't kept. Go ahead.
Which thing ought not to be done. And Hamor communed with them, saying, The soul of my son Shechem longeth for your daughter. I pray you give him to wife, and make ye marriages with us, and give your daughters unto us, and take our daughters unto you, and ye shall dwell with us, and the land shall be before you. Dwell and trade ye therein, and get ye possessions therein. And Shechem said unto her father and unto her brethren, Let me find grace in your eyes, and what ye shall say unto me I will give. Ask me never so much dowry and gift, and I will give according as ye say unto me. But give me the damsel to wife.
Right, so Shechem, and it's going to tell you when you read down, he was more honorable than anybody of his father's house. So he was like, listen, whatever price it is, after he spoke with them, they were like, well, listen, bro, there's a dowry that you got to pay, right? We did that 50 shekels, probably more, because you did things wrong. But when they talked about it, he said, I'll do whatever y'all want, but just, I want her. It said, well, it tells you in verse 3, his soul clave unto Dinah, and he loved the damsel, spake kindly unto the damsel, so he fell in love with her at some point. He didn't go about dealing with the situation the right way. So now he's coming back, backtracking, but he is willing to do whatever it took for this woman. Remember, wine and women destroy kings. Ooh. Right? Wine and women destroy kings. And what is it? Is it that women are bad and wine is bad? No. But just look at this situation. He dealt out of order. He dealt out of order, and that was where the destruction comes. He was out of order with it. You know how it is, man. Can't fall deep in love. They say love is blind. Because you'll be blinded from all types of. Remember, we read the story in 1 Ezra 4, where it said the woman smacked the crown off the king's head, and then he laughed about it. But let a man smack a crown off a king's head, bro. His whole lineage is going to be wiped out. But it's like that beauty, the beauty of a woman, the beauty of the woman, the you know, just a man being in that ambiance of a woman he really loves. You'll forget to stay on top of certain things and be on top of her and be on and put righteousness and truth before your love. You see that, and do things in a proper order. So the thing is, I know we went over this story because somebody brought it up dealing with the book of Jasher, and we went into it and we talked about it. And you know, me, Kazakia, we got on the phone with Yeshaya, and you know, he broke the story down in a way that, you know, basically there was ill dealings here. She was defiled, she was taken by force, and that constitutes a rape. So, and we went here to show, you know, the scriptures say, through thy precepts I get understanding. Precept upon precept. Go to Judith chapter 9 verse 2 real quick. Sure, question.
Was she really taken by force, though?
Well, there was some type of force there for her to be defiled. When you look up that word defiled, it says raped. When you look up that word force, it says raped. You see that? So when you look up that Hebrew word, so there was something that, obviously there was some type of conversation where, let me ask y'all this. Let me just ask y'all this real quick. Was Diana a heathen or a Hebrew?
Hebrew.
Right. So what did Diana know that Shechem didn't know?
Fathers dealt with the men dealt with each other.
She knew the custom.
Crown.
So in some way he dealt with her and spoke to her in a way where she forgot, wait a minute, let me do things the right way. Things got to be done the right way. So there was some forcefulness there. There was a taking of something not in the means of, let me deal with it the right way. You see that? When we go into Judith, it explains it. Read it.
Judith, chapter 9, verse 2.
Read.
O Lord God of my father Simeon,
Right.
to whom thou gavest a sword to take vengeance of the strangers,
Right.
who loosened the girdle of a maid to defile her.
You see that? Who loosened the girdle. Go ahead.
And discovered the thigh of her shame to her shame.
So there was something there where she was now shamed. It didn't matter how he felt about her, she felt a way about the situation. Go ahead.
And polluted her virginity to her reproach.
You see that? Polluted her virginity. Now you in the way it's written and what it's saying, you don't hear this type of talk when it came to, like when Isaac took Rebekah into his mother's tent. Said he lay with her and he loved her, right?
Come.
Did it say anything about him polluting her virginity?
Nah.
Say anything about her feeling defiled and shamed?
Nah.
Right. So obviously there was some type of dealing that Shechem was on. There was some type of dealing that Shechem was on where it wasn't on the up and up. Y'all see this? Right. So there was some type of forcefulness there. It could have just been in his speech. You know, it could have been in his speech, and then him laying with her in that manner is the defilement. He took her by force. He didn't take her the way that she should. Put it like this: can we all agree that he didn't take her in the way that she should have been dealt with?
We can agree.
Right. She wasn't dealt with the way an Israelite woman should have been dealt with. He dealt with her like a damn beast. Let me hit it first and then take you later as a wife. We didn't necessarily always deal like that. In that, you know, in that type of mode where he just saw a woman and snatched her up. Think about it. So she went out and then he just took her. He basically, I mean, again, on the level, how was he able to just see her and just take her into his house?
Right.
Remember, she was in his house the whole time. Even when he went to go deal with her fathers, she was in his house.
Yeah, think about the scripture in Leviticus where it says if a man lay hold of the damsel.
Right.
But I know they didn't have the law either, so
Well,
they really didn't.
well, this is the thing. Again, the force, the nature in which everything went down, it wasn't customarily how we did things. Even him, think about it, even him taking her and just putting her in his house. And then going to the father is like, oh yeah. Because watch this, when you read, Shechem spake to his father, give me this damsel to wife. Jacob heard that he had defiled Dinah on his daughter, not the son of her. Right, so think about it. They heard what had happened, and then they went and dealt with Jacob. After he already heard, like, yo, this dude lay with your daughter. Mm-hmm. So the way in which it went, now let's just look at it. Let's parallel stories real quick. Let's deal with Mary and Joseph. Right? We know that through the custom of how we dealt, Mary and Joseph were espoused before he lay with her. Mm-hmm. There was an espousal period. Just because she didn't know don't mean that it didn't happen. Their parents dealt. They were dealing to the custom, but then he didn't follow through with the whole ceremonial dealings. But they still dealt. Even Samson, dealing with damn Philistine women and harlots, he even kept the tradition of, let me go to he went to his dad first, he seen her, damn, she's dope, went back to his dad, hey, go get that woman to wife. Mm-hmm. Let's have a feast, let's do it right. So you can see where the lack of care for our tradition, these Hamites didn't deal with that. You see that? So even that, them trampling over our customs, excuse me, my ears just popped. Them trampling over our customs and just doing what they wanted to do in their little forceful way, you can see that it was frowned upon by the brothers. I mean, look, as you read this prayer that Judith is saying, she's praying for the same sword that they took to go kill these men. Right. That the Most High allowed them to take. The Most High allowed them to go in there and destroy this city. So,
if you actually keep on it, when you read it on the last precept, it says, and what do you call it?
Right, and yet they did so.
And yet they did so. That means that she said, it says, for thou sayest. So when you read up a little bit, and polluted her virginity to her reproach, for thou sayest, it shall not be so. So she said it shouldn't be so, right? Is that what it's saying? If you read what I'm saying, I'm reading it wrong.
Read it again. Just read it from the top.
Okay. O Lord God, my father Simeon, to whom thou gavest.
Where it says is, for thou saidest.
Yes, that means she said.
No, thou saidest is the Most High said. It should not be so.
All right. Okay, I got it wrong.
It shall be so. Thou saidest. Remember, she's praying to the Most High.
It shall not be so.
Right. It shall not be so, meaning what? They should not marry us. Give not thy sons to their wives and their wives to your sons. It should not be so. Right? You read that in Deuteronomy, the 7th chapter.
Man, it was freezing.
Yeah. So it should not be so, yet they did so. They being the Hamites. Did so, took the woman. Okay. All right, so we it wasn't on the up and up. It wasn't done the right way, and they were nations on top of that. They weren't supposed to deal with her in that manner. Yeah, they did know the law. Jacob did know the law. Jacob did know the law of marriage. That's why Isaac, when he lay with Rebekah, they were married. They did know the law.
No, I was speaking of the
No, I'm talking. No. I'm talking here on this chat. The Hamites didn't. Yeah, they didn't deal. Remember, why did let's before y'all start raising your hands, give me a sec. Why did Abraham have to tell Sarah and say that you're my wife? Say that you're my daughter and my sister and not my wife? Why did Isaac have to come back and do the same thing? Surely I did not think that the law was in this land, right? Some of them knew the law, like Abimelech. They knew and they held a standard to a certain point. Laban, he held a standard to a certain point, but did he not have other gods? Yeah. You see that? So they did keep a standard and some of the law to a point, but they veered off in certain instances. You see that? So Listen, they knew what we did. They may have known what we did and what we didn't do, but they didn't care. They did according to what they wanted. Remember, we read it. For thou saidest, it should not be so, and yet they did so. You see that? They did so. So that vengeance was taken upon them. Watch, read verse 3 in that Judith.
Verse 3. Wherefore thou gavest their rulers to be slain.
He did what?
Thou gavest their rulers to be slain.
Go ahead.
So that they died their bed in blood.
Read.
Being deceived, and smotest the servants with their swords.
With their lords.
With their lords. And the lords upon their thrones.
Go ahead.
And has given their wives for prey, and their daughters to be captives, and all their spoils to be divided among thy dear children.
You see that? Go ahead.
Which were moved with thy zeal.
They were moved with what?
With thy zeal.
Go ahead.
And abhorred the pollution of their blood.
Come on.
And called upon thee for aid.
Go ahead.
O power, O my power, hear me also a widow.
Right. So, I mean, Judith kind of explains it. The whole story. So let's jump back.
Genesis chapter 34, verse 14. And they said unto them, we cannot do this thing, to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised. For that we're a reproach unto us. Were a reproach unto us. But in this we consent unto you, if you will be as we be, that every male of you be circumcised. Then will we give our daughters unto you, and we will take your daughters unto us.
Right. So what were they hitting them with? They did know the law because they used the law to get revenge. The law of the stranger. Remember when it said, when a stranger come into you, if he be circumcised, that he's going to be like one of you born in the land. He can keep the feast days. He can live with you. He can do all the things that you do as if he was born in the land. He just had to be circumcised. So they used the law against them to exact vengeance.
Also, back at like the Judith 9:2, when the Most High said, it should not be so. This is where it's talking about it should not be so, right? Verse 14, and they said unto them, we cannot do this thing to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us. So that was what the Most High was saying when he was like, nah, it's not supposed to be like that.
Yep.
Just like we didn't take uncircumcised women, our women weren't supposed to take uncircumcised men. You see what I'm saying? So even when you read down, it's like they said, if you circumcise yourselves, then we'll take your daughters and we'll take your sons, right? But think about it, circumcision isn't just fleshly. It's supposed to be a circumcision of the mind. So they're like, oh yeah, we gonna do the flesh, whatever, right? But they're not thinking in their mind like it's a circumcision of the heart. It's a circumcision of the mind. You see what I'm saying? That's what counts. And that's really what the Most High, that's what matters to the Most High too, is, of course, you got to do both the carnal and the spiritual circumcision. But when it said, we cannot do this thing to give our sister to one that is uncircumcised, for that were a reproach unto us, that's speaking of the carnal, yes, but it's speaking of the spiritual too. You can cut off the foreskin all you want, but if your mind ain't circumcised, then what profit is there, right? You can look at Esau. Those fake Jewish people in the land of Israel, they circumcising themselves, but their minds ain't circumcised, so ain't even no point. So
right. Think about it. Even when you go into the law, it said when you went to war and you found a damsel that you wanted to take, there was a process you had to go through.
Yeah.
It was almost literally like, I don't want to say it's a circumcision for women because that's not what it was, but there was a process you dealt with this you put this woman through of another nation. What did it say? It said you took off her clothing of captivity, you pay her nails, you sit her up for what, 30 days or something like that? Right. You did all this process, and if you wanted to deal with her, then you dealt with her. And if not, you let her go.
Come.
So there was a process. So the whole point is these Hamites wasn't trying to follow the process. They wanted to deal the way they deal, like brutes. And Simeon and Levi wasn't having that. Bottom line, yeah.
As on the side note, I was looking on this chat last night, and there's a bunch of Edomites talking about circumcision is barbaric and should be.
Well, it's barbaric the way they do it. They
Should
cut off
be
a man's
banned.
penis and then suck on it. I mean, that's terrible.
They were talking about the whole practice altogether.
But the way they do it, they literally suck a baby's penis.
No,
And then give him herpes.
Not the Jews, I'm talking about just regular people.
Oh, I mean, now they do it. It's just surgery. Now it's just like forceps, right? And that is gone. The baby heals up in like 2 weeks, and that's that. You know, but that's why the scriptures say, "Who could know the mind of the Lord?" What's barbaric to us? Like, oh, the God kills babies. He looks at the things spiritually. So yeah, Esau's gonna say what they're gonna say, but they're the most barbaric people on the earth. They put paint thinner in foods. The GMO like I could go through the whole list of what Esau does and talk about barbaric. You sleep with animals. You sleep with dead bodies. Like, I mean, I gotta go even more? You're a literal caveman. Esau will always try to put the Most High as a barbarian and forget that he's the most barbaric man. It says it. He's the vilest man of the earth. So
They just did another report that how they found human meat in the McDonald's manufacturing plant.
yeah, right? I mean, come on.
Human meat.
You've been hearing about that from McDonald's forever. Human meat in the burgers. You've been hearing about child sacrifice at McDonald's and meat forever, right? But think about it. Baby fetuses and Pepsi and all these different. They use it as flavoring. Yeah. Stem cells for flavoring. And discarded baby fetuses and beaver butt gland for vanilla and strawberry. Like, come on, man. Who thinks of that? Who thinks of, like, let me use a beaver, the gland in his backside that is going to taste like vanilla?
Again, so who's the white man in the Bible?
I mean, damn,
Is he in the Bible?
who first experimented on that? Like, man, let me lick his butt.
That tastes like vanilla.
Oh, that tastes like strawberry. Maybe because the beaver was eating some strawberry or cocoa beans.
They're probably eating the whole thing.
Yeah, they're probably eating the whole thing. Got to the ass and was like, damn, this tastes sweet. Think about it. They drink coffee out of a rodent's ass. Because, his stomach ferments the beans, and that makes a good coffee. Like, come on.
Wait, what?
Yeah, there's a coffee, some rare coffee that they drink because it comes out of
Some kind of cat or
some
something.
kind of rodent or cat's butt. Because they eat the beans, they don't digest the bean. It goes into their stomach, it ferments, and then it poops, and they take that and they said, oh, that can make a good coffee. Like, who the hell thinks like that? Like, who in their right mind walks up and says, man, I know that meat is raw as hell, let me get it. I mean, it's telling us. So if they try to say the Most High is barbaric, they gotta definitely, that's like the kettle calling the pot black, right? But we know that the Most High is not barbaric. Remember to go to Romans 7 and 14 real quick. Go to Romans 7 and verse 14. Is it 14? Yep.
Romans chapter 7, verse 14.
Go ahead.
For we know that the law is spiritual.
Go ahead.
But I am carnal.
Yeah, see, we carnal as hell. We look at everything, oh, that's wrong. That's barbaric. That's harsh. Go ahead.
Sold under sin.
Go ahead and jump down to verse 12. Go to verse 12.
Verse 12. Wherefore, the law is holy,
right?
and the commandment holy,
Right?
and just.
You see that? It ain't barbaric. Its commandment is holy, just, and good. Read.
Was then that which is good made it death unto me.
The only reason why it's made death unto us is because we explore with sin. That's why. The commandment don't kill you. It's the sin that does.
My mom's Esau, and I remember when I was young, one time we asked, what's for dinner, Mom? And she said, cat poop goulash.
Ugh. See? Cat poop goulash.
She was joking, but I'd be like, who thinks of that?
But that's my point. Who thinks about that type of stuff? You got to be in a barbaric mind to. You know what's fun, man? Anyway.
Yeah, bro. Let's see here. They talk about some things online. Let's see. Right. Esau was circumcised. Esau was circumcised on the 8th day.
Yeah, they all were. Remember, Esau's a Hebrew too. He had to follow the law of circumcision. Right?
Yeah, Isaac definitely circumcised him.
Yeah. Yeah, they were all circumcised. Esau probably fell off of that. And doing that, hey, look. Right? Let's see here. The custom of, they suck the blood of the baby just to prove the circumcision about the spirit of the heart, not just removal of the flesh. Yeah. You sucking that blood and then you giving the baby herpes? Bro, them Jews just running around just herpes and syphilis, dying of gonorrhea. That kills a baby. Yeah, the custom of Ham, snatching up girls and women, never speak with people who came from Hamite cultures where they had always been the norm. Yeah, you got Ham circumcising women, circumcising little girls, removing the clitoris because they don't want the women to feel pleasure. Like, come on, you talk about barbarism, barbaric. Man, this world is barbaric.
When I lived in Minnesota, they said that the Africans there would rent hotel rooms and then they would sew the little girls' parts together so they couldn't have sex.
Yeah, or they would do that so that they got with a man. When the man goes in there, it gives him more pleasure.
Well, they were dying because, like they got their menstrual and there was no way to keep them clean because they sew all of it shut.
Yeah, that's wild. That's wild. Yeah, but that's Ham. That's what, the Most High said don't deal with Ham. Them niggas was off from the beginning. As soon as they popped out and Ham started having kids, they was reckless. Nimrod, and then it never stopped. Idol worship, and all just the filth that Ham does. Blood worship, blood drinking, washing their faces in cow piss. I mean, come on, man. Talking about beastness and vileness.
You know, it's funny. I seen on my favorite website. Not my favorite website, but
website?
It's not my favorite website.
It's his most frequented.
It's funny. Whenever I don't have social media, so whenever I get online, I look on World Star, see what's crazy. Then I look on her site, see what's crazy. Then I go on like a hip hop website just to see what's going on with these gay rappers. But so I seen this video on Hood site where this Hindu dude, this Indian, he had a bowl full of cow dung, full of cow poop, and he was taking the poop was like mixed with like a little bit of water, so it was like really sloshy, I guess. And this dude like a slushy, and this dude would take the poop, and he was bathing himself in it. And as he was bathing himself in it, he would say "moo," and everybody around him would say "moo" too. So he would like bathe himself, and they were like "moo," and they'll be like "moo," and I was like, what? So he's like doing it with this is cow poop, like lots of cow poop, bro. And he's naked, just "moo," and I'm watching. I'm like, damn, like this is what these cats is doing.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy, man. But the statement I was gonna make was this, man. That's why it's important, for us to get back on top. Because y'all got to think about it. When Jacob came, Jacob was giving Esau gifts to appease his wrath and all that. But think about it. When we in our kingdom, it's not just going to be a blessing for us. It's going to be a blessing for the whole world, like every other nation. You don't have to be bathing in cow poop. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to, like, the Hamites, you don't have to sew a girl up. You don't have to do these things that you think or that you feel is beneficial because of whatever it is that you believe, but it ain't doing nothing for you but causing you harm. You won't have to do all that. Why? Because righteousness will be in order. You see what I'm saying? It's very, very important, man, for us to get back, because it's funny, man. I look at stuff like that, and yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it's sad. Yeah, some of it's disgusting, crazy. But I still look at it, and I'm like, damn, like, it's messed up. At the end of the day, these are humans. You see what I'm saying? And they're so lost. They're so lost that they cause all this harm to themselves, man, and they don't even know. Yeah, some of them chose it, but you know, hey, listen, man, Israelites, we were made to run the world. The world is out of order. All this is going on because of us, because of what we did. We suffer big time, but they suffering too. You see what I'm saying? As soon as we get back into our place, then, you know, you either get down or lay down. It's either you could either roll with us and not suffer, or you can suffer and die. So, yeah, man. God.
Where we at?
Genesis chapter 34, verse 17. But if you will not hearken unto us to be circumcised, then we will take our daughter and we will be gone. The word pleased Hamor and Shechem, Hamor's son. And the young man deferred not to do the thing, because he had delight in Jacob's daughter, and he was more honorable than all the house of his father. And Hamor and Shechem his son came unto the gate of their city, and communed with the men of their city, saying, These men are peaceable with us. Therefore let them dwell in the land, and trade therein. For the land, behold, it is large enough for them. Let us take their daughters to us for wives, and let us give them our daughters. Only herein will the men consent unto us for to dwell with us, to be one people, if every male among us be circumcised, as they are circumcised. Shall not their cattle and their substance and every beast of theirs be ours? Only let us consent unto them, and they will dwell with us.
See, what are they? What were they trying to do?
Come up.
They were trying to
Get the blessings.
use Jacob on the come up, knowing what? They marry our women, they take what?
Heritage.
The inheritance. So they knew how we rolled. They just gave it away right here. They knew how we rolled. They knew about that law of inheritance. Wherever that woman went, if she had anything, that went with the man. They were like, oh, we're going to use them as the come up. We're going to use them as the come up. So you can see the intentions of Shechem, Hamor. Their intentions were to come up off the backs of Israel, like no different than today. They instead of trying to kill you now, they want you to be around so you can continue to feed into their industry, build their infrastructure. You build it, it's crazy. You build it, you sustain it, and then you pay for it. We spend more money than any nation on the earth. We work harder than any nation on the earth. And we literally commit to our captors more than any nation on the earth. I mean, it's all.
You know, it's cool. I was listening to the hip hop station while riding up here this morning, and they was talking about one of the guys who was on there. And he was talking about like how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. He was like, people say it's the lesser of two evils, but I don't see it as the lesser of two evils. That's what he said, right? But then he was like, I couldn't do 4 more years of Trump. We at least with Biden and Harris, we can go back to having some form of comfortability here in America. And I was like, damn, man, like this is the BS that they push to our people to be comfortable here. You know what I'm saying? You're slaves, like you said, like We don't have nothing. The 12 tribes don't have nothing here, but they want us to be comfortable in our captivity. And the way they've mind-effed us, they've done a very good job, man. Where we don't see or understand anything outside of America or outside of whatever third world country it is that we're living in. We can't fathom what it's like to have our own land, military, government, money, business, economy. We can't fathom none of that as a people. It's like, let's just stay under the boot of the white man. We can't fathom what it's like. Like, I'm pretty sure y'all in here right now and online, I'm pretty sure y'all can't even fathom what it's like to not have to go and work for the white man. To not have to punch his clock and get his taxes and live in his crappy houses that he charges you $200,000 for. But you could put a hole in the wall. A car can drive through your house. Like, we can't even fathom what it's like to have our own nation and run it and under the Most High. We can't even fathom. It's not even, it's so crazy, man. Like 1 Corinthians 2:9 says, like, I have not seen nor ear heard, nor has it entered into the heart of man what the Most High has prepared for those that love him. Right? It's not even in our mind.
Can I read this one?
Yeah.
This is becoming one of my favorites. This is first. This is first Ezra's. This is second Ezra's 4:27. It says and cannot comprehend the things that are promised to the righteous in time to come. For this world is full of unrighteousness and infirmities.
Damn, see?
It's hard for us. It goes right with that Corinthians. We can't even fathom, man. We can't fathom the things that the Most High God promised for us. We can't fathom the kingdom because we're just so knee deep in crap. when you just got crap all around you, it's like, man, it's hard to even see a kingdom coming.
It's true.
It's hard. Like I always say it, like this news app I gotta delete it. I gotta delete it because all it does, every other story is a murder. In Southwest Houston, I'm like, dudes, people are dying out here. Somebody just went on a 4-person killing spree. 4 people died in North Houston, South, East, and West.
God, bro.
In one night, 4 bodies. I'm like, how the hell you make that much rounds? And that's just one night. That was just 3, 4 in the morning. And then you wake up and it's like, man shot in the garage of his house. 25 immigrants found at the house. Like, they found 25 butt naked immigrants at a house right down the street from here, being transported from the valley, promised work, and they just got a butt naked in the house so they can't run nowhere. One of them managed to escape and run down the street butt naked and got help, or in his drawers, however it was.
Yeah.
But all you see is infirmity. All you hear is death and destruction, and it's like, jeez, are we ever gonna get there? Are we ever gonna get out of this? That's how I be feeling sometimes. I gotta stop looking at that news app because it's nothing but death and destruction.
Psalm chapter 118, verse 8. This is what our people like it. It's better to trust in the Most High than to put confidence in man. Verse 9. It is better to trust in the Most High than put confidence in princes. Verse 10. All nations could pass me about, but in the name of the Most High, I will destroy them. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Our people are, whew. You cannot be a comfortable slave, sis.
I was just thinking about the song that says, I've been down so long, it looks like up to me. Like,
Yeah. They got us going ass backwards, man. Like, you want to just now be just, like, I ain't gonna fight. But that's why the scriptures say Judah is like a crouching lion. The whole nation's like a damn lion crouch. Who's gonna rouse us up? Wow. Right? Who's gonna rouse us up? But we like, man, nah, I'm tired. Let me just sit back down. Let me just be comfortable in this society. Let me get my car, let me get my house, let me get me a woman, and let me just live somewhat happily ever after. But there is no happily ever after. Somebody gotta die. Somebody gotta live wickedly. Somebody gotta live righteous. Someone gotta go through the trials and tribulations. It's bound to happen no matter what. No matter how you try to shield yourself with a job, with your car, your house, carnal possessions. Man, things are set to befall us, regardless. So, yeah, we gotta wake up. Come on, leave the news. I can't have all the stress, swing with nonstop alerts, horrible news. It's depressing. It is. It's very depressing.
Not to me.
Let's jump back. You said what?
Not to me.
It's depressing to me. It's just murder after murder, murder after murder, road rage. Somebody got shot in a road rage the other day. 2 of them. I seen a video the other day. This was crazy. The woman got in her car, reversed, and it was like somebody was waiting for her across the parking lot. He pulled up when she was reversing and met her, and you just hear, doo, 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 doo. He just started lighting up her car. Bro, she took off. And then the car gets out, because it's on camera, her house camera. And then she gets down, and you just hear, doo, 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 doo. He's like dumping off some more. And all of a sudden, you just see her car pull up right in front of her house, parallel to the door. She hopped out the car seat. I don't know how she made it. Hopped in the house, and that was the end of the video. And this dude sat there and just shooting into the house. I was like, who did she piss off? But it's just crazy. Like, that's the level that it's going through. Now imagine just being just an innocent bystander just sitting in your car seeing that. Like, dang. Think about it. In the last year, 3 people got murdered, 4 people got murdered over here. Right at the Walgreens that we go to. It's funny, man. Sometimes we be getting feelings about the Walgreens, like yesterday I was gonna go to the Walgreens and I was like, nah, I'm good. And I turn right back around, I'm just getting the feeling. I'll go in there sometimes, and then sometimes I'll be like, I don't need nothing. Let me, you know what I'm saying? And you just never know. But I look, there be shady characters standing in front of that Walgreens. Just standing there, like, what the hell are you just standing here for? But that's what old boy was doing. He was standing there and carjacked the old woman, stabbed her, shot her, whatever he did, and they came and killed his ass. So, bro, it's...
What a world, man.
Yeah, bro, the world that we in, says we're in the midst of a crooked and perverse generation. You know, so we just got to do what we got to do to stay safe. But let's jump back. Let's jump back. Who will wake up Judah? Right? Who, man? I mean, think about it. You know the Most High is so cold. He shut down all their little industries. Like, you want to be a basketball player, he shut that down, gave them all corona. Shut down football, gave them all corona, still give them corona. Now he's executing all the rappers. All you Negroes talking about, I want to be a rapper. All you little social media influencers, a couple of them done died recently. Yep. One, they found her body on the side of the highway like a week ago. A wholesome white woman.
Yeah.
Wholesome little white girl, social media influencer, dead. The black girl, I don't know her name. They found her body in her house, dead. She died, 2 months ago? She was a little social media influencer. Most High is showing you that you ain't safe in your little professions. Judah wants to run to everything else but the wisdom.
You know how you said you're not safe? I just read this article where DeMar DeRozan, the basketball player,
DeMar DeRozan, yep.
He's for the Spurs, or I don't know if he's still with the Spurs, but
for the
some cat broke into his house, right?
Damn.
But the cat that broke into his house thought that it was Kylie Jenner's house. So, because they live in the same neighborhood. So he breaks into DeMar DeRozan's house. DeMar DeRozan chases him out. And the guy gets away and comes back, like, I don't know, like a couple hours or the next day, and goes to Kylie Jenner's house, because that was the house he meant to break into.
How are you breaking into Kylie Jenner's house? I thought they got money.
Bro,
security.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, that neighborhood that they living in, DeMar DeRozan is a multi-millionaire basketball player.
Yeah.
Like an actual star.
Yeah, he played for the Raptors. He played for
the Raptors.
Spurs.
Now he played for the Spurs. I think he's a free agent now, but But
That's
how
my
that
point.
person get past security
That's my point.
and got into their house?
Because
But
you ain't safe.
But you're not safe, man, and it's beautiful to see. It's very beautiful to see. Like, all we have to do, the scriptures say, hold your peace, and the Most High is going to fight for you. All we got to do is hold. What's our peace? Well, this is our peace right here. You see what I'm saying? Getting our minds right, doing the Sabbath, doing the work, class, all that's our peace. That's our sanity. Do that, the Most High is going to keep us safe, man. And
Yeah, 2 rappers were killed this week here in Atlanta in their studio. Can't be a studio gangster. You'll get shot in the studio.
these guys getting knocked
But
off.
think about it. You know how many rappers got knocked off just in the last month?
Over 30.
Really?
No, I'm just saying.
It's probably over 30. Because I remember there was a time where it was like at least one was dying every day.
Yeah.
These rappers, bro, you ain't safe. You ain't safe, man. So the Most High is showing you, like, you're showing this new generation, you want to run to these professions that ain't going to exalt me, I'm going to wipe them out. I'm wiping out all professions.
That make me think about the song scripture. He dig the pit and fall into the snare. Cause they the ones perpetuating all this violence anyway.
Yep. Yeah, dig a pit, you dig it for yourself, man. Yeah, let's jump back. Damn.
Genesis 34, verse 24. And unto Hamor and unto Shechem and his sons hearkened all that went out of the gate of his city. And every male was circumcised, all that went out of this gate of his city. That was the end.
That was it.
Right.
So check this out. You got in July the 14th, back in July the 14th, you had 27 rappers.
In July?
By July 2014, by July
2020.
this year, they had like a list of 24 rappers or 27 rappers that died by that time. Now, you know it increased rapidly since then, but
Yeah, because like 10 died in 2 weeks.
10 died in like the last
10
2
died in
weeks.
the last month. I can't name not one of them, but they say that they're rappers. So,
Yeah, I can't name one of them either.
Wait,
Well, I can name King Von.
Von, all the other ones. Like, y'all rap? It's funny. King Von's wife, his girl went online like, how come y'all are not showing me the same love that Kobe Bryant's wife got when he died? I was like, because that's Kobe.
Like King Von ain't that important.
There's a huge difference. But anyhow, they all off. Yeah, we got to clean this thing. You know what to say?
No.
So you gonna stand like this? You gonna say Derek? Say Derek.
Derek,
Shabbat Tashal.
Shabbat Tashal,
Yahawada.
Yahawah,
Bun.
Bun,
Yasharala.
Sharala. Yahawah Bashim Yahushua Rakathum.
He'll call it. He'll call it.
You jumped the
I know
gun.
that
Right. No, you get it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Done. Derek Shabbat Tashol, Yahawah, Bun Yashar Allah, Men of Israel, Imagine, Barak, Yahawah Bashim Yahushai,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yahawah Bashim Yahushua Rakathum.
Yahawah Bashim Yahushai Rakatham. Slok, my bad.
So Derek Shabbat Tashal, Yahawada, Bun Yasharala is Derek, tribe of Judah, son of Israel. Okay. Then I mind him. Yeah.
Yes, sir. All right. So you'll read from Genesis chapter 34 to 20 and 25 to Genesis 36 and verse 1.
Starting at 25.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The book of Genesis, chapter 34, verse 25. And it came to pass on the third day, when they were sore, that 2 of the sons of Jacob, Simeon and Levi, Dinah's brethren, took each man his sword, and came upon the city boldly, and slew all the males. And they slew Hamor and Shechem, his son, with the edge of the sword, and took Dinah out of Shechem's house and went out. The sons of Jacob came upon the slain and spoiled the city, because they had defiled their sister. They took their sheep and their oxen and their asses, and that which was in the city and that which was in the field, and all their wealth and all their little ones and their wives took they captive, and spoiled even all that was in the house. And Jacob said to Simon and Levi, Ye have troubled me to make me to stink among the inhabitants of the land, among the Canaanites and the Perizzites. And I, being few in number, they shall gather themselves together against me and slay me, and I shall be destroyed, I and my house. And they said, Should he deal with our sister as with an harlot?
Any questions on that chapter? Go ahead.
Chapter 35, verse 1. And the Most High said unto Jacob, Arise, go up to Bethel, and dwell there, and make there an altar unto God, and appeared unto thee when thou fleddest from the face of Esau thy brother. Then Jacob said unto his household, and to all that were with him, Put away the strange gods that are among you, and be clean, and change your garments. And let us arise and go up to Bethel, and I will make there an altar unto the Most High, who answered me in the day of my distress, and was with me in the way which I went. And they gave unto Jacob all the strange gods which were in their hands.
So look at that. They over here walking around with damn Belial, right? Whatever Laban was dealing with. Because remember, Rebecca took Laban's gods, right? I mean, she sat on them in the tent. So, I mean, that was Laban.
Or was it Rachel?
It was Rachel. Yeah, Rachel.
Yeah.
Excuse me. Yeah, Rachel.
Oh, yeah, I was getting mixed up.
Yeah, it was Rachel. But, that was Laban. Remember, Laban and them, they come from Abraham's lineage, but they didn't deal in the way that Abraham dealt all the way through to Jacob. So there was definitely some serving of other gods. They had a form of righteousness, but not the true knowledge of the Most High.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And all their earrings which were in their ears, and Jacob hid them under the oak which was by Shechem. And they journeyed, and the terror of God was upon the cities that were round about them. And they did not pursue after the sons of Jacob. So Jacob came to Luz, which is in the land of Canaan, that is Bethel, he and all the people that were with him. And he built there an altar and called the place El Bethel, because their God appeared unto him when he fled from the face of his brother. But Deborah, Rebekah's nurse, died, and she was buried beneath Bethel under an oak, and the name of it was called
Alon
Bach.
That's a hard one.
Alon Bach youth. And the Most High appeared unto Jacob again when he came out of Pandamaram, and blessed him. And God said unto him, Thy name is Jacob. Thy name shall not be called any more Jacob, but Israel shall be thy name. And he called his name Israel. And the Most High said unto him, I am God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. A nation and a company of nations shall be of thee, and kings shall come out of thy loins. And the land which I gave Abraham and Isaac to thee I will give it, and to thy seed after thee will I give it the land. And the Most High went up from him in the place
where he talked with him. And Jacob set up a pillar in the place where he talked with him, even a pillar of stone. And he poured a drink offering thereon, and he poured oil thereon. And Jacob called the name of the place where the Most High spake with him, Bethel. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was but a little way to come to Ephrath. And Rachel travailed, and she had hard labor. And it came to pass, when she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have this son also. And it came to pass, as her soul was in departing, for she died, and that she called his name Benoni. Benoni.
Which means son of my sorrow. Benoni. Go ahead.
But his father called him Benjamin,
which is son of the right. Go ahead.
And Rachel died and was buried in the way to Ephrath, which is Bethlehem.
Right, so Benjamin, last son, youngest son, died on the way, traveling from, what was it, Padanaram? Right. And they journeyed from Bethel, and there was another way from Ephrath, and Rachel travailed. They were coming from Bethel to Ephrath. Right, so go ahead.
And Jacob set a pillar upon her grave, that is the pillar of Rachel's grave unto this day. And Israel journeyed and spread his tent beyond the tower of Edar. And it came to pass, when Israel dwelt in that land, that Reuben went and lay with Bilhah, his father's concubine. And Israel heard it. Now the sons of Jacob were 12, and the sons of Leah, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and Simeon, and Levi, and Judah, and Issachar, and Zebulun, the sons of Rachel, Joseph, and Benjamin, and the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid, Dan, and Naphtali, and the sons of Zilpah, Leah's handmaid, Gad, and Asher. These are the sons of Jacob, which were born to him in Padanaram. And Jacob came unto Isaac, his father, unto Mamre, unto the city of Arba, which is Hebron.
Now this is cold, because remember, Jacob been gone for what, 20 years? Isaac gave them the blessing, but what did he say when he came to Esau? He said, basically, my day of death is approaching. His eyes dimmed. He thought he was ready to die, but he lived a whole other 20 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, you see that? So
Damn.
Most High preserved him a whole other 20 years, man. He thought he was close to his death. That's why he blessed his sons. But it all played out for Jacob.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah, it all played out for Jacob. Go ahead.
Cool, yeah.
Okay. Where Abraham and Isaac sojourned. And the days of Isaac were 180 years. And Isaac gave up the ghost and died, and was gathered unto his people, being old and full of days, and his sons Esau and Jacob buried him. Chapter 36.
Right, they both buried him. Yep. Go ahead.
Chapter 36, verse 1. Now these are the generations of Esau, who is Edom.
That's it.
That is it. All right. I'm on.
You got a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Why would she name her son Son of Sorrow?
Well, because she's about to die.
That's why?
Hmm?
Okay.
Yeah. Think about it. And it came to pass, Genesis 35:18. It came to pass when she was in hard labor. So she was in hard labor, that the midwife said unto her, Fear not, thou shalt have a son also. It came to pass as her soul was departing, so she knew she was dying. So that's why she named him that.
Okay.
Yeah, for she died, that she called his name Benoni. Ben-O-Ni. But his father called him Benjamin. So you see, Jacob changed the name up. He overruled her decision.
Yep. Yep. So next reader, right? Let's go into these generations of Esau. Esau.
You ready for some names?
Riding on Esau.
Oh, Esau.
Whoa. Right?
Shabbat Shah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharallah.
I'm on Izar. I'm on one Izar. Shabbat Shah, Yehowadah, Ban Yasharallah. Men of Israel, Amadi. Barak.
Yahweh Shem Yashab Brakatam.
Yahweh Shem Yashab Brakatam.
Riding on Esau. Riding on Esau.
Genesis chapter 36, verse 2. Esau took his wives of the daughters of Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Obimelah, the daughter of Anna, the daughter of Zebulun the Hivite.
And his father hated that. They did not. They did not want that to go down. Obviously, Deuteronomy 7:1. You read down. You know, it names certain nations explicitly, but you know, it went forth for all the nations. We weren't supposed to go take the nations as wives, but it named these Canaanites because they were so off. They were so off. It was like, don't even deal with them. We were supposed to wipe them out. But what did Esau do? What he always does. Goes against the natural order. And when it married these women that he wasn't even supposed to even deal with.
Every decision is just off.
Every decision Esau did was against his father, against wisdom, against the Most High. Go ahead.
And Bashema, Ishmael's daughter, sister of Nebajoth.
So he thought that he was going to fix it by going to take Ishmael. When you read back in Genesis, he took the two Hamites, he saw his father was displeased, and he went and took Ishmael, which didn't make it any better. Because why? He didn't wait. He didn't, like Jacob, they sent him to go get a wife. See, Esau was supposed to be sent to go get a wife. But Esau's pride, you ain't sending me nowhere. I'm going to take what I want, right? They're the same way now. They're the same way now. I'm going to take what I want. So again, all you got to do is just put a certain man inside of in the scriptures to see who fits the bill. And they continue to fit the bill. Go ahead.
And Adah bare Esau Eliphaz, and Bashemath bare Ruel, and Ahalabama bare Jeush, and Jalman, and Jalam, and Korah. And these are the sons of Esau, which were born unto him in the land of Canaan. And Esau took his wives, and his sons, and his daughters, and all the persons of his house, and his cattle, and all his beasts, and all his substance, which he had got in the land of Canaan, and went into the country from the face of his brother Jacob.
Now, remember, I heard the argument before, well, Esau married dark-skinned women, so how is his people white? Was Esau dark-skinned? No. He wasn't. He wasn't dark-skinned. He was hairy and pale and red and filthy. He was the total opposite of Jacob.
Yeah.
So it didn't matter dark-skinned or light-skinned. It didn't matter. As long as he wasn't the same, whatever came from him was going to be different shades of brown also, and lacking melanin also. Because he lacked the melanin. You see that? So his wives didn't really matter to a certain point. The lineage is what matters. The color of their skin don't matter, because some of them do got some of you got lots of Edomites that have melanin, right?
Come.
Y'all sure?
Come.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true.
I was making sure where y'all was at, because I'm about to say, wait a minute, they ain't got no. Some of them ain't got melanin. What about Tia and Tamara?
Diana Ross daughter.
What about Diana Ross? Yes, Tracy Ellis Ross. There's Edomite as it comes. What about Bob Marley? Right? Ziggy, all of them boys. So anyway, go ahead. Lenny Kravitz. Kravitz, right?
Jewish, huh?
Yeah, it's Amalek. Damn, yeah, it's Pops.
It's
Kravitz.
It's like Noah, Trevor Noah.
Trevor Noah.
He's Esau.
Yep.
He looked like a light-skinned Judite.
Yeah, he was a light skin.
Your guy that played on Empire, Jesse Smollett.
Jesse Smollett, their Esau, his sister.
He's actually Jewish Esau too.
Amalek, Smollett. Yeah, he got a sister that played on he got a sister that played in, what show was it? She was young. Oh, I think it was like Kindergarten Cop or something like that. But it's his sister, same thing. She looked like a light skinned, she's older now.
Yeah.
She just looked like a light skinned sister, but she Edomite. So they got melanin. Some of them. Don't be fooled. Kamala Harris. Is she Edomite? Her pops is Esau? Oh, he's
Her grandfather.
her grandfather was an Amalek, right?
Her grandfather was one of the Kamala Harris's grandfather was one of the top slave owners in Jamaica.
And what was he? A Amalek?
Amalek.
I'm not sure if it was Amalek, but I know he was Esau.
Probably, because in Jamaica there was a huge Jewish community.
Yeah.
So he's probably
My mom's dad. Not my mom's dad. My mom's dad was Amalek.
Brother Kawakab said that. I used to want to. He said that she's actually Amalek.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Somebody posted a birth certificate online and it actually says Caucasian on the birth certificate.
That's not always right though.
Mine says Caucasian too.
Yeah, that's not always right. Mine probably says Caucasian. I came out looking like a little chinky-eyed Asian boy with a big head and a lot of hair. My face was fat like a box. I had a box head with these eyes that went like this. And I looked just Chinese. So mine probably says Anglo-Saxon or something. I don't know. What is it? Asiatic. It says, so Esau was an Israelite. Esau wasn't an Israelite. There was no Israelite at this time. Esau was a Hebrew. But there was no Israelites at this time. But Esau was a Hebrew. And he spoke the language. Remember, who was his father? His father was Isaac. Isaac circumcised him. Isaac taught him everything that he taught Jacob. Esau went against what he was taught, but yeah, he was a Hebrew. Listen, Ishmael, what are they? They're Hebrew. Who else? Elam, what are they?
Hebrew.
Yeah, Esau, Hebrew. Us, we're Hebrew. By descent. Remember, we came from Abraham, the Hebrew. So, yeah, the Midianites, what were they? They were technically Hebrews. They became a nation and dwelt in a land, and they were known as the Midianites. They stopped keeping the custom of the Hebrew. Jacob's sons are the first Israelites. Yeah, Jacob's sons are known as, would be the 12 tribes of Israel. There was no Israelites before the 12.
Is that because his name was changed to Israel?
Because his name was changed to Israel. So really, Jacob was Israel. Because when it talks about Israel or Jacob, it's talking about Israel. You see that? So Jacob would be the Israelite, and then his sons that came from him would be Israelites. But before Jacob, there was no Israelites. It was just Hebrews. Right. So Esau, yes, he is a Hebrew. Think about this. I want y'all to put this in y'all's mind. Yeah, Moab and Ammon are Hebrews. They came from Lot. Esau is more closest to us than Ham. even though we look more like Ham because of skin color, but we're closer to Esau, right, than any other nation. Believe it or not, because that's the brother by blood. Right. So just put that in your mind that you got to literally throw skin color out the door, and now you got to look at character and spirit. You don't throw skin color all the way out the door, but we come in all different shades of brown. So you kind of can't even use that.
It's also like where they come up with the term the evil twin.
Yeah, your evil twin. Yeah, he's the evil twin. Yep. Let's so we got that. Esau's a Hebrew. That's why it goes into the law and it says if your brother a Hebrew, and it's Deuteronomy, but it said if thy brother a Hebrew, such and such. But yeah, that was pertaining to who was a Hebrew, which was all the people that came from Isaac, from Abraham. So go ahead, let's read on.
I was going to say, Shadak sent a question from Eric, where it says Judah took wives of Canaan too, right?
Who did?
Shadak sent a question.
Oh, okay.
Where it says
from
Judah took wives of Canaan too, right? How does that differ from Esau? And when you look at Judah, it doesn't say that he took. It just said that one of his wife was from Canaan, right? Whose name was Shua, but it doesn't give you
her nationality.
Nah, it just says she's from Canaan, so you know that Shua's a Canaanite. And that's why, like the two sons that she bore, he was wicked. That's why the Lord slew him.
Oh, and Onan.
Onan.
Yeah,
he was wicked. The Lord slew him.
Yeah, look at the kids that came from that. Most High killed his sons.
Yeah, and then Tamar, who was supposed to be given to the other son, he ended up not giving. Right. Judah wasn't super righteous at this time.
Yeah, he wasn't on the up and up either.
Yeah, so Judah ended up sleeping with Tamar, who was supposed to be given to his other son, and that's how Perez and I forgot the other son's name. That's how those two sons were, and that's how those two sons ended up being born.
Perez and Zerah.
Perez and Zerah, huh? So,
I don't think you hear anything about them. I don't think you hear anything about them two in the rest of the scriptures.
Yep.
If I'm not mistaken. But I don't even think we're going to get to that chapter. I think we're going to deal with that chapter next reading. Right? What do we go to? 38? It's in 38.
Yeah.
So we deal with that. Yeah, so we'll deal with that next reading. But good question. But yeah, Most High killed his sons, man. Judah took 2 wives and came out of that different. Yeah. We weren't. Okay, so. Shalom. 951.
So.
They just sent me another question. Shalom, if we're not supposed to cook or buy or sell on the Sabbath, how are we supposed to eat good food? I'm going to I'll send you this class. Shalom. Check this class out. Yeah. Check this class out. It will answer. Yeah. She already put the class in the chat about the Sabbath. If y'all got questions on it, just read it. Just not read it. Just watch the class. That should clear everything up on the Sabbath. She'll throw it. You gonna throw it in there again? Yeah, she'll throw it in there one more time. This might just be our answer your questions. Class. Yeah.
Go.
The day before. Listen, I'm gonna say this. We cooked on the Sabbath. We cooked on the Sabbath because we continued to sacrifice even on the Sabbath. Y'all gotta read all the scriptures that pertain to the days and what we did every day. There was a fire that never went out that we sacrificed on. The burnt offering that was daily. It said even on the Sabbath we burnt an offering, so we cooked up meat.
Yeah.
Lots of it. And it smelled good. We ate, we drank, we had fun on the Sabbath. We partied on the Sabbath.
Can I hit just one scripture on
No,
the Sabbath thing?
no. Let's.
Okay.
I don't want to keep talking about it. They could just watch the class, and if they got questions,
Come on.
yeah. Let's get to this. Go ahead.
You did have a question where somebody asked, was Esau an Israelite?
Yeah, I answered that.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah, he wasn't an Israelite, but he was a Hebrew. Right. Israelites didn't come until Jacob. That terminology. Go ahead. Where we at?
Genesis chapter 36, verse 7. For the riches were more than that they might dwell together, and the land wherein they were strangers could not bear them because of their cattle. Thus dwelt Esau in Mount Seir. Esau is Edom.
Right. Mount Seir is below. I don't have a map. Maybe I do. Yep. Here it is. Oh. Actually out of here. So if you didn't know where Mount Seir was, this map is going to kind of cut it off. But you got Goshen, Egypt. You got Goshen, right? You got Gaza. All this is Israel or Palestine at the time. You got Ammon. You got Moab. Right underneath Moab and Ammon. And then, all our land. You got Edom. Edom always dwelt right below us. So when you read about like the Babylonian captivity, where it said we ran, it said he met us by the way, things like that. When we were running from the Babylonian south, Esau waited, bottlenecked us, and brought us back up north, back into the land so that we could be captured by Canaan. They did it a few times. So you got to know where people were dwelling. Very important to know how close Esau was to us and where Mount Seir is. It's literally right under Israel and right above the land of Midian. Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 36, verse 9. And these are the generations of Esau, the father of the Edomites in Mount Seir. These are the name of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Adah, the wife of Esau; Reuel, the son of Basemath, the wife of Esau. And the sons of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, and Gatam, the Kenaz.
And Kenaz, very important. Kenaz is a name that comes up when dealing with Caleb. And again, when you divert from the scriptures and dive into these other books like, Jasher?
Yeah.
I've been reading that book of Jasher. And when I'm done, whoever's reading that book is going to want to put that down. I mean, I could debunk that whole book in one scripture. I ain't going to tell y'all. I could debunk it I could use 3 scriptures from the Bible to destroy that whole book and show you that it's not the book of Jasher. That is what the Bible speaks of. But anyhow, it talks about Caleb. Remember Caleb and Joshua? The 2 spies that were sent to go spy out Canaan? Caleb's dad's name was what? Who remembers? His name was Kenaz. Now, is that really significant?
Yes, it is.
Why?
Because you have to know who you're talking about when you're speaking.
Right. Well, to me, there's no significance. The only significance is the scripture said Caleb was from the tribe of Judah. So then now I look at the name Kenaz, and I'm like, oh, well, Kenaz was an Edomite. Interesting. Wasn't there more than one Enoch?
Yeah.
Wasn't there an Enoch on the left-hand side that came from Cain? And an Enoch that came from Seth? I mean, wasn't there?
Yes.
There was. Wasn't there more than one Judas?
Elon.
Right. There was more than one Joshua. There was more than one Jesus. There was more than one Peter. Peter. Brothers thinking that he was somebody's dad, one of the disciples' dad. No. He was called Simon Peter to denote that he was a different Peter. So the names that we read in the scriptures, And then when you look up this name Kenaz, it tells you an Edomite, and I believe 2 Israelites, if I'm not mistaken. Where we at? We at Genesis 35?
36. I just read the verse 11.
Right. So when you look up Kenaz, yeah, it says the name of an Edomite and of 2 Israelites. So now think about this. Caleb was X amount of years in the future. You mean to tell me that this man Kenaz lived all the way and had just Caleb? Or Caleb lived all the way from that past and went, I mean, come on, let's use our brains here, right? Yeah, so it's telling you, because for some, I don't know why it's so debatable. All you do is go into the scripture where it tells you Caleb was from the house of Judah. And then think about it. Would the Most High send an Edomite to go spy out the land of Canaan? What did Esau even have to do with us at that time? Yeah, he brought out a good point because we were talking about it. Why is it that when we came up against Esau in the wilderness, Caleb didn't say, hey, my brothers, let us pass? Esau didn't want us to pass, right? They're like, nah, don't come through our land. How come Caleb didn't stand up like a good Edomite and say, hey, guys, I'm one of y'all, but I'm one of them too. I'm riding with them, but I'm you. How come he didn't pull his Edomite card? Paul pulled his Roman card, right? Paul pulled his Roman card. He was like, wait a minute, you gonna beat a Roman? The dude had to check himself like, wait, you a Roman? Hold on, we can't put hands on you. Caleb could have pulled his Edomite card if he was one to help. He already spied out the land and gave a good report. He was going to get blessed. He could have made it a little bit easier if that was the case, but that wasn't the case. That's why you got to put down these extracurricular books. I'm telling you, all you got to do is stick with the scriptures. I've been reading the book of Enoch again. I've been jumping into that Jasher hard, and I've been jumping into that Jubilees. And when I come with the info, please don't be mad at me. Please don't be upset. They're books. Treat them like any other book. Like I got books outside the Bible in my little study. I got all types of books. Yeah. You know, I got the Rastafarian Bible. I got the Quran, right? I got the Buddhism book. I got books about Catholicism and Christianity. Like I got books. I'm not going into them books like, see, because they line up with the scripture or because they say one passage that the scripture says that's it. I can smash the book of Jasher in its second precept. The second thing it says disannuls the whole book because it goes against explicitly what 6 or 7 scriptures say in the Bible. In the second verse of the book of Jasher, I was like, oh, it's over. I'm telling y'all. All I'm saying is we got to be careful what we're reading. So this Kenaz was not the Kenaz that was Caleb's father. Kenaz, yes, he was an Edomite, but also there was a man named Kenaz. I'll give you another one. Obed-Edom. His name got Edom in it, right? So surely he's an Edomite. Nah, it just meant servant of Esau. Obed or Obadiah or Obadiah is my servant. Servant Edom. But he wasn't, think about it, what Edomite did you know that was handling the Ark of the Covenant? First of all, if you wasn't of the Levite family that was denoted to keep the covenant, what is it, the Ark? You died. Uzzah. The Israelite, he died. I believe that he was a Levite also. But guess what? He wasn't the one that was supposed to be touching that ark. He put his hand on it and he died because he wasn't the family that was picked to carry the ark. So the ark went with Obed-Edom, who was an Israelite man, and his house was blessed. So don't get caught up on the names. Know that the names are used. The names are used in all the different nationalities and tribes. The names are used, man. So just wanted to just pointing out that book is old. We don't use the
we don't, hold on. Right, even the Josephus. Listen, I could point out things in the Josephus that aren't 100% accurate with the scriptures. In the 10 plagues, he said something that didn't line up with the Bible. We don't use it. At the same time, we already went through this. We're not sitting there harping up the Josephus as part of the Bible. Like how people's like, no, that's part, the Jasher is part of the scriptures. Enoch is part of the scriptures. No, it can't, because it does not line up 100% with the scriptures. Listen, you got people trying to debunk the Apocrypha. Like, oh, that don't line up with the Bible. The Apocrypha shows you how to line it up with the Bible.
Yep.
And then there's direct quotations. Yahushua was quoting from Ezra. You can go through, we just read Judith. She quoting stuff from Genesis. So how does it not line up? You don't find a contradiction in the Apocrypha. And we know that it was taken out. So just wanted to point that out, man. Don't get caught up on the names. Research the names.
Good point.
Research the names. And you'll see that, man, you'll have 6 people with the same name in the scriptures. How many Josephs were there? It's a common name. Joseph was a common name. Peter, Judas, those were common names at the time. Saul. How many Sauls do you know in the Bible? Just one, right? Just one, right?
Two.
There's actually 2.
Yeah.
He said, that's all I know. There's 2, remember?
There's another Saul right here. And Saul died. We're going to read it in verse 38.
Right. And this is before King Saul. And this is before the Benjamite Paul, which was named as Saul. So the names, man, think about it. How many times has the name Michael been used throughout history? Well, Michael the Archangel? I mean, come on. Mike Allah? But how many times has the name Muhammad been used through history? The Prophet Muhammad? All the way since that name was given, that name has been used. There's many Muhammads. That's actually the most common name on the earth. Is Muhammad. It's the most used name. It's Muhammad and Solomon are 2 of the most common names. Like every Ethiopian's name is Solomon. They named their kid Solomon. They got that much respect for the man. Just like Muhammad. You see that? So, can't get caught up. I mean, how many champagnes are there? And Porsches. And Ferraris and Hennessy's. There's a lot of women named Hennessy. Right? I'm just saying. Kazaki said he's going to do a class on linking the Apocrypha with the Bible. Yeah, we need it, because you got idiots out there. You got Kemet out there trying to discredit the Apocrypha, and they're using that to try to discredit the fact that the 9.5 didn't go where they said they went. Somehow, according to Kemet, the 9.5 went to Russia.
Bering Straits.
So, yeah, we definitely need that class. I mean, come on. The 2nd Ezra is 13, goes with Revelation 7, right? I mean, come on. I don't know where they get their information from, but we know how to. But that's why it's not given to everybody. What's that?
I heard them, like when they talk about the Apocrypha, the people that don't subscribe to it, they say the history is off, but they don't say where. Because I like to look into that myself.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I've heard anybody say the history's off. I never heard that. But we have to look into it, because there's a lot of history. But you got to kind of know. The thing is, you got to know history. You got to know about the kings, because that's what I kind of wanted to go into anyway. Is like Cyrus and Darius. We've been reading over it, but I'm not gonna lie, my knowledge is not very vast in those historical figures, so I can't give you what I don't know. But I got to do my diligence, hop in there, learn more about those empires, the Persians, the Medes, Syrians. I was driving up here yesterday, and I was like, man, I want to do a good class on the Assyrian captivity. It was yesterday, and then it's funny because we're going to go into some Assyrian captivity here in this reading. But I was like, man, I want to do a nice, probably 2 or 3 part class just on the Assyrian captivity, and give that to y'all so y'all know what went down, who was in play, what kings, what prophets. Because think about it. You got prophets and kings and you got prophets,
you got kings, you got minor prophets that were at the time of the Assyrian captivity, right? The Babylonian captivity, Jeremiah, Isaiah, they and then like Obadiah, Amos, they overlap each other along with the kings of the Bible. But it's good to be able to put those dates. So when you're reading Kings, you're like, wait a minute. Kings sounds like Isaiah. Well, because Isaiah was at that time. But then he was also part of what? Babylonian Empire. The Babylonian captivity, excuse me. Right? So it's good to know who came. So, we got to do a little bit more of those history classes for y'all to get that in there. Isaiah 34, seek out the book of the Lord. Yep. Isaiah 34:16 is always the go-to. And these other books tell on themselves, man. I mean, I'm sorry, but they just do. They tell on themselves. If you know the scriptures, these other books will tell on themselves. The book of Joshua really is just a book that fills in what the Bible doesn't go into.
It's interesting, but
It's very interesting, but it's incredible. And it, like I said, within the first book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 2, I was like, that's not what the Bible says. All you got to do is go back and read book of Joshua, chapter 1, verse 2, if you ever get a chance. And you'll be like, wait a minute, that's not what the Bible says. So, let's jump back. So back to the names. Sounds like back to the names. Yeah, Kenaz, he was an Edomite, but he also was the name of 2 Israelites. So Caleb's father, just going off of his nationality, it said that he was from the tribe of Judah. He was it said Caleb was one of the heads of Judah. So how could you be an Edomite would be the head of Judah?
Right.
It didn't work like that. And represent the tribe. It didn't go down like that. All right, so let's read on.
Genesis chapter 36, verse 12. And Timnah was concubine to Eliphaz, Esau's son, and she bare to Eliphaz Amalek. These were the sons of Adah, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Reuel, Nathan, and Zerah, and Shammah, and Mizah. These were the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these were the sons of...
Now, check this out. Esau, and these are the sons of Reuel, Nathah, and Zerah. Judah had a son named Zerah. We just talked about it. Right?
Con?
Yeah. Salah. It's Zara. My bad. Close enough though, right? It's easy to get them two confused. Zerah and Zarah.
Got it.
But you see how close the names? So that's why it's you gotta research the names before you just think like, oh yeah, that's it. Like even where we're at, Korah, right? Korah. Watch. Korah, the name of 2 Edomites and 3 Israelites. We know that Korah and Dathan, right? They weren't Esau. They were Levites. So you see how the names get used throughout? Anyway, go ahead, read on.
Verse 14. And these were the sons of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, the daughter of Zibeon, Esau's wife. And she bare to Esau Jeush, and Jalum, and Korah. These were dukes of the sons of Esau, the sons of Eliphaz, the firstborn son of Esau, Duke Timon, Duke Omar, Duke Zepho, Duke Kenaz, Duke Korah, Duke Gadam, and Duke Amalek. These were the dukes that came of Eliphaz in the land of Edom. These were the sons of Adah. And these were the sons of Reuel, Esau's son, Duke Nathan, Duke Zerah, Duke Shammah, Duke Mizah. These are the dukes that came of Reuel in the land of Edom. These are the sons of Basemath, Esau's wife. And these are the sons of Oholibamah, Esau's wife, Duke Jeush, Duke Jalum, Duke Korah. These were the dukes that came of Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, Esau's wife. These are the sons of Esau, who is Edom. These are their dukes, and these are their dukes. These are the sons of Seir, the Horite, who inhabited the land, Lotan, and Shabal, and Zibeon, and Anna, and Dishan, and Ezer, and Dishan. These are the dukes of the Horites, the children of Seir in the land of Edom. And the children of Lotan were Hori and Heman, and Lotan's sister was Timnah. And the children of Shobal were these, Alvan, and Manahath, and Ebal, Shepho, and Onam. These are the children of Zibeon, both Ajah and Anna. This was that Anna that found the mules in the wilderness, as he fed the asses of Zibeon his father. And these are the children of Anna were these, Dishan and Oholibamah, the daughter of Anna. And these are the children of Dishan, Hemdan, and Eshban, and Ithran, and Charan. These, the children of Ezer, are these, Bilhan, and Zaphan, and Akan. The children of Dishan are these, Uz, and Aran. These are the dukes that came of the Horites, Duke Lotan, Duke Shabal, Duke Zibeon, Duke Anah, Duke Dishan, Duke Ezer, Duke Dishan. These are the dukes that came of Hori, among their dukes in the land of Seir.
Ooh.
And
Look up, hold up. This is hilarious. When you look up the word Horite, it means cave dweller.
Word what?
Horite. Horite. It says in verse, what is that?
30, Hori or right?
Horite. When you read up in verse
29.
Is it 29? Yeah. These are the dukes that came of the Horites. Horite means cave dweller. An inhabitant of Mount Seir, the inhabitants of Edom. Yeah. You see that? Cave dwellers. So it was the Edomites, man. They were they were doing their thing since even before the Caucasus Mountains. They was in them caves. Mount Seir, they was just living in the damn rocks. Anyway, Duke, and Duke means chief or governor. Yeah, it's just a title.
They still have them today.
Yeah, you know, governor, how you doing, governor, or judge, or magistrate, or whatever titles they put on themselves.
Duke
Officer,
of Lexington.
the Duke of Lexington, yeah, the governor, yeah, it's just governor or chief. Duke of Earl, yeah. Yeah, so y'all see that. Go ahead.
Verse 31. And these are the kings that reigned in the land of Edom, before they reigned any king over the children of Israel. And Bela, the son of Beor, reigned in Edom, and the name of his city was Benahabah. And Bela died, and Jobab, the son of Zerah of Bozrah, reigned in his stead.
Ooh, and Bozrah was just another little spot in Seir. Bozrah is here. Bozrah, who is that coming from Bozrah with them garments dyed red? So you got Edom. You got Bozrah right here. You know, you got Mount Seir off over here. The map cuts off, but you got Mount Seir over here, Bozrah. These are like little capital cities. Little capitals. Who is he that cometh from Bozrah? Right? Garments dyed red.
Basra, don't they still have a place? Call it, I don't know if it's the same.
They probably do.
Basra?
Yeah, they probably do. There's probably still a city out there. A lot of the cities didn't change. A lot of them they changed the name.
Yeah.
But think about it. You still got Bethlehem. That's still there. You still got Jerusalem. That's there. So I wouldn't be surprised. B-O-Z. Basra. Is it? Boz. R-A-B-O-Z-R-H.
It's on a record.
Town in Jordan. Oh wait, no, that's not it. Town in Jordan. Year. Let's see where it's at though. Maps. Bozrah. Bozrah. Who is this that cometh from Bozrah? Yes, sir. That is it. It's still there.
What's that?
Bozrah. It's still there in the same place. It's right below the Salt Sea. Yep, or what they will call the Dead Sea now. Dang, it's funny how that sea is drying up. It's not how it used to be.
Yeah, that's true.
They built their little bridges and they added some land, it looks like, and made it two separate land masses. But yeah, Bozrah is still there. Bozrah. Dang. You used to hear about that when they when they were bombing, right? Yeah. Wow, I didn't even correlate the two. You're right. And that's what I was gonna say, like in war. America dropping bombs and yeah. So it's still there. Right below Jordan. Right in Jordan. So yeah, go ahead.
Verse 34. And Jobab died, and Husham of the land of Temani reigned in his stead. And Husham died, and Hadad the son of Bedad, who smote Midian in the field of Moab, reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Avid. And Hadad died, and Samlah of the Masrekah reigned in his stead. And Samlah died, and Saul of Rehoboth by the river reigned in his stead. And Saul died, and Baal-Hanan the son of Akbar reigned in his stead. And Baal-Hanan the son of Achbar died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of the city was Pau, and his wife's name was Mehatabal, the daughter of Matred, the daughter of Mezahab. That's it.
Yeah, so this is going into like Esau's kings and where they reigned and things like that. It's important. He got history in the Bible too.
Magana War, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Bani Yasharala.
Magana War, Shabbat Shal, Yahawada, Ban Yasharala, Men of Israel, Amadim, Barak.
Yahawah Hashem Yahashai Brakatam.
Yahweh Hashem Yahashai Brakatam.
Right, so when you know it's crazy when you look up like these different places, you really see how big Esau's little spread was, because each one of these dukes had a, you know, they took over a land, they died, their son would take over, but you get to see, if you start looking up some of the places, it's all in the same Idumea, it's all around Mount Seir and Bozrah, where you'll see the little different towns and cities they set up according to their fathers. So where you at?
Genesis chapter 36, verse 39. And Baal-Hanan, the son of Akbar, died, and Hadar reigned in his stead. And the name of his city was Pau.
I read that, verse 40.
And these are the names of the dukes that came of Esau, according to their families, after their places by their names. Duke Timnah, Duke Avah, Duke Jetel, Duke Ahoabama, Duke Allah, Duke Panan, Duke Kenez, Duke Timman, Duke Mibzar, Duke Magdiel, Duke Iram. These be the dukes of Edom, according to their habitations and the land of their possession.
See that? So they have possessions too. Go ahead.
He is Esau, the father of the Edomites.
Any questions on that? 36? All right, let's go.
Hosea.
Oh, so now we go to Hosea?
Yes, sir. Hosea chapter 11, verse 7.
Right, so that's it for the Torah portion. Now we're going to jump over to the Tanakh. And we're going to be in the book of, we're going to hit Hosea. We're also going to hit Obadiah. Right, so Hosea 11.
Hosea 11, chapter 11, verse 7. Hosea chapter 11, verse 7. And my people are bent to backsliding from me. Though they call them to the Most High, none at all would exalt him. How shall I give thee up, Ephraim? How shall I deliver thee, Israel? How shall I make thee as Admah? How shall I set thee as Zeboim? Mine heart is turned within me. My repentings are kindled together. I will not execute the fierceness of my anger. I will not return to destroy Ephraim. For I am the Most High, and not man, the Holy One in the midst of thee, and I will not enter into the city. They shall walk after the Most High. He shall roar like a lion. When he shall roar, then the children shall tremble from the west. They shall tremble as a bird out of Egypt, and as a dove out of the land of Assyria. And I will place them in a house, and I will place them in their houses, saith the Lord. Ephraim compasseth me about with lies.
Yeah, you got to see, Ephraim during the time of the Assyrian captivity, they were making leagues and treaties with the Assyrians. And the Most High didn't look kindly on that. And also when you go into the splitting of the kingdom with Rehoboam and Jeroboam, was it Rehoboam that took Ephraim? Was it Rehoboam or was it Jeroboam?
Jeroboam took Ephraim.
It was Jeroboam that took Ephraim, but he ushered Ephraim right into idol worship and folly.
Right.
So the Most High had an issue with that, the 9.5, from that splitting of the kingdom, since they were even known as Israel and Judah. So that's what was going on. So, he's reminding us, listen, y'all are committing all this sin and folly, but I'm going to still put you back in your own houses. I'm going to still put you back in your own land. He said it. They shall tremble as a bird out of Egypt and as a dove out of the land of Assyria. And I will place them in their houses, saith the Lord. Go ahead.
And the house of Israel with deceit. But Judah yet ruleth with God, and is faithful with the saints.
Right, because Judah, they kept, remember, we all went off, right? They said we went into captivity together. But Judah kind of kept a standard a little bit longer than Ephraim did, than the 9.5. But then after a while, what happened? They started to commit wickedness and folly.
Right.
So, go ahead.
Hosea chapter 12, verse 1. Ephraim feedeth on wind and followeth after the east wind. He daily increaseth lies and desolation. And they do make a covenant with the Assyrians.
Right, and you can read that you can read 2 Kings like 15, 19, 20. It goes in and shows how they made an allegiance with the king of Assyria.
Yeah.
You can read that whole Assyrian captivity. That's why I said I want to put together a little something on it to get a little bit more in depth on it. Go ahead.
And oil is carried into Egypt.
Right. Who was it that had the oil? Go ahead.
Yahweh hath also a controversy with Judah, and will punish Jacob according to his ways, according to his doings will he recompense him. He took his brother by the heel in the womb, and by his strength he had power with God.
Right, he wrestled that angel. Go ahead.
Yea, he had power over the angel and prevailed. He wept and made supplication unto him. He found him in Bethel, and there he spake with us. Even the Most High power of hosts, the Most High is his memorial. Therefore turn thou to thy God. Keep mercy and judgment, and wait on thy God continually. He is a merchant, the balances of deceit are in his hand. He loveth to oppress. And Ephraim said, Yet I am become rich. I have found me out substance. And all my labors they shall find none iniquity in me that were sin.
Right. Ephraim had the mind that because they had money, because they had riches, because they were able to make these leagues, that was going to wash away sin. As if, remember he said godliness is gain. The wicked think godliness is gain. Mm-hmm. But contentment with godliness is great gain. Go ahead.
And I, that am the Lord thy God, from the land of Egypt will yet make thee to dwell in tabernacles, as in the days of the solemn feast. I have also spoken by the prophets, and I have multiplied visions and used similitudes by the ministry of the prophets. Is there iniquity in Gilead? Surely they are vanity. They sacrifice bullocks in Gilgal.
Right. So now he's going in on Manasseh. This is the land of Gilead. This was the land of Manasseh. And you have Manasseh up here. You had Gad. Then you had Manasseh. Manasseh had two lands. You had north and like southwest Manasseh. That map ain't gonna show it. You know, like my maps. But yeah, he was basically saying, man, is there any balm in Gilead? What does balm do? Is there? Oh no, Slock. Is there any iniquity? I'm thinking about Jeremiah. But he said, "Is there iniquity in Gilead? Surely they are vanity." Right? They sacrifice bullocks in Gilgal. Yea, their altars are as heaps in the furrows of the fields. The Most High wasn't receiving what our people were doing. Go ahead.
Yea, their altars are as heaps in the furrows of the fields. And Jacob fled into the country of Syria, and Israel served for a wife, and for a wife he kept sheep. And then now it goes to Obadiah.
Right, and I think you can get. Where is it? Manasseh, children of the wilderness. Right, go ahead.
Obadiah, chapter 1, verse 1. The vision of Obadiah, thus saith the Most High power concerning Edom. We have heard a rumor from the Most High, and an ambassador is sent among the heathen. Arise ye, and let us rise up against her in battle. Behold, I have made thee small among the heathen. Thou art greatly despised. The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee.
Right, going right into, we already know what this is going into. You say you're greatly despised amongst the heathen. Because aren't they the most detestable? We know that they've influenced the world, and the world is mad. Go ahead.
The pride of thine heart hath deceived thee. Thou that dwellest in the cliffs of the rock.
Right, the Horites.
Oh, that's cool.
Cave dwellers. Go ahead.
Whose habitation is high. That saith in his heart, who shall bring me down to the ground? Though thou exalt.
I got 400 men with me. What you gonna do? I got 400 trained soldiers. What you gonna do about it? Who gonna bring me down? That's how Esau thinks. Go ahead.
Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, this will I bring thee down, saith the Most High. If thieves came to thee, if robbers by night, how art thou cut off? Would they not have stolen till that they had enough? If the grape gatherers came to thee, would they not leave some grapes? How are the things of Esau searched out? How are his hidden things sought up? All the men of thy confederacy have brought thee even to the border. The men that were at peace with thee have deceived thee, and prevailed against thee. They that eat thy bread have laid a wound under thee. There is none understanding in him. Shall I not in that day, saith Yahweh, even destroy the wise men out of Edom, and understanding out of the mount of Esau? And thy mighty men, O Tim-men, shall be dismayed.
Right, T-Man. He was one of the dukes of Edom. Dukes of Esau, right? So now he's starting to name cats by name. Woo! But then there's also a land, right? Remember that? It was a land named Timan. Go ahead.
To the end that every one of the mount of Esau may be cut off by slaughter.
By what?
Cut off by slaughter.
By what?
By slaughter.
Go ahead.
For thy violence against thy brother Jacob, shame shall cover thee, and thou shalt be cut off forever. And the day that thou stoodest on the other side, and the day that the strangers carried away captive his forces, and foreigners entered into his gates, and cast lots upon Jerusalem, even thou was as one of them.
Yeah, because again, when we ran from Babylon, Esau, what is it? What is it? Psalms? By the rivers of Babylon, when we sat down, and then we will remember Zion. And the wicked carried us away captivity.
That's
Yeah, it's Psalm 137.
37.
Yeah.
We made that song a jingle.
Because they got songs about it. They got songs. Yeah. Why? When you read in Psalms 137, I'll read it real quick. By the rivers of Babylon, there we sat down, yea, we wept when we remembered Zion. We hanged our harps upon the willows in the midst thereof. For they carried us away captivity, required of us a song, and they that wasted us required of us mirth, saying, sing us one of those songs of Zion. How shall we sing the Lord's song in a strange land? If I forget thee, O Jerusalem, let my right hand forget her cunning. If I do not remember thee, let my tongue cleave to the roof of my mouth. If I prefer not Jerusalem above my chief joy. Remember, oh, the children of Edom in that day. So what do they have to do with the Babylonian Empire? Well, they helped us to be carried away by Babylon. They actually carried us up back north. We fled. And that happened, I believe, twice. And we did a class on this chapter, actually. We broke this chapter down and went into the scriptures and showed what, some of the different meanings. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom in that day, in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof. O daughter of Babylon, who art thou to be destroyed? Right? Called Esau, the daughter of Babylon, to be destroyed. Happy shall he be that rewardeth thee, as thou hast served us. Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones. Whew. Let's jump on back.
Verse 12.
My.
But thou shouldest not have looked on the day of thy brother and the day that he became a stranger. Neither shouldest thou have rejoiced over the children of Judah in the day of their destruction. Neither shouldest thou have spoken proudly in the day of distress. Thou shouldest not have entered into the gate of my people in the day of their calamity. Yea, thou shouldest not have looked on their affliction.
And then this goes into all the history. You could you could pull out all the history. The Romans, the Greeks, 70 AD, Antiochus Epiphanes when he went and raped Jerusalem. Cyrus, Darius, you can go into all the different history and say, well, Esau had a part of that. Because they did. They didn't help. Your brother's in trouble, and think about it. Abraham heard Lot was in trouble. What did he do?
He went to go rescue him.
Bro, he got 300 men, and they went and they destroyed kings, man. They destroyed them.
Yep.
and freed all the captives. So you got to see that the righteous, that's why it says the spirit is not upright in him. Because to know that we were in distress and just, they'll be all right.
look the other way. Oh, wait a minute. The temple's empty. Let's run up in there and grab what we can grab. And oh, we got some people that's running away. Let's bring them back up.
Right.
Come on. You know there's some evil in Esau, man. So this is why the Most High got a problem with them. But Esau is that. Right. and you know, again, you just got to look at history and what's been done. Say who's doing it. So go ahead, read on.
In the day of their calamity, nor have laid hands on their substance in the day of their calamity. Neither shouldest thou have stood in a crossway to cut off those of his that did escape.
Yep. That Babylonian Empire. Go ahead.
Neither shouldest thou have delivered up those of his that did remain in the day of distress.
Con.
Not just read verse 15 for me. Please read verse 15 for me.
Verse 15. For the day of the Lord is near.
Oh, is you?
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead.
For the day of the Lord is near upon all the heathen.
Upon some?
Upon all the heathen.
Upon just Esau?
Upon all the heathen.
All gonna get their day, man. They all, because they're all in the same mind towards us. Go ahead.
As thou hast done, it shall be done unto thee. Thy reward shall return upon thine own head.
Yeah, it's gonna be a righteous payback. The big payback. It's gonna be a righteous payback. It's gonna be a righteous tribulation, a righteous servitude. Go ahead.
Thy reward it shall return upon thine own head. For as ye have drunk upon my holy mountain, so shall all the heathen then drink continually. Yea, they shall drink, and they shall swallow down, and they shall be as though they had not been. But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance.
You read the whole chapter? Oh, okay.
Verse 17. But upon Mount Zion shall be deliverance, and there shall be holiness, and the house of Jacob shall possess their possessions.
Yeah. That's prophecy. That's book. So there's no reason to chase nothing that they got. We already gonna get it. It tells you in Isaiah. It says they're gonna bring the riches of the Gentiles, the forces of the Gentiles are gonna continually come into our gates. Go ahead.
Verse 18. And the house of Jacob shall be a fire, and the house of Joseph a flame, and the house of Esau for stubble, and they shall kindle in them and devour them, and there shall not be any remaining of the house of Esau, for the Lord hath spoken it.
Yeah, we're gonna overtake them. We're gonna overtake them is gonna be a beautiful thing quickly. Go ahead.
And they of the south shall possess the mountain of Esau, and they of the plain the Philistines, and they shall possess the fields of Ephraim, and the fields of Samaria, and Benjamin shall possess Gilead. And the captivity of this host of the children of Israel shall possess that of the Canaanites, even unto Zarephath. And the captivity of Jerusalem, which is in Sepharad, shall possess the cities of the south. And saviors shall come up on Mount.
Wait, what shall come?
Slack it, verse 21. And saviors.
And what?
Saviors.
Right, so there's more than one savior. Go ahead.
Shall come up on Mount Zion to judge the Mount of Esau. And the kingdom shall be the Lord's.
I can tell you how about show me how it's shot.
Con. We're going to jump to Matthew chapter 2, verse 13. Matthew chapter 2 and verse 13. Verse 13. And when they were departed, behold, the angel of the Lord appeared to Joseph in a dream, saying, Arise and take the young child and his mother and flee into Egypt, and be thou there until I bring thee word, for Herod will seek the young child to destroy him. When he arose, he took the young child and his mother by night, and departed into Egypt.
So basically, either the Egyptians were white or Christ was black to be able to hide. Right? Where we at?
This is Matthew's 2:15.
Either the Egyptians were white or Christ was black. I mean, what does the Bible say? That he was dark. Right? So we know that in order for Mary, Joseph, and Yahushai to mingle amongst the heathen and not get caught, they had to look like at least the Egyptians in skin tone. And once you start wrapping up and doing all the hair wraps and gear and garment and beard, that was probably the dead giveaway. The Egyptian wasn't rocking no beards.
When Moses passed as an Egyptian, then
Yeah,
Moses did.
because he almost stumped me there. I was like, wait, what? Moses, Paul, remember? They asked Paul, are thou that Egyptian that speaketh Greek? So yeah, they did pass because of skin tone.
Right.
on this precept.
What you got?
Exodus chapter 4, verse 6.
Read it.
And the Most High said furthermore unto him, put now thy hand in thy bosom. And he put his hand in his bosom. And when he took it out, behold, his hand was leprous as snow.
Right, so this was the Most High giving Moses the signs that he would be with him when he went to go deal with the Pharaoh. And basically, he took away the melanin out of his hand. Put your hand in your bosom, pulled it out, it was leprous, no melanin. Put it back, it said it was as his other flesh. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And he said, put thy hand in thy bosom again. And he put his hand into his bosom again, and plucked it out of his bosom. And behold, it was turned again as his other flesh.
Right, he became again a melanated man. So again, it's not hard to understand that the Most High sent the angel to tell them to go hide in Egypt, not to stand out. That would have been pointless. Herod's reach was wide. Remember, he was the ruler. He was the tetrarch. Remember, what was nationality of Herod?
Esau.
He's an Edomite. He grew up around Israel. He's like Eminem. He was like an Eminem, dude. Running the rap industry. Ordering you Negroes around, right? He had reach. If he wanted to go up in Egypt and deal with it, he could have dealt with it. But why would the Most High have them go all the way to Egypt and be white?
Be too easy.
It'd be too easy. Yeah, it'd stick out like a sore thumb. So anyway, let's jump back. You said what?
His father was Macedonian. Excuse me.
We're talking about Herod?
Yeah, Herod.
Yeah.
They got it on Wikipedia. It'll show that his father was from Macedonia, so we start doing that history. You can show that he's actually a white man.
Yeah.
He's
Like Philip of Macedonia. Yeah, he was an Edomite, man. He was an Edomite. He followed some of the ways, he knew about the custom, so they appointed him over the people. Go ahead.
Verse 15. It was there until the death of Herod, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken of the Lord by the prophet, saying, out of Egypt have I called my son. Then Herod, when he saw that he was mocked of the wise men, was exceeding wroth, and sent forth and slew all the children that were in Bethlehem, and in all the coast thereof, from 2 years old and under.
Right, and that quote spoken by the prophet, that's Hosea chapter 11 and verse 1. I'll read it. When Israel was a child, then I loved him and called my son out of Egypt. You see that? So that was a quote from Hosea.
According to the time which he had diligently inquired of the wise men. Then was fulfilled that which was spoken by Jeremy the prophet, saying, in Ramah was there a voice heard, lamentation and weeping, and great mourning, Rachel weeping for her children, and would not be comforted, because they are not. And that's Jeremiah 31 and 15.
Right.
Verse 19. But when Herod was dead, behold, an angel of the Lord appeared in a dream to Joseph in Egypt, saying, arise and take the young child and his mother, and go into the land of Israel, for they are dead which sought the young child's life. And he arose and took the young child and his mother, and came into the land of Israel. When he heard that Archelaus did reign in Judea in the room of his father Herod, he was afraid to go thither. Notwithstanding, being warned of God in a dream, he turned aside into the parts of Galilee, and he came and dwelt in a city called Nazareth, that it might be fulfilled which was spoken by the prophets. He shall be called a Nazarene. All right, we're going to jump to 2nd Ezra chapter 5 and verse 1.
Right. So, yeah, that's it for the reading. We add on the Apocrypha. That way we can get some of this Apocrypha reading in. But it's not going to link up. Like how the reading links up. So we're just going to do what, a chapter?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. 2nd Ezra what?
Chapter 5.
Yeah. And this is where you get a chance to link up a lot of your precepts. Yeah, we, get there's a lot of stories in the Apocrypha too, man. So, yep, go ahead.
All right, this is 2nd Ezra chapter 5 and verse 1. Nevertheless, as concerning the tokens, behold, the day shall come that they which dwell upon earth shall be taken in a great number, and the way of truth shall be hidden, and the land shall be barren of faith. But iniquity shall be increased above that which now thou seest, or that thou hast heard long ago.
So think about it. It's funny. Me and him was talking about Jamaica, and we were talking about like Jamaica. I can remember Jamaica in the '90s. He remembers Jamaica early 2000s. And I talked about like being a kid in Jamaica. I never heard gunshots. I could never remember playing outside and hearing gunshots go off, but he can, because as time went on, things got worse and worse. I remember growing up in New York, man, you heard shots, cats be busting their gun off the roof. You really didn't, it was weird. I don't remember just hearing like just gunshots. Bro, living in Houston, I've heard more gunshots in Houston than any place I've ever lived in. Them guns be going off in A-Leaf. I'm like, what are y'all doing out here? But is it the location or the place? Nah. Because I'm pretty sure a person that lives in New York from 30 years ago to now would tell you, oh, man, there's more gunshots going off, because as time goes on, the wickedness builds and builds and builds and builds, and more violence is happening. What's that?
Yeah, all them areas used to be all white people areas.
What's that?
A-Leaf, Southwest Side.
Oh, really?
They were Caucasian areas.
Even Chinatown, I'm pretty sure that was a lot more Asians that lived there. Now they just rent out to black people for a real high price.
Yeah.
But they moved off and went to like some other area to live. They ain't living out there like that. They come to do their little commerce, sell you some liquor, sell you some, what's the one market that's out there? Homie. They sell you all their little products, and then they go to their nice little neighborhood and give you the rundown. So, but y'all see this through time, man. That's why it says the land will be barren of faith. That happens over time. With all the violence, with all the iniquity, again, it's hard for some to keep that faith and not fall into the filth. The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor, but the way of the wicked seduceth them.
Con.
Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 3. And the land that thou seest now to have root shalt thou see wasted suddenly.
Ooh, good old America.
But if the Most High grant thee to live, thou shalt see after the third trumpet that the sun shall suddenly shine again in the night, and the moon shall thrice in the day, and blood shall drop out of wood, and the stone shall give his voice, and the people shall be troubled. And even he shall rule whom they look not for that dwell upon the earth. And the fowls shall take their flight away together. And the Sodomitish sea shall cast out fish and make a noise in the night, which many have not known.
Right, so when you read verse 1, it's talking about the tokens or the signs of the times. Then he's going into it. We have, Mashaba used to pull it up all the time. He would show like the fish, like thousands of fish beaching themselves, and whales and birds just falling out the sky. Hundreds and thousands of birds just drop dead on the floor.
Yeah.
It's happening. The times are now, man. It's happening. So, we gotta be careful. Go ahead.
But they shall all hear the voice thereof. Verse 8. There shall be a confusion also in many places, and the fire shall be oft sent out again, and the wild beasts shall change their places, and menstruous women shall bring forth monsters.
Is this not happening?
It's definitely happening.
Women are giving birth to little gremlins, whole communities of gremlins, because there's no faith in the land. There's no love. There's no. Remember, it says in the last days, perilous times. Right. Men shall be lovers of themselves, prideful, truce breakers, heady, disobedient to parents. This is what we're dealing with in these times. It's hard to find genuine brothers and sisters. It's hard because you got to first weed away all the layers of, are you here for yourself? What are you here for? To fulfill 2 Timothy's 3:1? To fulfill 2 Ezra 5? Or are you here for 1 Timothy's 3? Are you here for Titus? Aged women teach the younger women. It's like you got to weed through all that BS for a person to show you who they are because of the times that we're in. Yep. So, we got to pay attention. Go ahead.
Verse 9. And salt waters shall be found in the sweets, and all friends shall destroy one another. Then shall wit hide itself, and understanding withdraw itself into his secret chambers, and shall be sought of many, and yet not be found. Then shall unrighteousness and incontinency be multiplied upon earth.
Man.
One land also shall ask another, and say, Is righteousness that maketh a man righteous gone through thee? And it shall say, No.
Ain't gonna be no righteousness in the lands, man. Go ahead.
At the same time shall men hope, but nothing obtain. They shall labor, but their ways shall not prosper. To show thee such tokens I have leave. And if thou wilt pray again, and weep as now, and fast 7 days, thou shalt hear yet greater things. Then I awaked, and an extreme fearfulness went through all my body, and my mind was troubled, so that it fainted. So the angel that was come to talk with me held me, comforted me, and set me up upon my feet. And in the second night it came to pass that Salathiel, the captain of the people, came unto me, saying, Where hast thou been, and why is thy countenance so heavy? Knowest thou not that Israel is committed unto thee in the land of their captivity? Up then and eat bread, and forsake us not as the shepherd that leaveth his flock in the hands of cruel wolves. Then said I unto him, Go thy ways from me, and come not near me. And he heard what I said, and went from me. That's it for me.
2 Ezra 5:20. I'm just reading to the end of the chapter.
Yes,
sir. That's lengthy. Right. So I fasted 7 days, mourning and weeping, like as Uriel, the angel, commanded me. After 7 days, so it was that the thoughts of my heart were very grievous unto me again, and my soul recovered the spirit of understanding, and I began to talk with the Most High again. And I said, O Lord, that bearest rule of every wood of the earth and of all the trees thereof, thou hast chosen thee only one vine. And of all the lands of the whole world, thou hast chosen thee one pit, and of all the flowers thereof one lily. So this is showing that the Most High has favorites. You got a favorite land, a favorite plant, a favorite people. And of all the depths of the sea, thou hast filled thee one river. And of all builded cities, thou hast hallowed Zion unto thyself. So these are the only things that the Most High deems as significant to him. Zion is the only city that's significant. All right? It ain't Vegas or New York. And of all the fowls that are created, thou hast named thee one dove. And of all the cattle that are made, thou hast provided thee one sheep. And among all the multitudes of people, thou hast gotten thee one people. And unto this people whom thou lovest, thou gavest the law that is approved of all. You can link this with, what can you link that with? Who knows?
Where we at?
Verse 27, and among all the multitudes of the peoples, thou hast gotten thee one people. And unto this people whom thou lovest, thou gavest a law that is approved of all. What scripture?
Deuteronomy 7:6.
Pertaining to the law part.
Psalms 147.
Psalms what?
147.
Psalms 147, 19 and verse 20. Also Amos, what is it?
3 and 1.
Amos 3 and 1. Yep. So what you want to do is you just want to throw it in there. Just link it right up. That way you have it. That's how you precept your Bible. Psalm 78 and 5 is another one, right? Yeah, Deuteronomy 7 and 6, also another one. I was going more off of the law part, that second precept. And now, O Lord, why hast thou given this one people over unto many? And upon one root thou hast prepared others. And why hast thou scattered thy only one people among many? Showing that Israel was going to be scattered. At this time, we were already scattered around. And they which did gainsay thy promises and believe not thy covenants have trodden them down. See that? Remember he said, I will give you over to a people that's not a people. Right. When you read Romans 11, he said it wasn't to get the heathen. Watch. When you read Romans 11, I don't want to misquote it, because I know Romans 11 is a touchy. But you got pastors ripping brothers apart in Romans 11. I'm like, all you got to do is read it. You got these pastors, they're studying to try to debunk the things that we teach. Right? It says, I say, have they stumbled that they should fall? This is Romans 11 and 11. God forbid. But rather through their fall, salvation has come to the Gentiles for it to provoke them to jealousy. Wasn't it the Most High wanted the Gentiles to serve him and be called by his name? It was to provoke us. So he's asking, why are they trotting us down? In verse 29. If thou did so much hate thy people, yet shouldest thou punish them with thine own hands. Well, because the Most High chastised those that he loves. Hebrews 12.
Verse 6.
Right. Now when I had spoken these words, an angel that came to me that night afore was sent unto me. And he said to me, hear me, I will instruct thee, hearken to the thing that I say, and I shall tell thee more. And I said, speak on, my Lord. Then said he unto me, thou art sore troubled in the mind for Israel's sake. Ooh. Lovest thou that people better than he that made them? Man, it's a cold. We had to pull this one the other night. Because you got a lot of our people, man, you more troubled about the wicked and what the hell they're doing, and forgetting that the Most High is supposed to be worshipped. Forgetting that the Most High needs that respect. You sore troubled. Oh, we ain't praying for the wicked. We ain't praying for our brothers and sisters out there. Of course we are. Our hope is that all Israel shall be saved. Right? That's why we do what we do. But we can't stop a man from doing his works that he's going to do. Right. We can pray all day. Abraham prayed for the Sodomites. Why did they still get destroyed? They kept doing the negative works, the wickedness. 34. And I said, no, Lord, but of every grief have I spoken, for my reins pain me every hour, while I labor to comprehend the way of the Most High and seek out part of his judgment. This is us, man. This is how we feel. It's like, golly, we gotta sit here, learn the ways of the Lord, mess up, get checked, but then keep pushing. But then still watch our people fall by the sword, literally. Fall by the works of their own hands. Right. That is a rough thing to deal with. It's a rough thing. It says oppression make a wise man mad. It's a rough thing to sit back and deal with and watch your people just destroy themselves. It ain't the Most High. It's ourselves, man. Your own wickedness will correct you. It's rough to sit here and read this book and know that the key is in this book. And they don't want the key. They think the key is drugs. They think the key is actually a kilo.
The key is the white man.
The key is the white man. The key is, I'm going to celebrate Christmas. The key is birthdays. The key is something that's not the key. And it's rough. It's rough to sit back and watch. Just like Ezra's. Just like Jeremiah. For the hurt of my daughter, am I hurt. And he said unto me, verse 35, and he said unto me, thou canst not. And I said, wherefore, Lord, whereunto was I born then? Or why was it not my mother's womb, then my grave? He's like, what's the purpose of me being here? What's that?
For the last precept and the first precept of 35, does Isaiah 55 and 8 line up with that?
What does it say? Well,
For
what
my
does it
thoughts
say?
are higher than your thoughts, my ways are higher than your ways.
And he said, verse 35, and he said unto me, thence cannot. And I said, wherefore, Lord? Let's see here. Verse 34, and I said, no, Lord, but of every grief have I spoken. For my reins pain me every hour, while I labor to comprehend the way of the Most High, and seek out part of his judgment. And he said unto me, thou canst not. Yeah, that can go with it. I mean, that goes with a few that we pulled. Ezra, 2nd Ezra 4, right? Pull a few in there. Isaiah, the Ecclesiasticus 3. So let me jump back down. And he said unto me, oh wait, no, I'll read it. And he said unto me, thou canst not. And I said, wherefore, Lord? Whereunto was I born then? Why was I not in my mother's womb then my grave, that I might not have seen the travail of Jacob, and the worrisome toil of the stock of Israel? And he said unto me, number me the things that are not yet come. Gather me together the drops that are scattered abroad, and make them flowers green again that are withered. Here he goes checking that mind. Here goes that mind. Here goes the Most High through the angel checking that mind, showing him, look, you worry about the wrong things.
God.
Right?
Yeah.
Open me the places that are closed, and bring me forth the winds that in them are shut up. Show me the image of a voice. Wow, right? And then I will declare to thee the thing that thou laborest to know. Wow. But that's why he said in the previous chapter, the more you ask, the more you're gonna marvel. Some things are just not to know. Just do what you can. Right? He said, think on the things that are commanded of us, which is what? Keep the law, love your neighbor as yourself, love the Most High with all your heart. Have no other gods before him. Present your soul as a living sacrifice, your body as a living sacrifice. Those things are commanded. So he said, give reverence to those things. Verse 38, and I said, O Lord, that bearest rule, who may know these things, but he that hath not his dwelling with men. As for me, I am unwise. How may I then speak of these things whereof thou askest me? Then said he unto me, like as thou canst do none of these things that I have spoken of, even so canst thou not find out my judgment, or in the end the love that I have promised unto my people. That's why it says, no ear has heard, eye has seen what the Most High got promised for the righteous. He talks about it in the scriptures. We read about Revelations 21. We read about, in my Father's house there's many mansions. We read about these things. But the comprehension thereof, different story. 41. And I said, behold, O Lord, yet art thou nigh unto them that be reserved to the end? And what shall they do that have been before me? Or we that be now, or they that shall come after us? And he said unto me, I will liken my judgment unto a ring. Like as there is no slackness of the last, even so there is no swiftness of the first. And I answered and said, couldest thou not make those that have been made, and be now, and that are far to come at once, that thou mayest show thy judgment the sooner? Then answered he me and said, the creature may not haste above the maker, neither may the world hold them at once that shall be created therein. Ooh, you see that? It's crazy. Well, think about that. The world will not hold them at once that be created. So it is showing you that everything, all man that was created, the spirits, they're not all here at once. That spirit, like there's still spirits up there with the Father.
Yeah.
And then when death, it's the process of death and life. Death and life. Someone dies, he sends more down. Someone dies, a spirit goes up, a spirit comes down. But all the spirits are not here all at once. You see that?
Just like that saying, you don't die, we multiply.
No. But
But that's the saying.
I know the saying, but no, that don't go with it. That don't go with that one. Where we at? And he said unto me, ask the womb of a woman, and say unto her, if thou bringest forth children, why dost thou it not together, but one after another? So he's saying, listen, why does a woman give birth one child at a time? Right? Pray her therefore and bring forth 10 children at once. I mean, you got Octomom. She gave 8. But see, but naturally done? Nah. Naturally, that's not the process. And I said she cannot, but must do it by distance of time. So what the angel was reminding Ezra is that Ezra is like, man, can't we just speed up the process? I'm here, I'm watching this. It's just like us. Yep. We like, bro, send Yahweh Shai, send Michael, send every angel down, and let's get us up out of here.
God, man.
But he said the creature can't haste above his maker. Like, it's not in our time. We just got to do what we could do as creatures. Ezra's is like, listen, can we speed it up? Most High is like, nope, process of time. It's a process of time. Then said he unto me, verse 48, then said he unto me, even so have I given the womb of the earth to those that are sown in it in their times. For like as a young child may not bring forth the things that belong to the aged, see that? Even so have I disposed the world which I created. So things are going to come forth in its time is what the Most High is reminding us. You can't force the course. You can't make a child be a grown-up before its time. It comes through time. I asked and said, seeing thou hast now given me the way, I will proceed to speak before thee. For our mother, of whom thou hast told me that she is young, draweth now nigh unto age. He answered me and said, ask a woman that beareth children, and she shall tell thee. Say unto her, wherefore are not they whom thou now brought forth like those that were before, but less of stature? And she shall answer thee that they that be born in the strength of youth are of one fashion, and they that be born in the time of age, when the womb faileth, are otherwise. You see that? So he's likening the earth to this womb. The earth is weakened through what? What was the whole point of what was the whole beginning of chapter 5? It's weakened through iniquity, through lack of faith. So he's saying the ones that are born in the earth during this time of lack of faith and iniquity, what's their fate? It says they're going to be weaker, right? And you can see it. Think about it. Think about the time of Noah, when it was nothing but iniquity. 6 people lived through the flood, but it was all wickedness. Even in this time, I mean, mentally, physically, psychologically, everything is weaker in man because the lack of righteousness that's on this earth. And that's just how things go through the course of time.
Makes sense.
You say 6 people lived through the flood.
8.
It's like it, 8
Let's
people.
say
8 people. 8 people. Noah, his 3 sons, and their 4 wives.
Yeah.
Salakia. I got a bad headache. I'm sorry. Pumping me in the, punching me. I feel like somebody's punching me in my eye. Verse 54. Consider thou therefore also how that ye are less of stature than those that were before you. Think about David at 16. Think about David as a boy rocking Saul's armor as a grown man. Saul was the biggest. You say he was stood above all Israel, right? So he stood above all Israel. But think about David. Now think about your typical 16-year-old.
True.
Yeah. I mean, your typical 16-year-old can't even mow the lawn. He could barely even walk his pit bull, but the damn dog dragging him down the block. So it's a whole different, just everything's different, man. Everything's weaker, truthfully. And we always say that, man. Think about it. What do we always reminisce to? The old days. I remember back in the day, the golden era, right? What was the golden era of sports?
Jim Brown?
That's too old for me, bro. My golden era, like the NBA, was like late 90s, early 2000s. Golden era of music was like late 90s, 2000s. Okay, rap music. Late 90s, early 2000s. Think about it. Everything that we're rocking now, clothing wise, came from late 90s, early 2000s, early 90s. Like everything's retro. Everything we do is a retro of the 90s, the 80s, the 70s. All the sampling of the music. You know, we go back to where the strength was. But then guess what? What's funny is the things that we look at like, oh, it's a weak, this time is real weak. The generation that's going to come is going to look for us to the strength. And their generation is going to be weak. Then the generation that comes after them is going to look at them as the strength because their generation is so watered down and weak. You know, this is how it is. People older than me is like, no, the golden era of football was Jim Brown. Like, I've never seen him play a game ever. I know, I heard about him. I heard it, I seen highlights, but I never seen him play a game.
You never seen Gale Sayers?
Gale Sayers? No, I never seen Gale Sayers, runner for the Chicago Bears.
The juice.
I never seen him. I only started watching football in like 93. Yeah, like in 93, and I just automatically became a Green Bay Packer fan, so I wasn't messing with the Bears.
Like a Bears fan.
Yeah, I wasn't messing with the Bears, dude. That's abominable. It's abominable, bro. Those uncircumcised Bear fans. But y'all see my point. Each generation can look back at the other generation and say, man, my generation's weak. Let me go to the old generation for certain things. But that's going to just keep happening through all the way through time until it's just all weakness. But that's what's been happening. That's what's been going on. The less of stature than those that were before, so are they that come after you, less than ye. As the creatures which are now begun to be old have passed over the strength of youth. Then said I, O Lord. So even the animals. So when we say like a lion in today's age ain't the same as a lion way back in David's time, nah. Maybe it was 2 times, 3 times bigger. Hey, you know, I was watching something about fruits, and they were talking about the nutritional value of an apple, and they were saying apples, eating an apple is like, it's like drinking water. Basically, eating an apple ain't gonna do nothing for you. I shouldn't say like drinking water, but today's apples won't do anything for you because, for one, they're not rare. They're not the same as like the apples maybe in like the 70s. They were a little bit smaller, but they were jam-packed with a lot more nutrition. They were saying that through time, the amount of apples that are produced, where they're produced, how they're produced, they're watered down. So if you want to get nutritional value, you got to get rare fruits, things that don't grow in abundance. Why? Because they have to struggle to grow. They got to struggle, so that means they got to suck up every nutrient out the ground, suck up every morsel of water. They got to really struggle to grow. Apples, I mean, come on. You go to an apple vineyard, in some cold climates, they got apples now. Why? Because they grow them to, they produce them to grow in all climates. Oranges, it's the same thing. Bananas, those used to be what you would consider rare fruits. But now you can, listen, you can grow bananas in Colorado if you wanted to. All you need is a UV light and a heater, and you grow a banana. You'll grow apples. So the strength and the potency is no longer there because it's now massively produced. Right. So you want to get your dragon fruit, but that's why they charge you so much for like pomegranates and blueberries and even the price of those things that were once superfoods. Blueberries. I walked in the store the other day and bought like 4 packs of blueberries for $1 each. Now, y'all know blueberries hit. They're like $3, $4 for the little container. Right. They were like 99 cents. I was like, yeah, I'm gonna take them, but I know I ain't gonna really get nothing out of them. Right. I told the dude, I said, y'all must have an abundance of blueberries. He was like, yeah, like good old GMO. Yeah, you freeze them up and you just throw them in a smoothie. Yeah, because blueberries go bad. They'll go bad in the cold. Yes. They just start molding instantly. So it's just the world shows you and brings out what the scriptures is talking about. If you just gotta remember, he said more things are shown to you than you know. Right. All you got to do is look and you'll see that the scriptures is playing out right before our eyes. I'll finish this. Then said I, Lord, I beseech thee, if I have found favor in thy sight, show thy servant by whom thou visitest thy creature. Right, so that's it on that. Any questions? No? Any questions on the readings? Give them a chance online. Remember, we got that's a reminder for anybody that came on late. We got Hanukkah, right? You can read about that in 2 Maccabees, the 5th chapter. So we do have Hanukkah starting on the 8th. What's today's date? The 5th? The 4th? 5th. I think we'll watch. So we got 3 days. So basically we'll have class Monday, and then you won't see us again. VA's last class was basically today. So you won't see them again until the 15th. Right? 8 to the 15th? Yeah. All right, so just a reminder that we didn't disappear off the line.
Yeah, you're not going to see VA.
Yeah, VA's last class was basically yesterday. They did class today, just offline because we did it, obviously.
Yeah.
So yeah, y'all ain't gonna see us. We do got brothers and sisters driving in for the feast, so make sure y'all set up some prayers for them. Safe journey. We got the brother Ramito coming from his family, Marcy, Ramito. They coming up today. They driving right now. They might already be here. They said they'll be here by 2. They coming up from the valley. They made the move to Houston to be closer to the body. So the Most High is giving us that work. He's definitely giving us that work. So remember, when you read 1 Timothy 3, the scriptures talk about a bishop must be apt to teach. So that's what we gotta prepare ourselves for. Do we got any questions off the reading? We got one. Did all of the European countries come from Esau? No. Is Esau in all the European countries? Yeah. But I mean, you'd have to go all the way back. All the way back, because remember, the lands, all the lands are mixed up. When you go when you deal with Gog and Magog, Russia, Italy, Kittayim, right? I'm using the Hebrew names, but when you deal with these names, when the prophecies tell you about Magog, which is Russia, having to, it's going to bomb this country and start this war and do that. Gog and Magog come from who?
Russia.
Japhet.
No, they come from Japhet. Right? But who's in that land?
Esau.
It's Esau. They're in that land. So did they start Russia? Or did they start off in that land? No, Esau didn't start off in that land. They migrated to that land.
Right.
Remember, Esau started off with us, then went down into Mount Seir and Bozrah. Then they ended up in the Caucasus Mountains, which is in between the Black and Caspian Sea and Russia Minor, the mountains of Russia. Then they migrated out from there into Europe. They did a smooth takeover. So they didn't start these European countries, but they're definitely embedded real deep. Just like, just like us. Yeah. We all through Europe. Remember, we ruled Europe for 1,000 years, but you got to just really know people, landmass, and migration. And you can't get caught up in the landmass. No, excuse me. You can't get caught up in the people in the landmass. Why? Because nobody is in their right land.
Right, that's true.
Nobody's in their right land. Think about it. Esau's in Jerusalem. We're in America, right? Esau is supposed to be in Mount Seir and in Bozrah, right? But then remember, it calls America Mystery Babylon, right? But the Babylonians were Africans. Babylon was a place over. So you see how you can't get caught up in who's where.
Right.
We've all, truthfully, we've been scattered, but some of the other nations. Now, some nations are where they're supposed to be. You know, Elam, the East Indians. You know, the majority of them, they're where they should be. But then you got South India, East India. You got North and South, and you know, some of them they're not Elam. Some of them are Iraqi. Some of them are Pakistani. So, according to your questions, did all the European countries come from Esau? Did they take over and start naming stuff? Yeah. Yeah.
And the name Yoruba is come from a black lady, right? Yoruba?
Or like
Well,
you saying
name
like
of
Europe?
Yeah, name
That I don't know. I would have to look.
Name
That
Yoruba.
I don't know.
Yoruba. Come from a black
That's a good question. See, we'd have to look that stuff up. I don't want to speak on it because I don't know. I never heard that, but I know this.
I
Like,
Googled it one time.
oh, and that's what it was.
Yoruba. But where European come from?
Right. Where did the word Europe come from?
Did it pop up?
A lot of confusion. It gave me well, first of all, it says that, yeah, it came from, that's the word Europa, but it's a Latin word. Right?
Spanish too, though.
Hold on. The name of Europe comes from the Latin Europa, which in turn derives from the Greek wide, face, broad. In Greek mythology, Europa was a beautiful daughter of a Phoenician king named Agenor, or the Phoenix. So, Greek mythology, where we were scattered into all people. We were scattered into all people. But think about it. Did we slave ourselves? You said we were the Greeks. Did we enslave ourselves?
What I'm saying, before the white people got control of all the names, we was being called the Greeks.
We was being called a lot of different things.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we was being called a lot of different things. So, did Esau start all of the European countries? No, but they took over and named things accordingly. Germany, Poland, Russia. Because remember, the names of the places aren't the names that they are now. They're named after what they wanted to call them.
They took over after King James.
Yeah.
King James ruled before they took over.
And not just King James, there were many there were many Israelite kings that ruled Europe. We actually ruled all of Europe.
They came back in power like 1492, and that's when they took over Europe. Ain't it?
Yeah, 1492 is like, and I'm putting together a class on this one too. The late 1480s is when they started to rise. Then around 1490, you had Pope Alexander VI, right? And then they came with the image of Christ, Caesar Borgia. And then 1492, they started to rise, and then after 1492 is when they did a complete takeover. Yeah, but it took some time.
They pushed the Japhets out of that land.
They did that because Japhet was in. They had Spain, they had Italy, they had Greece, they had everything from basically Spain all the way west to east, right above Israel. Shalom. So yeah, Esau, again, when they went into the Caucasus Mountains and when they came out, they start taking things over, renaming things, adding this name, taking away that name. So did they start anything? No, they didn't start. Esau don't start nothing. All they do is go and take over and rename and copycat. So yeah, it just, that's a lot of history to go into. But we got to do it, man. We got to start putting together these classes on more history, on, just even migration. Who migrated? Listen, we used to migrate. Don't think because we was in Israel, we didn't have trade routes and into Africa and trade with them and move. And we used to do it. It's proven. There's history on it that we did it. So, let's see here. Question. I know some brothers don't keep the Hanukkah due to not being a holy day laid out in the Torah.
it's optional. What are your thoughts on this? Well, remember, Hanukkah is to commemorate what our forefathers did. So we don't take it as optional. We celebrate it as a high holy day because it commemorates a very important time in our history.
Okay.
You know, what's the other one? Purim?
Purim is
Right.
another one.
That's,
not
you
in
find
the
that
Torah.
what, in Esther?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you find that in the book of Esther, but we treat it as a high holy day of the Most High.
Okay.
It's not in Leviticus 23, but we definitely, remember, he said rehearse the righteous acts. Right? So we don't look at it as it being optional. We treat it, we do Hanukkah every year. We do Purim every year because that, you know, that's traditionally, yeah, we know it's not in the law. We know it's not in the Torah, but we do it because for one, it's not wicked, right? It's not wicked to celebrate the what is it? The reconstructing of the temple. Our forefathers did it to give honor. We do it to give honor to the Most High.
Okay.
So yeah, we don't treat it as optional. I mean, what's the one? Let no man judge you.
Colossians.
Yeah, check this. I think it says what I wanted to say. Let me see here.
Colossians 2:8.
Is that what I want?
Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Oh, slack.
What do I want? Is it Philippians? No. There it is. It's in Colossians. It's Colossians 2:16. Read Colossians 2:16.
Yeah.
Colossians chapter 2, verse 16.
Right?
Let no man therefore judge you in meat,
Right?
or in drink,
Right?
or in respect of an holy day.
You see that? So we celebrate it. We celebrate it, we commemorate it, we treat it with the respect that is needed. Now, if a brother don't want to celebrate it, the scriptures say, let no man therefore judge you in meat and drink in the respect of a holiday or of the new moon or of the Sabbath days. Like, we don't celebrate the new moon. Every month you don't hear us talk about new moon this, new moon that, but if brothers want to give honor to the Most High on a new moon, be our guest. Right? If brothers want to do that, be our guest. Again, we know that it's not in the law, the Torah, that you must do this, but we do it by Hashem Yahweh Shai, in the name of the Most High in Christ, to give him that honor and that glory. And, you know, also, think about it at this time, also, the timing of it is perfect. You know, once you start taking something away, you have to replace it with something. So, we do Hanukkah, right? It comes right around the time of the world's Christmas. You know, when you got people coming into the truth, new, you got kids. If you're taking away all the things that they're used to doing, but there's nothing that replaces it, then it makes even more of a struggle for them to lock into that faith. So it's the timing is perfect because we can celebrate for 8 days while the world got one little raggedy day. But then they try to act like it's 12 days, right? Oh, 12 day of Christmas, my true love came to me, right? A partridge in a pear tree. They ain't celebrating Christmas for no damn 12 days.
Right.
They got Christmas Eve where they open up one raggedy present, and they got Christmas Day when they open up the rest of the raggedy presents that they know they get. And then they get disappointed for the rest of the year because they didn't get what they wanted, because they spent too much money. They got to come up with rent on the first. So we replace these things. You know, we do, even for us on Hanukkah, we do a day for the kids, man, where we take them out and incorporate them into what we're doing. That way they can see that
the Most High is about fun also. The Most High likes to, wants them to have fun and a joyous time. They wondering about Christmas lights and presents. So we got to give them something to combat that. So Hanukkah is perfect timing. When it falls, you get Christmas right out the minds. But again, I'll say it. If there's some that don't celebrate it, that's on them. That's on them. The law in the Torah does not say that you have to celebrate Hanukkah, because obviously that hadn't happened yet. That's the thing. That hadn't even happened yet. Esther, that hadn't happened yet. So it happened. They made this feast, these two feasts, to memorialize and commemorate what happened, because it was significant in the history. So we, again, Judges 5 and 11, it said, rehearse the righteous acts. All right. Right. Question. So historically, this holiday was observed in December, the 9th month. Go to the Zonder. Go to the. Give me the Zonder van. It'll tell you. Yeah, he's talking about.
So you go to the Zondervan and you look under feasts in the Zondervan Bible Pictorial Dictionary. Let me find feast.
Yeah.
When you find feast, right? The Feast of Lights, which is Kislev, Kislev is pretty much in the month of December, and it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th month.
Yep.
The 9th month.
Yeah.
So Kislev, which is December, that's when you celebrated the Feast of Hanukkah, or the Feast of Lights. And that's on page 281 in the Zondervan Bible Pictorial Dictionary.
Right. What else we got?
They end without that their house shall continue forever. They call the land after their own name. I was just throwing that in there on the Europe stuff.
Wait, say that one more time.
They end without that their house shall continue forever. They call the land after their own name.
First night in Israel.
Yeah, that's Esau. That's everybody. We all call it after our own
What
names.
chapter is that I was looking for, but I couldn't find it?
I think that was
Is it Psalms?
no, I thought that was first Maccabees.
No, it's in the Bible. Thank you, Bible.
Okay.
Right. What else? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Right. See, Bakar, he hit it.
What?
First Maccabees 4:59. Moreover, Judas and his brethren with the whole congregation of Israel ordained that the days of the dedication of the altar should be kept in their seasons from year to year, by the space of 8 days, and from the 5 and 20th day of the month, Keslu, with mirth and with gladness. So they ordained it from that time. That's why we do it.
Oh, it's 49. Psalm.
Oh, so, right. Yeah, good scripture. But we know some. There's people that don't subscribe to the Apocrypha. They only subscribe to the first 5 books, so they're not going to keep it. They're not going to keep the Torah. They're not going to keep not the Torah. They're not going to keep Hanukkah. They're not going to keep Purim.
Yeah.
I mean, are they lesser brothers? Are they wicked? They just don't subscribe to it. So, gotta pray for them. Hope that they get it. That it? What's that?
I've been hearing like some brothers saying that you shouldn't even keep company with like people that just don't subscribe with the New Testament. I was wondering, where is that even found in Scripture? Is that Scripture?
Well, the scriptures say, can two walk together, at least they be in agreement. So, I mean, I'm not going to go make it a point to go hang out with a Torah only guy. unless the only reason would be for me to, unless there was I'm a Torah only guy, show me why the New Testament is relevant, then I'll sit down and show them, right? But can two walk together, at least they be in agreement. Now, is there a specific scripture on what you're saying?
I mean, that's kind of like the only one that I could think of.
Now, the problem with the problem with the Old Testament, the Torah only guys is obviously they don't believe in Christ, right? So you don't believe in Christ. What does that start to go into? Blasphemies, right?
Cursing the Holy Spirit.
Fornication, right? So I could justify it with this. Watch this. Oh my gosh.
So,
What's that? Hold on. Where were you going?
well, I was gonna say is if they just subscribe for the first 5 books, that means like books like Acts, something like that, they don't adhere to it.
Right.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
Psalms.
David, they don't deal with David. Think about it, David is not in the first 5 books. They don't deal with no prophets. They only deal with Moses and Joshua.
That's it.
Oh man.
That's it. So, I mean, again, why would I'm not gonna keep company with a person that is in that mind, but it's not gonna be beneficial to me. Now, only if they're saying, hey, I don't understand, show me. Let me sit back. Think about it. Yahweh Shai kept company with the publicans and the sinners. Why? Not to be like them, but to show them. Go to 2 Thessalonians 3:14. I mean, I guess this is probably the closest thing you're looking for.
2 Thessalonians chapter 3, verse 14.
Right.
And if any man obey not our word by this epistle,
Right.
note that man, and
Right.
have no company with him.
Right. Go to 1 Corinthians 5 and verse 11.
1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 11.
Right? Because you do have spiritual fornication, right? You got physical fornication. So we know that the Torah onlys, they don't believe in Yahweh Shai, so truthfully, they don't believe in the Most High. The scriptures say the only way you can get to the Most High is through Yahweh Shai. So they got something else as their God. Read 1 Corinthians 5 and verse 9.
1 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 9. I wrote unto you in an epistle not to company with fornicators.
Right, jump down to verse 11.
Verse 11. But now I have written unto you not to keep company, if any man that is called a brother be a fornicator,
Right,
or covetous,
right,
or an idolater,
right.
or a railer,
Right.
or a drunkard, or an extortioner,
Right,
with such an one not to eat.
right. So,
Can I get one?
yeah, what you got?
This is 2 John chapter 1 and 7.
You going deep into the Johns, huh?
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's the closest thing I could find.
2 John
That is a level of fornication.
Yep.
verse 7. For many deceivers are entered into the world.
God, and that's all it is, man. It says there are many deceivers. So just like you got Kemet, just like you got all these religions, and you got the different sects and all that, it's many different deceivers. 12 tribes, all black, 12 tribes, all Latinos.
Oh, shit.
Many deceivers. Read on.
Who confess not Yahweh Shai Mashiach is come in the flesh.
Read on.
This is a deceiver
He's a deceiver.
and an antichrist.
And what makes him a deceiver? You know, it's crazy. When you read like the Gospels, the Matthews, the Lukes, the Johns, when you read anything over Deuteronomy, right, past Deuteronomy, you got to really sit and ask yourself, like, what will make somebody not want to believe? in what you're reading in Matthew's, Luke, Mark. You know what I'm saying? It's not like the Arabs where they could read in the Quran and they could really get like the idea like you can go and blow yourself up and get 70 virgins.
Ali Ali Akbar.
You know what I'm saying? Like there's nothing in the gospel that'll make you say like why shouldn't I follow this? So it shows you what they are. They're deceivers and they're antichrists.
Can I read verse 10? Read verse 10.
No, I was gonna read verse 8. And then
Oh, okay.
yeah, I was gonna read verse 8. I was gonna read down.
Oh, okay, go ahead. My bad.
Read verse 8.
Read.
Verse 8. Look to yourselves,
Mm-hmm.
that we lose not those things which we have wrought.
Because this is what it's about. It's a spiritual warfare. So you have to make sure that you stay on point because you don't want to lose the things that you got, man. You see what I'm saying? The scripture says, let no man take your crown. Why are you going to let somebody take your crown? Read on.
But that we receive a full reward.
So in that verse 8 where it says, look to yourselves that we lose not those things which we have wrought, but that we have a full reward. Think about it. How can you lose what you have now? Well, you can lose it by somebody coming and implanting. That's like implanting some BS in your mind, and now that seed is planted, and it takes root. You see what I'm saying? So me personally, yeah, I wouldn't. It's just me. I wouldn't have nothing to deal with somebody that only believes in the first 5 books. Hold on one second. I wouldn't. Me, why? You can't even understand just by reading the first 5 books of the Bible. You're not going to be able to understand the 5 books without the other books. Right. It's just that simple. So they don't even understand what they're reading themselves. And whenever you see them and the way they move, you can always. It's like Kemet. Whenever somebody comes up that's Kemet or Egyptology, they don't even have to say anything. A lot of the times you could just look at them and be like, oh yeah, your spirit is off. And then then when you find out that they're into Kemet or Egyptology, you're like, oh, that makes sense. It makes sense why your spirit is off. Man and woman. And it's the same thing usually when you run into like an Old Testament cat that only believes in the first 5 books. Right. Their spirit is off in some way, shape, or form. And you're like, oh, that's why you're like that. You're Old Testament. You see what I'm saying? Did you want to go to verse 10?
You got it. Read verse 10.
Verse 10. If there come any unto you, and bring not this doctrine, receive him not into your house.
Oh, damn. It says what?
Receive him not into your house.
Somebody else give me Romans 16 and 17. Read on. That's 2 John 10. Somebody else give me Romans 16 and 17. Go ahead.
Neither bid him Godspeed.
Right. Read verse 11.
For he that biddeth him Godspeed is partaker to his evil deeds.
Damn, you almost co-signed it. Go to Romans 16 and 17.
Romans chapter 16, verse 17. Now I beseech you, brethren, mark them which cause division and offenses, contrary to the doctrine which ye have learned.
Right.
And avoid them.
You said do what?
Avoid them.
Right. Go to 2 Timothy 3 and verse 5. That's a good one right there. Yeah, they started flooding into my brain. I'm sorry.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse 5.
Yeah, go ahead.
Having a form of godliness.
Because that's the thing. They have a form of godliness.
But
they got part of the Bible. What? Go ahead.
But denying the power thereof.
But the true power, lo, I come in the volume of the book that is written of me, O Lord, to do thy will. Go ahead.
From such turn away.
He said what?
From such turn away.
Go ahead. Read on verse 6. Why?
For if this sorts are they which creep into houses.
Because they'll creep into your house. They'll creep around you. Go ahead.
And lead captive silly women laden with sins.
They start to captivate the silly women, the silly men. Read.
Led away with diverse lusts.
Come on.
Ever learning.
Ever what?
Ever learning.
I'm always in that Torah. Go ahead.
And never able to come to the knowledge of the truth.
Because they don't have the volume of the book. You see that? So you're not going to understand. Think about it. You read stuff in the first 5 books and you don't understand why it happened until you get into other books. That's just how it goes sometimes with the scriptures. So you need these other 5 so that you can understand the other books in the Tanakh, and then you need the whole Old Testament to understand the New Testament. But that's why the Christians don't get they don't get the New Testament, even when they have the Old Testament, because they missing part of the Old Testament. You see that? So, Christ ain't in the Old Testament. Well, yeah, he is. He's actually named by name in the Old Testament. Ezra was the Old Testament. What's that?
Well, let's go with it. What y'all talking about?
Read it.
Job chapter 12, verse 16.
Read it.
With him is strength and wisdom. The deceiver and the deceiver are healed.
No. I know what you're getting at, but remember, the Most High is not trying to deceive men out of learning the wisdom. They're deceiving their own selves.
You know,
right? Men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters. Actually, I'll read the verse up. Traitors, heady, high-minded, lovers of pleasures more than lovers of God. So that's man doing that. The Most High said, if you lack wisdom, let him ask, and the Most High will give it to you. So they're just not doing the right things to get that wisdom.
You know, it's crazy when you look at like somebody that believes in only the first 5 books, then they can't keep those first 5 books. I would ask her, they still sacrificing?
Right.
You still sacrificing animals?
Where's your altar? Where's your temple?
So when somebody actually commits adultery, do you put that person to death?
Right.
You putting?
Why aren't you stoning faggots? Why aren't you?
Yeah, like where's the works of the first 5? Where's the death of the law at?
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like where's?
But see, that's the thing. They'll lose all the understanding. You know this. They lose all the understanding that the rest of the scriptures is trying to give them, and all the different instances of mercy and grace. Not saying that the first 5 books don't have mercy and grace, because they do, but you miss out on the total package when they just deal with that 5. But to answer your question, we answered your question, right?
God.
Yeah.
I got one.
I actually meant
in the
Old
law.
Testament only, but the same thing.
Wait, you said what?
I said I actually meant Old Testament only, but it's the same.
Yeah.
You know in the Old Testament.
Hold on real quick. Just think about this.
Yeah.
A Christian has the whole Bible. You sit with them? Nah, right? You don't go to church no more? Because the belief ain't the same. They have the whole scriptures that you have.
Right. Yeah.
Think about it. We've had brothers that came into the school with all the same books we got. And how come they ain't around? Because there was contention, there was strife, right? So it was hard to sit around and agree with that.
Yeah.
So it just goes to show you that the minds, the agendas, everything has to be aligned for you to be able to sit down with a person and go through discourse and ask questions and get answers and listen and talk. That all had to be there. It didn't matter what they came with. Because, again, we've had many of Israelite brothers walked in this school with the Bible, the Apocrypha, Josephus, Zondervan, this, that, all the same books, all the same highlights, and they're not here. Because it went away from just being knowledge. We got to agree in how to conduct ourselves. We got to agree on 1 Timothy's the 3rd chapter. Right. What are we here to do? You see what I'm saying? So just putting that out there, just as a reminder, it goes way beyond doctrine. Remember, he said doctrine and all that stuff is going to fail, but charity. Charity. So if a brother ain't charitable towards brothers, towards his brother or towards his sisters, he ain't going to last. And you ain't going to want to keep company with that. You're going to be like, oh, this man's a drunkard. I don't want to be around that. You know what I'm saying? Drunkard in the mind. But where were you going to go?
Oh, no. That was pretty much it, man. I was just going to say, in the law, it talks about like if a kid like curses their parents, like you were supposed to put that child to death. So my question is,
yeah,
you gonna put your kids to death? Because damn near all these kids
need to be put to death.
These kids are bad as hell. Like
according to the first 5, yeah, they should be stoned.
They're out of. A lot of these kids is growing up like really out of order. You send them to these schools, they learn all that.
You said what?
Some of them need to be stoned.
That's what I'm saying. I don't need to be stoned. But who's going around stoning their children? Sure. Half the world don't even want to beat their children, so they ain't stoning them. Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, yeah, something else?
That was it.
What else we got, Moose? Oh, nice.
trying to find the scripture. Say about the Most High. If a prophet be deceived, it's the Most High that deceived him.
Well, he said it. The deceiver is his. You talking about the one where he said with Ahab? He said, "I'll go and be a lying spirit." In Kings. Yeah, that's in Kings. He said, "I'll go and be a lying spirit."
Yeah.
What are you trying to get at?
Trying to see if the Most High control it.
You know, it's so crazy when you think about that.
He does, but remember, it says when a man is drawn away, he's drawn away by his own lust.
God.
Also say a man is going to the Most High.
You're absolutely right. A man's goings up, but he's not. But is he going to guide you? Does he guide any man to?
Ecclesiasticus 15.
Right. Okay. I was about to go right to Ecclesiasticus 15, but he doesn't.
But he also said, hold up, where I would go. I would say you made all things for itself.
Right.
Even the wicked for their evil. He
Right.
also said he created peace and evil.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we created it.
But then it still goes to Ecclesiasticus 15.
Yeah.
All those things are created, but you have a choice.
Yep.
So all that stuff that's created, everybody has a choice. But the good side and the bad side is going to be filled.
Well,
It's just who's choosing to feel the good, who's choosing to feel the bad.
Because at one time, you were fulfilling the left side. That you made a choice to fulfill the right side, like all of us. So that just shows you that we all have a choice.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Jeremiah 8:3, choose life or death.
Choose ye life or death.
You know what's crazy? Just back on this Old Testament thing real quick. It talks about if, in the Old Testament it tells you if you have mold in your house, remember you were supposed to destroy that house.
Yep.
So I'm just asking. You're an Old Testament cat. You find some mold in your house, what's up? That house is supposed to get destroyed.
I mean, there's so many holes you could punch through an Old Testament only's doctrine. A Torah, especially a Torah only, you could rip him to shreds. Because then, where did you read about the rest of Joshua? Right? I mean, where's the continuation of the story? It just cuts off with Moses' death, and then that's all you got. You don't know if they made it to the land of Canaan or not. You don't know the rest. Like, come on.
To be continued.
It's like that's it, Moses, and then you came. So that's easy. I mean, Torah only is easy. I mean, Old Testament only is super easy. They go with the same things and don't understand prophecy.
Even when you bring up people that don't adhere to the Apocrypha, you wonder how did the nation go straight to the Romans? Where were the Greeks at in the middle of all that? Right. Because the Greeks go into the Apocrypha.
It goes into the Apocrypha. It lines up with Daniel. It lines up with Ezra. Lines up with Daniel and Cyrus and Darius and the Babylonian. Like it all lines up. You just got to know how to. It's easy to disannul something because somebody says it don't fit, but you got to really go in there. Why do you think I've been jumping in? I'm tired of having these debates about the Book of Enoch and the damn Book of Jubilees. So I want to go in there. I've been going in there with a fine-tooth comb and looking for the anomalies. I'll give y'all a tidbit. I'm not gonna give it to y'all. I'm not gonna give it to y'all. I'm gonna hold on to it.
Let's get the whole thing.
Let's
Get the whole thing.
I'm gonna hold it. Anyway, what else we got? Old Testament better not take public transportation because he can sit. Yeah, he sitting on a seat that was defiled. That's what I'm saying. Like, where's the grace?
Well, actually, the scripture says that when she's on her menstrual, she's not supposed to be in the house. So
She ain't supposed to be doing nothing. She's supposed to be set apart. So where's that at? We could go tit for tat, and they'll lose every time. We've done it. That's how we know that doctrine, this Old Testament only, that poke holes like wet paper. Right. What else we got? Anti-One West. Yeah, it's all selfielites. All right, if that's it. Again, we thank everybody for joining us. We're going to close out with these prayers. Amanhã eu vou apanhar pro dump.
Rise and face the east.
Yeah, man. Remember, Kazaki is out in Rochester. He over there suffering that cold, taking it like a champ. I'll be there in like 2 weeks. Looking forward to seeing the brethren. So, yeah, fun times. Get the children, women, the women's, and the men's. Get them in here. Get them in, get them out. Remember, y'all, take care of y'all's health. Remember, it's that time. I'm starting to feel a little tickled. Yeah, man.
It's real.
Cold season, flu season. It's been cold out here lately. Huh? Yeah, man. I've been hitting the oregano oil. I've been hitting ginger. I've been hitting all that. Let's get into that time. Go ahead.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Baba Kushai.
Baba Kushai.
Shemai.
Shemai.
Manawa.
Manawa.
Shalach Ma'aka'ala.
Shalach Ma'aka'ala.
Wa.
Wa.
Ha'ala Ayim.
Ha'ala Ayim.
Lashmar Al.
Lashmar Al.
Barak.
Barak.
Rapab.
Rapab.
Hagun.
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 Wa.
Wa.
Aisha.
Aisha.
Chazak.
Chazak.
Ha'ayim.
Ha'ayim.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
Gum.
Gum.
Shalak.
Shalach.
All. Nawa.
Nawa.
Rab.
Rab.
Chachamad.
Chachamad.
Rab.
Rab.
Da'aith.
Da'aith.
Rab.
Rab.
Bayana.
Bayana.
Rab.
Rab.
Salaban.
Salaban.
Rab.
Rab.
Amawan.
Amawan.
Rab.
Rab.
Achad.
Achad.
Wat.
Wat.
Yum.
Yum.
Wa.
Wa.
Rab.
Rab.
Ahab.
Ahab.
Rachab.
Rahab.
Alahayim.
Alahayim.
Wa.
Wa.
Salach.
Salach.
Kol.
Kol.
Nawa.
Nawa.
Chatayim.
Chatayim.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Ba'a.
Ba'a.
Mahar Yarl.
Mahar Yarl.
Ba.
Ba.
Ata.
Ata.
Atab.
Atab.
Nawa.
Nawa.
Yachol.
Yachol.
Damyad.
Damyad.
Wa.
Wa.
La'ayolanium.
La'ayolanium.
Amad.
Aman.
That's Yahweh in the name of Yahweh Shai. Please listen to us now, right now. Send Michael and the righteous angels to watch over, bless, heal, protect, and make strong the people of Israel. Also send unto us much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, and forgive all of our sins. Yahweh Shai, come quickly, for in these our hope, always and forever. Amen.
Amen.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Adonanawa.
Hawa'ah. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Adonanawa.
Award. La'ra'ah. That's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives us a light to see. Thank you, so be it. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Adonanawa.
Slakia. Ha'ayom.
Ha'ayom.
Korah.
Korah.
La Korah. Ha'ayim.
Ha'ayim.
That is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the ram's horn to call the people. Thank you, so be it. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Adonanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat.
Zayat.
Lamashat.
Lamashat.
Yashar Allah.
Yashar Allah.
That is blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel. Thank you, so be it. If anybody wants to get anointed,
they can get anointed at the end. This is Psalm chapter 92. It is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
To give thanks unto Yahweh.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
Almost high.
Almost high.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
Show forth thy loving kindness.
In the morning.
In the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Thou Yahweh.
Thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy works.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
I will triumph in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither doth a fool understand it.
Neither doth a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
When all the workers of iniquity.
And when all the workers of iniquity
do flourish.
Do flourish.
It is that day.
It is that day.
Shall be destroyed forever.
Shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
Below thine enemy.
Below thine enemy.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
Below thine enemy.
Below thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
And all the workers of iniquity.
Shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn.
Shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire and mine enemies.
My desire and my enemies.
And mine ears shall hear.
My ears shall hear.
The desire of the wicked.
My desire of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm trees.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh Shai.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of Yahweh.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
Show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
There is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
This is Psalm chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Malawad.
Malawad.
Ladawad.
Ladawad.
Na. Matawad.
Matawad.
Ramah.
Ramah.
Ayam.
Ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gum.
Gum.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Hashaman.
Hashaman.
Hatawad.
Hatawad.
Ayl.
Ayl.
Paraash.
Paraash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Ayl.
Ayl.
Hazakwan.
Hazakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al-Payah.
Al-Payah.
Barawath-Yuad. Patol.
Patol.
Kamram 1.
Kamram 1.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al.
Al.
Parayah.
Parayah.
Zayah 1.
Zayah 1.
Kayah.
Kayah.
Shum.
Shum.
Tazawah.
Tazawah.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ath. Pabaraka.
Pabaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
Aid.
Aid.
Ha'aywalam.
Ha'aywalam.
Aman.
Aman. This is Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descendeth upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life forevermore. Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
The water. Tamyad. Aman.
Aman.
Yahweh!
Yahweh.
Hashem!
Hold up. No. Let's circle up.
Ready to go. You program.
Hold up there, a little tight.
Could do the 4 corners.
Call it.
But the best one, man! Rap!
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai Rakatham.
Who this fella?
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 Let's turn to face the sisters.
Shooting off the dice is high, but the best one, man! Rap!
Yahushua Tham Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Got Let's say shalom to everybody online.
Shalom.
Shalom. Back here on Monday. Bro, go ahead. Who's gonna step in?
I'm on.
Bro, go ahead and then come back. Damn.
It's all good.
Who did that?
Yeah, we gotta wait for him to go to the bathroom.
Time.
Shit.
Six chill, for real, for real.